to come in as well.
Who did you just have on? Who am I following? Just out of curiosity.
Right. Well, let me do an intro for people. Hi, you're welcome to the second part of our 24-hour live stream. I will get Rich on in a minute. So we got Dr. Shaun Baker with us. And Shaun, if you don't mind, just give us a little introduction while I get Richard into the studio. You know, just tell us a bit about you, what you do, why you're carnivore.
Yeah, sure. So, my name's Dr. Shaun Baker. I've been doing a carnivore diet now for 7 years. I'm actually the person that came with the name carnivore for this particular style of eating. Not that I'm the first person to eat an all-meat diet, but I wrote the book Carnivore Diet. So that name, for whatever reason, has stuck. There's people calling it zero carb and other things over the years, but I'm an orthopedic surgeon by background. I kind of came to an interest in nutrition through my own health. I'm now 56. When I was early mid 40s, I started to see a pretty significant, I was aging, just feeling the age, and even though the fact I was still training very hard as an athlete, was developing, probably metabolic disease and some of these other things. And so I started a nutritional journey, which led me from everything from a low fat, lots of vegetables, lean protein diet to, everything in between, until I eventually, back in 2016, started playing with this all meat diet. And, kind of the rest is kind of history with regard to that. Now, I, have subsequently gone on to, obviously I'm a big advocate of this, as an intervention, lifestyle for some, but certainly as an intervention for treating disease. We've gone on to form a company called Rivero, which, we will be, we're just in a very cusp of launching, to start seeing patients throughout the United States, all 50 states, to sort of, treat disease with lifestyle nutrition, which is how we should be doing it all along, instead of going to this sick care model of just putting Band-Aids on symptoms and putting everybody on drugs. We're going to be focused more on, just doing what I think we should be doing. So I see there's your partner, Richard. Richard, hello. How are you?
Hey there, Shaun. How are we doing? You okay?
I seem to be doing okay. I'm not 10 hours in like you guys are, so I'm still pretty fresh. So.
Easy work for us carnivores, isn't it?
There you go. That's right. There you go.
I'm going to just plug Richard for your show, Shaun, because his story is awesome. I mean, 107 pounds lost. I mean, this guy is the epitome of. Well, Richard, you know your story. You tell me your story.
Oh my goodness! I think everybody is probably sick of hearing my story by now today.
But do a little short version for Shaun.
The short version, the 45-second version, is it? Okay. So I used to be type 2 diabetic. I was clinically obese, suffered with daily debilitating migraines, would make me blind, chronic fatigue, depression, anxiety, arthritic pains. In my mid to late 20s, I could barely walk up the stairs without stopping or being severely out of breath. Super long story short, changed my diet. Within a year, I'd lost 107 pounds, reverse diabetes. I was migraine-free, depression, anxiety-free, full of energy. 4 to 5 years later, I went on to become British and European champion at a pro level in men's physique bodybuilding. So I went from being unable to walk up my stairs to being number one in Europe at a professional level through living a ketogenic carnivore type lifestyle. That's the short version. How was that for short?
That's amazing. Good for you. That's awesome. And I'm not surprised. I mean, I hear stories very similar with massive weight loss, and good for you to keep pushing it to the next level, because it's amazing how much more life you can get into your life. I mean, a lot of people are just walking around like zombies. I mean, they're just like, they're not even alive. I mean, my way. I mean, they're just kind of reanimated corpses, and they're just, because they're just addicted to all this horrible, highly processed, garbage. It's literally, Stephen was there. I met, Stephen and I met for the first time in the UK back in May, and I was at part of the Public Health Collaborative, or Physicians Health Public Health Collaborative. I don't know what the P stands for, but anyway, they're in Sheffield, and Public Health, Sheffield. And I saw a lot of great things, but one thing that struck me out was one of the physicians out there mentioned that all these highly ultra processed foods that we eat are not really food, they're recreational drugs. And I think that is such a good way to think about this. This stuff is literally a recreational drug. You use it at your own discretion, you know, like you would use any other drug, hopefully minimally to none. But that is, that's the deal, man. It's so important. So anyway, what are we chatting about today? Anyway, guys, are a particular topic?
Well,
shooting the breeze.
It's a 24-hour conversation about carnivore.
Yeah.
We stuck in a little bit of keto.
Yeah. So who was just on before me? I want to know who I'm following.
Well, let me get my notepad.
You don't remember?
Yeah, so we had
3 hours.
Oh yeah, the onions. Oh nice. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was you know, I spent a couple of days with Dave, and Dave and I walked. He took me hiking, had me appreciating the local flora. You know, it was like, hey, you need to up your flower knowledge. And I said, okay, whatever, Dave. So, and it's kind of funny. I've got this stupid little app now on my phone. It's actually not stupid. Actually, it's called Picture This. And you just take a picture of a plant and it'll tell you exactly what it is. So now I walk around my house and I live kind of in the woods and I'm like, what the hell is this thing? I'm learning. So I know everything around me now. It's kind of crazy, but I'm going to see those guys actually next month. We're going to both be in Greece together. We're doing a little carnivore retreat down there in Marathon, Greece. Roberta Kapsulis and her husband Apollo are putting that on. I met with them last year in Bosnia. So looking forward to that. Yeah, the Unwins are great people. David's wonderful, and so is Jen. They're both just super lovely and great advocates of low carb. I think Jen pretty much is full carnivore, if I'm not mistaken. So she's, because she's used that to recover from, food addiction. So anyway, so good people.
Yeah.
They're tough to follow. They're tough to follow. So they're really good.
Well, you've had 10 hours of, we had Anthony Chafee, Dr. Kiltz, Phil Escott, Ben Hunt, Dr. Rachel Brown, Coach Emily, Sabrina Salt, Coach Bronson, Dr. Sarah Zaldivar, and then we had Dr. Jen Unwin, and we've got lots of people coming up afterwards as well. Kevin Stock, Judy Cho, Keto Savage, so Bart K. So it's a 24-hour sort of trying to get very different guests on, get the word out there.
We should have a couple of vegans on, and just to kind of for another perspective. Yeah, I mean, I think I've heard. There's one or two I believe I haven't heard of, but I mean, most of the people obviously I've interacted with almost all those folks, and they're all good people. I mean, we got some good eggs in the carnivore community, I would say, for the most part. I mean, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, I think there was a nice comment here actually. Let's have a look. There was basically someone saying how are Richard and I doing after 10 hours. So I don't know. How are you doing, Rich, after 10 hours?
Yeah, I'm as fresh as a daisy. I'm feeling good. Last night I didn't sleep. I was so excited, like a little child looking forward to this. I think it was probably 4 a.m. that I managed to fall asleep, and then I was up at 7. So I've come into this with 3 hours sleep. We're hitting this for 24 hours, and there's no bed for me straight after. I've got to go straight to work. Obviously self-employed in the keto carnivore space. So I've got a full day of it tomorrow as well. So there's okay. So I'll be up for 2 days by the looks of it. So far so good. I think we've plugged this for 24 hours. And we were concerned that we were going to struggle with content, and it's been quite the opposite, isn't it? I think we've almost having to hush the guests off quickly for the next one to come on while we're in mid-flow with conversation, because the conversation is just flowing, the knowledge is coming, and everybody has brought something to the party so far. And what an incredible way to carry on with part 2 with one of the legends within the carnivore community, and in the likes of Dr. Sean Baker. So absolute pleasure to have Sean Baker on board. And how couldn't you be super energetic and pumped up with, there we are, fantastic. So yeah, in answer to your question, I'm good and raring to go and super excited to carry on with the next 14 hours.
Good for you guys. Yeah. Better you guys than me. I mean, I've done my share of, 24-hour, 30-hour, 40-hour shifts in my life. But there's a lot of folks in here making comments. So good. Looks like it's well attended. So it looks like we'll get some good information. It's interesting that this movement is growing. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you saw there was an article published. I can't remember. Maybe it might have been the Telegraph. I think it might have been one of the UK things. The rise of the carnivore, and we're seeing it's just happening, you know. There's Cammy's talking about being a vegan. Yeah, it's kind of funny. A lot of people make that exact comment. They thought I was a nut job. Hey, who's this crazy dude on there on, you know, realize on Rogan's podcast, and they thought I was totally crazy. And, you know, I didn't go on that podcast with any sort of agenda. Joe just asked me to come on, and I didn't even know how popular he was at the time. Because I never really listened to the guy. And obviously it turns out he's quite popular, but, you know, I was just like, hey, just shooting a breeze type of thing. And, you know, then of course, all of a sudden, you know, you get all the very polarized, you know, sort of thing. Most people thought I was nutty. I mean, at that time, most people thought I was nutty, and probably still most people think I'm nutty, but there's more people that don't now that have done this. And so it's, you know, I'm just looking at some of these comments from Romania, from Chris, 3 flights of stairs a day, 416 days. And, I see, you know, one thing that's been really fun to see, you know, on social media is there's been just a number of really, really big people, like big, enormously overweight. You know, we're talking 400 pounds, you know, 200 kilos, whatever, how many stone that is, you know, 30 stone or whatever that is, you know, something like that. People that are just losing hundreds of pounds on carnivore. It's really, really cool to see, instead of going in to get their stomach scrambled up, you know, these gastric bypasses where they permanently alter our, you know, both our anatomy and our physiology, or, you know, taking all the drugs that are out there now. I mean, we've got this real push for drug management for everything. You know, it's just kind of funny. I was just seeing, you know, how bad it's gotten is, you know, there's people saying obesity has nothing to do with diet or lifestyle. You know, you got, what is it? Dr. Tamika Stanford out of Harvard University telling people, well, it doesn't matter if you exercise or eat, doesn't matter. If you're obese, you're going to be obese the rest of your life. And the only thing you can do about it is get on drugs, which to me is just a bad thing. And then we got guys like Dr. Muhammad Alo.
I think Sean's frozen, actually. Oh, no, he was back.
There we go.
You froze for a bit.
Yeah, I saw that. Everything kind of went to the black screen and the circles. Yeah, like Dr. Muhammad Alo is out there talking about, you know, we should have the same level of LDL cholesterol that an infant has. And an infant's level are, you know, like 20% of what an adult is. And no adult human can have that. I mean, it just doesn't exist in nature. So the only way to get there is by taking, you know, lots of drugs. And I mean, that's sort of the thing. It's like, well, you know, we can lower your cholesterol so low that you're the same as a baby. Well, there's a lot of things that are different between a baby and an adult. I mean, a baby has a quarter of the brain mass than an adult has. So does that have an impact? A baby's heart rate is 150. Do we need to have a heart rate of 150? I mean, there's all kinds of differences between babies and adults, and yet there's people advocating that we want baby physiology. And then there's, you know, that concept of, you know, if we're going to lower our, they say, well, if you lower your cholesterol so low, you can't get heart disease. But I make the analogy, if you cut off your genitals, well, you can't get a sexually transmitted disease then, most likely. So, it's like, well, you know, I mean, it's kind of like, okay, yeah, sure. If you cut your heart out, you're not getting heart disease either. I mean, it's kind of one of those, it's kind of those silly things, you know. If you take your kidney, you know, what can you live without? You cut your arm off, you won't get arthritis in your arm, right? Okay. Kind of stupid.
Well, I used to use my personality to stop me having sex, but we've got a fair few people just doing nice comments, no actual questions. I would have to agree with Adam here. He's written something. It's not going to be a fan half hour, Sean, but you know, I don't think there's a carnivore that's not a little bit inspired by you. And I mean, I'm going to put my hand up and say, you know, you definitely inspired me, and it was the Joe Rogan podcast without a shadow of a doubt. And the thing is, I've got lots of clients coming in, and one of my questions is, what influencer did you see? What did you see that made you want to be carnivore? So I think that one podcast, I mean, I would attribute about 200 people that I've dealt with that one podcast. So I think you coming on here and everyone else coming on is just spreading that word. And you were saying about people having a huge amount of weight loss. I mean, the guy I spoke to yesterday who said dirty carnivore non-alcoholic fatty liver went, type 2 diabetes went. He'd lost his job because he couldn't move, and he lost 245 pounds, got his job back, kept his wife, kept his kids on board, because they were just, he actually said, I was just isolated. I was like a zombie. I was like a zombie. And he went carnivore and had loads of pushback, actually, not from his family, but from everyone else. And now he's a huge example. Well, that life, and that's not just him, that's his wife, that's his kids. And then he said, all my family now are all doing this, and they're all losing weight and all feeling better. So I just want to thank you for that as well, and on all the clients' behalf as well, because without that podcast, I don't know what would have happened, because it seemed to have been a springboard. Do you feel that was a game changer? Sorry to use the pun on that terrible film, but do you think it was a game changer for the carnivore community?
Yeah, I mean, I do. I mean, like I said, credit to Rogan and his audience, but I mean, then I think Michaela Peterson then saw that video, and that sort of in part inspired her. And then of course her dad did it. And of course he's got a huge audience. And so that's, this is sort of the catalyst. And now, it's just grown. I mean, there's how many social media channels are there people talking about? There's carnivore this guy, carnivore that guy, carnivore this gal, everywhere. It's like I said, it's interesting how if it were 20 years earlier and we didn't have the social media internet presence that we have today, it probably would have gone very small. I mean, it wouldn't be where it is today, because it's so much easier to share information and share results. And so I think it's just the right time, right place. Because like I said, I am by no means the first guy to talk about a all meat diet. Now, I named it the carnivore diet, but I never, I mean, you can go back to, I mean, even the 1700s, Dr. Rollo, James Rollo, Scottish surgeon, 1798, was treating diabetics with carnivore diets. I mean, with all meat diets back then. So I mean, that's in the literature. I mean, there's James Salisbury, U.S. physician, Blake Donaldson, A.B. Newbold, all these docs, even Atkins to some degree, have all sort of been advocates of this way, but it has never taken off to the extent it has now. And I just think there's no way it's not going to continue to grow, just because it just works. I mean, it just works. And I think, again, there's a confluence of events. I think a lot of people are frustrated with the healthcare system in general and the information they're getting. We went through a pandemic where a lot of people disagree with how it was managed. I mean, there's a lot of people that are just like, I don't trust you guys anymore. And I think for good reason. I mean, I think, if you look at the history of some of these, particularly pharmaceutical companies, I mean, they've been convicted over and over again of serial fraud. I mean, like criminal activity, quite honestly. And just keep going. And it's like, wait, are you going to continue to trust these guys? So, I mean, of course there's good with bad, but I mean, there's sort of, that stuff going on for sure.
I mean, I've got a few questions, Sean, if you're okay. Just some simple ones.
Sure.
The Mystic Warg, I don't know what that means. Anyway, they've put that they're working on possible adrenal issues. Are there any studies, or do you guys have, on the effect of carnivore on the function of the adrenals? And obviously, Rich, you can chime in as well.
Sure. I mean, there's no studies on that. I mean, again, there are very few studies on the carnivore diet. I can probably tell you. I mean, in modern times, i.e. in the last 5 to 10 years, there's about a dozen studies that have been done. None have been looked at, adrenal issues. And when you say adrenal issues, that's pretty broad. I mean, obviously what our adrenal glands sit on top. They sit on top of our kidneys and they pump out, various different hormones, adrenaline, it comes from adrenal. I mean, that's one of the ones, norepinephrine. There's an impact on cortisol, obviously, and some of the other things in there. And so depending on, what the issue is, I mean, I've seen people talking about hypercortisolism, one of the critics I've seen recently, these people, the sugar people, the Ray P people, saying, well, you need to eat sugar. Sugars are preferred fuel, and you need to do that to prevent, stress on the body and therefore hypercortisolism. And they'll say that, being low carb stimulates cortisol, and this is going to cause, issues down the road. And may have, you know, an impact on the adrenal glands. The reality is that, and you know, I don't know if you have her on this program, Amber O'Hearn, who I find is just a wonderfully intelligent, bright person who's looking. She's been doing, you know, a zero carb diet or a carnivore diet now for, like, I think she's close to 15 years, and has really, I think, a really bright person. Everybody should check her out and follow some of the stuff she does. But she's talked about, you know, and showing the data on that. And, you know, basically when our glucose starts to get a little low, which often is the case on a zero carb diet. I mean, our glucose tends to run lower for many people. We usually correct that with typically glucagon. You know, that's what's happening. It's not until really, really late into like profound hypoglycemia, you're sweating and you're getting these really true hypoglycemics, that cortisol even comes into play. So it's not really an issue. I mean, it's, you know, it can be. I mean, you know, if you drive somebody's glucose down so low, then cortisol will dump, and you'll have this sort of late phase response. But that's usually what's not happening. So, but you know, without a specific question, you know, adrenal issues is kind of a vague thing there. I would say that, you know, my pat answer for this is just good nutrition generally helps everything. I don't care if it's cancer. I don't care if it's some weird genetic disease. Good nutrition tends to help. So I suspect, again, without knowing exactly what the issue is, carnivore potentially could help. Now, there may be some nuances and you may have to shift things a little bit. I mean, there's different ways to approach to this diet. Although, you know, the easiest way is just eat meat to your full. Eat fatty meat to your full and you're done. I mean, that advice works for a lot of people, for probably the majority of people. But, you know, some people have to, you know, have to make some further adjustments there. Do you want me? I see this question about where I hope to see Rivero in the future. Is that something I should answer, or do you guys?
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously, where I want Rivero to go in the future. I mean, my goal is it will be a significant alternative to the standard allopathic medicine. I think hopefully it will be a huge company where we treat millions of people. Hopefully even worldwide. I mean, I think there's no reason we can't expand internationally. I mean, for the first couple of years, it's going to be obviously U.S. based, and I hope we can treat pretty much all conditions, all types of people, and we have literally thousands of physicians working for us. I mean, that's what I want to see, and the reason is, you know, because if we're able to do that, you know, we will, number one, have taken care of literally millions of people, which I think we need. I mean, we are desperately in need of a healthy population. I mean, you can see, I mean, it's just anytime you go out to the grocery store, to wherever you go where people gather, you just see so much sickness and illness there. And it is taking an effect on the national psyche in the U.S. and the U.K. People are just unhappy. We got something like 1 in 4 people are now on some sort of mental health drug, and that's not right. I mean, that is just clearly not right. And then we see kids that are starting out with this, little kids, you know, 12-year-old, 13-year-old kids that want to kill themselves, or obese, or pre-diabetic or diabetic. That we can't sustain that, and so we have to do something to change this. And I think it's again, this is largely a grassroots movement. You know, we do have, you know, within our country, we do have a little bit of
It's a bit choppy, Rich, isn't it? The signal there.
Yeah,
so signal is in.
I was going to say, but at the same time, this is very much a grassroots movement, and I think this is, you know, what we're all doing. None of us are, you know, just fabulously resourced. We're all just little guys trying to, just make a difference.
Yeah, it's good. Rich, do you want to read this one out?
Yeah. Why have you asked me to read this one? So from Karsten Bornman, I have Hashimoto's and bad chronic fatigue, been ruminant carnivore for 11 months and progress in mood and confidence, but still not well. Does some healing take longer, I'm guessing? So what are your thoughts on that, Sean? Is there anything that he needs to alter? Or is it just a
I
case
mean,
of time?
maybe. I mean, certainly. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. You know, with most hypothyroidism is due to Hashimoto's, and I mean, obviously the impacts that we have, hypothyroidism, fatigue goes hand in hand, slow metabolism, sluggishness, skin issues, cold intolerance, all those types of things. And so, you're seeing some progress here. Again, does carnivore cure every single thing out there? Probably not. Can it impact positively most things? Yes. Without knowing sort of more of your history, Karsten, I would look at, all these other things that go into health, because it's not just diet. Diet, in my view, is one of the most important factors, but how's your sleep? How's your activity? Are you intentionally not being sedentary? Are you getting some regular exercise? Are you, I mean, there's circadian biology has some level of that. Sometimes people find that ruminant carnivore, I think, is a good thing. I mean, that's, kind of, beef and water for the most part. Those types of things. I think with autoimmune diseases, a lot of people have to be very, very strict for a period of time. And so it could be, you can't have eggs, you can't have dairy, you have to be very mindful about what you do. And then playing with the fat to protein ratio. This is one of those things where I said, just eat fatty meat works for a lot of people, but some people have to be more intentional with how much fat to eat relative to protein. And a lot of times, sometimes the fat percentage has to be a little higher for most people, for most things. Sometimes it has to be a little lower. So I would say, are you assessing, I mean, with Hashimoto's, there's usually thyroid antibodies that you can look at, and you can see if those things are progressing, and just assess it and see if that's going on there. But a lot of times with fatigue, one of the problems a lot of people get into with carnivore is they tend to undereat, particularly people that have weight to lose. They come into this, well, I need to lose 30 pounds, 2 stone or whatever, and I'm trying to keep it in your UK terms there. And so they come in and they just kind of like, well, I'm just going to restrict. I'm going to restrict a little bit. And sometimes that's an issue. Sometimes we need to eat more. So I don't know. Without more context, it's hard to say for sure. But yes, some things can take a while. The good news is a lot of people on carnivore will say they continue to heal or get healthier several years into it. And some of the reasons that we may see that, we know things like some of these crappy food products, get incorporated into our tissues, into our fat, into our cell membranes, and the half-lives can be long. It can be, a couple of years. So sometimes, like some people talk about some of these oxidized fats, these sort of, industrial oils that get incorporated into our tissues, can take several years to, if their half-life is 2 years, well, by 2 years you have 50%, by 4 years you have 25%, so on and so forth. And so sometimes you can, maybe you can facilitate that through exercise, sweating, I don't know. I mean, things, losing weight, those things might be helpful.
That's brilliant, Sean. I mean, your half an hour is not enough. Someone's just asked me a question. Have I been standing for the last 10 hours? Yes. And you might remember when I was at MeatRx, I always stood for the meetings. And
yeah, me too.
You stand all the time. Richard's there sitting on his sitting on his brain. So yeah, that's
he's
good.
working out too hard. That's why.
My bum is hurting. No.
I mean, how do you feel? Where's it gone? There's a lot of support in the chat for people that are suffering. Do you feel like the carnivore community is the most sort of supportive community you've dealt with and worked in?
Well, I mean, I can't say I've got a lot of different community. I mean, online communities, I don't really have much to compare it to. This is mostly what I've done in online. I mean, there is, what I will say is the community is a very important part of many people's healing journey or health journey, or because even today, even though this movement is growing, like I'd mentioned, you're still going to be in the minority. If you go out to a public gathering, family dinner or something like that, you're going to be the only dude or only woman doing carnivore, right? So a lot of times you don't get support. And one of the things I did, when I did a survey on 12,000 of us doing carnivore, one of the things I found was that that support was very important for making an outcome, whether it's friends and family or physician support. If you don't have support there, your outcomes are less likely to be good. It looks like you've got your composition consultant here.
Yep.
What's good, guys?
Good to see you.
A lot of muscle here.
Yeah, good to see you guys.
So I
great.
wonder what's been happening, Sean, is passing the baton from one guest to another.
Yeah.
So I've been sort of overlapping so we can get you to give us a little bit of what you think about iodine, and then we'll say goodbye to you, and then we'll hand over to Jonathan and see what his take is.
Yeah, I mean, iodine, obviously iodine is important, and yes, it's, where does, we talk about T3, T4, where do those numbers come from? Well, T has 4 iodine molecules, T3 has 3 iodine molecules. So iodine, yes, is necessary for proper thyroid function. Does it make sense to supplement it if you're hypothyroid, if you're having some issues? Potentially. I mean, I think it can be potentially good. I mean, just remember that, there is iodine in meat. It's about 15 micrograms per 100 grams. So, if you eat enough meat, you're going to probably get close to the amount you need. Now, the other thing is, I would argue that many of us become thyroid sensitive, just like we become insulin sensitive. You can become thyroid sensitive, so you might need a little less thyroid hormone circulating. I think that's a real phenomenon. But even still, if you are profoundly thyroid deficient, maybe for a period of time, some iodine can be helpful. That's I guess I'll leave it with that and let you guys get on to your next guest. Thank you for having me, by the way. This has been fun.
Did the two guys, did Rich and Jonathan, do you want to have a quick chat with Sean before he goes? Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I'll just say hi to Sean. It's nice to see you. You look huge as ever.
You, well, it was good meeting you. We got to meet in the same event that Stephen and I met at the thing in Sheffield. So good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well and life is treating you good. And I know I think you're prepping for a bodybuilding contest in the near future. So good luck with that.
Thank you. Yeah, but just over a year away now, maybe 16 months or something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Brilliant stuff. Yeah, I mean, all I'd like to say is just thank you, Sean, for coming on board. 30 minutes is definitely not long enough. I think we've experienced similar with all the guests, haven't we? We had Dr. Chafee on for 3 hours, and we still had questions and things to discuss there. But to be concluded, I think there's lots that we can hit home and maybe put forward to you again. But thanks for your time. Very much appreciated.
Thanks for having me, guys. Thanks for doing this, and thanks for the audience. Thanks for being part of this community. All of us are important. Every single one of us is important. And in order to grow this, we all need to sort of just continue to fight the good fight. So thanks everybody for being there. I'll leave you to it. Have fun. Stay awake for the next 14 hours, guys. Take care.
Easy work. Thank you, Sean. Well appreciated.
So, Jonathan, for those that don't know you, can we have a little introduction from you?
I'll give you a whistle stop tour. Firstly, thanks very much to both of you for hosting this. Appreciate it takes a lot of time and effort to put this all together. It's not just the click the button and go. It's a case of getting everything organised. So I do appreciate that very much. I'm sure everyone else does as well. I'll be as succinct as possible. I'll just say I'm a 28-year-old carnivore bodybuilder. I've been following the diet since February the 2nd, 2020. So it's roughly 3.5 or so years. I first experimented with the diet when I was I believe I was 14 or 15, maybe 16 years old. I did a diet of tuna and eggs for a bodybuilding competition for 5 months. Didn't really work. I didn't have enough saturated fat, not enough cholesterol. Came back to it a few years later. I noticed at that time I had some positive effects on my digestion. I tried it again. I noticed when I had vegetables and fruits and things, I felt more inflamed, felt worse. So I got rid of those back in February 2020. And I actually used it partially to help diagnose the issue that I have in my spine. I have something called spondylitic spondylolisthesis in the L5-S1 vertebrae. That means I've got trapped nerves in my spine, which causes me a real pain in the backside. And up until then, it just caused me that. Now it causes me pain in the hip as well. I had a spinal fusion surgery in December the 12th last year. So roughly 7 months post spinal fusion. I have found actually the diet has got my inflammatory markers as close to zero as they can possibly get. So it's been very effective in that kind of regard. And with that being said, I'm kind of looking at the diet now from a multifaceted approach. So the fact that I suffer with autistic spectrum disorder, I've noticed my cognition is far better, my ability to communicate is far better, my sensory kind of input isn't as frustrating to deal with. I suffer with something called synesthesia. So oftentimes I'll experience senses as I speak or do anything, which can be quite frustrating, but it does make life quite a hell of a journey. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Other than that, I'm a nutrition consultant. I specialise mostly on the carnivore diet. I work with bodybuilders and average folk, just as I'm sure both of you guys do. I tend to go more towards the body composition side of it, so I'm kind of at that funnel after when people have got healthy. Okay, now I want to build my muscle, lose fat. That's where I'm at basically right now.
And do you know Rich?
I have not met Rich, but I believe I may have crossed him at the PHC UK.
Brilliant. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? Because I mean, we're such a small community, within the UK. Yet there's so many people that I haven't met or heard of either. But we've got to fix that, I think, haven't we? I think events like this will allow us to network, because I come from a bodybuilding background also. It took over my life for a number of years. I've come away from it now. As you can tell, I'm considerably smaller, but same as you, adopting the lifestyle, removing the plant toxins, phytoalexins, allowed me to thrive in a sport that is heavily carb dominated. At the time I was one of only 2 or 3 low carb ketogenic athletes, and I remember time with the British Championship. I won the British Championship in my category, and a gentleman who won in his, a friend of mine, is also ketogenic. The guy that came second to him was also, so the 3 ketogenic people at the time came first, second and third, and obviously 2 of them were in one category. But we were ostracized from the community because he was so heavily carb dominated that I was the weirdo in the corner that didn't consume carbohydrate. But it soon started to turn heads. When you turn up year after year, you become leaner and bigger, and you're gaining more mass than anyone else, and your condition's coming on point, and you start winning comps. It does start to turn heads. Fantastic, and kudos to you. I think this is the ideal lifestyle for tackling and blocking NLRP3 inflammasome, which is responsible for a lot of the inflammatory signaling within the body. I don't suffer a severe with you in regards to inflammation, but I have always had inflammatory problems which are barely non-existent anymore, and for me it's been absolutely life-changing, and it sounds like it's been life-changing for you so far as well, so kudos to you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad you've had success with it as well. It sounds like, I'm sure you guys talked about it loads of times already now. It's been like 10 hours in nearly. You need carbs to build muscle. You need carbs to train. Obviously not. Yeah. I'm 110 kilos. I'm really, really, really strong. I'm really, really, really fast. I'm quite muscular as well. So I kind of shine like Sean, like yourself. I'm sure quite a few others that you don't need carbs to build muscle.
No,
you don't.
No carbs.
And I think we've got some questions for you, Jonathan, if that's okay. And obviously, I'd like Rich to chime in as well.
Sure.
I think he was a bit starstruck with Sean there. I've never seen him so quiet. But anyway,
I didn't get a chance to get anything in. I think it was so short, and I didn't. Obviously, there was a few people who had paid, isn't it, to ask a few questions.
Yeah.
I didn't want to take up the time. I was ready to jump in anywhere, to be honest, but I didn't want to take up the questions. But you know me, give me the mic for 2 minutes, and I'll take it for 2 hours. So.
I think what happened when I was trying to organise this was I didn't know who we'd get. I'm going to be really honest here, and Anthony Chafee was so generous because he was the first person. Well, you arranged that, Rich, and he said, "Oh, I'll do the first 3 hours." So I just assumed, maybe if we do that, we're not going to get enough guests. So I reduced the time down to sort of like a maximum of an hour, and I got so many people wanting to do it. In the end, it was all we could do was half an hour. So Sean was the last one in. So we only had half an hour, and he's one of the biggest names in carnivore. So anyway, right, here we go. So Sonny's asked, "Hi, if I'm not counting calories, how do I calculate percentages?"
That's an excellent question. Anyone that's worth their weight I'd say is not counting calories. It's a very outdated concept. I won't go into here. I'm sure you guys have tons of videos. I do as well. Percentages now, they can be a useful guide. The way you'd work that out is work out how many, percentages, ratios can be used interchangeably. I believe it's something like 80-20 in regards to fat to protein. If you're doing something like, say, 200 fat, 100 protein, that's how you'd work it out. Basically 2 to 1, that would be 80-20. And then from there, you'd know, would it be about 60-40 would be something like 1 to 1, or 66-33 it would be 1 to 1, something like that. I'm personally not the biggest advocate of percentages, ratios, calories. As you guys have said, actually, I was listening to you guys earlier, you do have a protein and an individual fat requirement. I'm sure you've probably said it, and I'm sure Dr. Chafee said at the very start. You're not looking at these things as some kind of mix match thing. The amount you need for each specific nutrient is very individual. I've spoken to some carnivores that are having as much as maybe 90% fat if you're talking about calories. And there's people as low as maybe 30% fat. But people are doing 30% though, they're doing it for a short phase to drop body fat very quickly, so protein sparing modified fast. What I'm finding with the several hundred people I've spoken to over the past, 7, 8, 9 months I've been carnivore coaching, so to speak, is people tend to fall around a 1-to-1 ratio of protein to fat. Especially at the start when they're less fat adapted, they're not taking as much fat in a given period of time. So what I'm looking at for most people is find your protein grams. I know you guys have pretty similar views to me. I literally listened to a bit with Coach Bronson earlier. I believe he said 1 to 1.25 grams per pound of lean body mass. My recommendation is 1.75 grams per kilo of fat-free mass. The reason why I use fat-free mass is fat-free mass that does alter. That would include your bone itself. Your bone is an adaptive material in the body, so that can go up and down. So I think, although yes, you can use your lean body mass, why not include bone as well? That's an adaptive substance itself in your body. So yeah, that's kind of where I stand with it. And I think the variation between that in terms of maybe it could be maybe 10 to 15% either side. So some people might be doing maybe 1.5, some people might be doing about 2, something like that. So for myself, as a point of reference, I don't stick to that myself. The reason being is I have a large fat-free mass. I've tried doing 1.75 grams, but I notice my appetite goes up for more. If I go for a walk, it goes up even higher. If I do anything in my day, it'll go up even further and further and further. So that's why I'm giving a large bracket for a lot of people. Then from there, once you found that protein grammage, you'll look at your fat grams. So you might start at that 1-to-1. So for example, someone on maybe 120 protein might be on 120 fat. What you then look at is, there's a few things you can look at. Subjective markers like your sleep quality, your recovery from gym if you go to the gym and exercise, your scale weight, your digestion, anything you can kind of give a rough estimate on. So you might give yourself a score on day 1. How do you feel on day 1? Then from there you'd go to say day 2, day 3, day 4. Give each marker a score out of 10. And you can say, okay, that macro ratio, that grammage didn't work. It did work. From there, you then up or minus protein or fat grams. You can sometimes up them at the same time and sometimes lower them at the same time. You'll notice this if you drop too much weight or gain too much weight at a given period of time. That's kind of where I stand on ratios and macros. They can be useful tools at the beginning, but for me, that's my summary of macros, what to do, how to start, and where I'd go from there. Of course, follow your appetite as well.
Well, Rich, I thought you were going to unmute there. Did you want to add to that?
I am. Yeah, no, that's fantastic. It's I think, doing it that way is probably more. That's how I began measuring early on was, the fat-free mass. But it is more difficult to measure, and that's why I tend to round it. So I believe, we 1.75 per kilogram is about 0.8 for fat-free mass, isn't it? So yeah, that's probably in the same ballpark as 1 gram per pound, more or less, give or take, I think. Would you agree, more or less?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
So as a ballpark figure, and again, as you say, everyone is individual, and it's a case of finding that, putting that fork in the ground and seeing how you react to that. Unfortunately, everybody wants results immediately, don't they? So it's incredibly difficult to gauge results early on in regards to building lean mass, unless you've got access to a body composition machine, which I'm lucky enough to have one. We've bought one for the shop, and that's how I was measuring for competitions. Which is fantastic. It's about 99% accurate to a DEXA scan. Fantastic way. And what I proved with that while prepping for a comp, now, as you know from the bodybuilding community, what we are told is when we are cutting, you cannot build lean mass. My lean mass increased ever so slightly, but I didn't lose any, which is absolutely goes against everything that we've been taught in regards to calories. And coming back to what you said earlier in regards to calories are so antiquated. It's not the calories that govern whether we gain or lose weight. The caloric model is highly flawed. It doesn't account for many things amongst insulin, the effect of insulin. It's the endocrine system that governs whether we gain or lose weight. The caloric model doesn't account for thermic effect of protein, ketogenesis, metabolic rate, the effect of lectins on insulin. So highly antiquated. And as you say, anyone within our space that works in calories anymore, I have no time for. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. It's just they are so far behind the times in regards to body composition, health and well-being. The caloric model, as you rightly say, is highly flawed. And I think there are better metrics to use if you want to track that. Is I think in your space for athletic performance, it's good to track. But I don't track anymore per se. The only thing that I measure is my body fat percentage on the in-body occasionally. But you can do this incredibly cheap. Now, one of the best tools that I found was a body fat percentage caliper, which you can buy for about £5 online. I didn't use this for the conversion into body fat. I just used it to measure the millimeter of my fat fold. And that's a fantastic gauge, because what I found, and it's probably similar to you, when you get to a certain point, your body fat percentage will come down incredibly, but the weight will stay. The last couple of pounds almost don't seem to shift yet. You go from looking, you go to look like Skeletor. Those you get death face. You look incredibly lean, but the weight has barely changed on the scale. But that measure tape, although body fat calipers will show a difference. So they're a handy tool to have, incredibly cheap. I don't know about you, but I try not to go by the scale too much either. The scales, I think, don't give a full picture in regards to weight loss, fat percentage, muscle gain, etc. But yeah, love that. Well on board.
Yeah. Just very, very briefly, because I want to get through as much as I can. I like bioimpedance scales, not that accurate. Mine reads me at 19% body fat. I'm not 19% body fat. But it does provide me with a trend, so I can reliably find a trend line, so I can see what's happening. DEXA scan is, of course, much better metric. What I do like to use is before a competition is a body fat caliper, like you said, so you can get digital ones online for like £5-6, and you just measure the thickness of your abdomen, find an easy to access part of your body that you can just pinch. Okay, starting day 1, 10 millimeters. Week later, 9, 8, 7. There'll be 7, 7, 7, 6, 6. So it'll go down very slowly. But the lowest you'll probably get it over your whole body is about 3 millimeters. That's what I could get it to. The back of the calf, the bicep, maybe 2 millimeters. But beyond that, you can't get much leaner.
Yeah, 0.5 I got to was my lowest, which was incredible. Crazy. In fact, it's not 0.5; it'd be 1, because they go up in sections of 2, don't they? On the non-digital, so that would be about 1 mil, which gave me a body fat percentage of about 2%, 2.5 kilograms of fat in my entire body, which isn't healthy. I'm not telling people to do that. It's not healthy to compete, but it is fit for purpose, isn't it? I didn't win on size. I won on condition. Nobody else could bring the condition that I did, and it's going to be the same story with you when you get on stage, because we have the ability to burn fat. Unlike anybody else on the planet, this is what we do. We're fat burners, and that's why we take that condition to stage.
We got a question from Andy there. by the way, which is intriguing for a lot of people. Jonathan, know your story. Doesn't lifting very heavy weights have a bad effect on your spine?
I do like this question a lot. This is a very fair question. So Stephen Thomas there and we did a video on this maybe 6 months ago. I've covered it. I kind of documented my spine fusion surgery before and after on my channel in a few different ways. And what I found is I've had to, over the years, change my training routine, revamp it. I'm at the point now where I don't do loaded squats at all. I don't do deadlifts, bent over rows, anything which loads the spine. What I found is I'm able to use more time and attention, use more specific exercises. It's less compound lifts. I can still lift very, very safely. I've got a few videos of me training on my channel, and you can watch me do my stuff. It's some older stuff, maybe 1, 2, 3 months old. You'll see my form is immaculate. I can honestly say that. And if I had a client come to me and show me that video and say that was them, I'd say perfect. It really, really is top notch. And I think people think they apply good form, but they really don't. So form doesn't just mean in the gym that you're lifting something from A to B and you're doing it slowly. No, it means so much more than that. It means your instinctual thought and your intuition as you're lifting a weight, for example, in a shoulder press, is that the bar is actually going in one direction and you're using muscles to resist it. So it's not you're focusing moving your hand up, it's you're using your shoulder to bring your arm up. So it applies internally. So you can't see that in someone's training methodology, but what you'll find is the biggest bodybuilders, the ones with the most success, will often be the ones with the most mind muscle activation. So that's how you'll see a pro bodybuilder on stage, show their training videos, they'll be pushing it out, repping it fast, but they have tremendous mind muscle connection. That's how they get away with it. For people like me, I can't train like that anymore. I have to use less inertia, be a lot more careful. In terms of concentric and eccentric phase, so the lifting phase and lowering phase, I like to apply maybe 3 to 5 seconds up and maybe 3 to 6 seconds down for most things. That's a broad sort of range of what I'm doing. So yeah, limit inertia, safe form, safe exercises, be specific. And it does seem to work. I've gained 2 kilos of fat-free mass since my surgery, so figure.
That's brilliant, Jonathan. Great answer as well. And just to sort of broadening out and look on the flip, if you've had surgery and you do nothing and you just lay on the bed because you're too scared to do anything, that's actually going to be more deleterious, I promise you. You know, the old phrase about motion is lotion is really true. You do have to do it, but obviously with good form, understand your technique, and don't push yourself too hard where you're not doing the right exercise. Really, that's it. So Sandra's asking, in breaking through body composition plateaus, have you cycled the protein fat ratios to keep the body from acclimatizing?
Yes, I have done that. I'll try and give a very quick one. We don't get long, do we? If you're doing a long diet and you've got a lot of fat to cut off, I recommend to people that they have a diet break in between it. I'd say if you're doing any kind of diet phase, which is maybe more than 12, 14 weeks, have a break in the middle. It doesn't mean come off a diet, but it means maybe go to baseline, maybe what you started with, something like that. Maybe a 2-week phase. And that's if you're dieting for a long time. Now, what I like to do is sometimes have what we call in bodybuilding like a fat cycle or a macronutrient cycle. I think they call it carb cycling. So you'll just have maybe 2 days where you'll increase your food intake. That will help get your leptin signaling correct, as in your appetite will be lower, your metabolic rate will go higher, your thyroid output will go higher, your breathing, your performance, your ability to train, everything will go up basically. So then you'll be able to actually dig further into the fat loss phase. So yes, I do apply protein and fat cycling. Again, in terms of ratio, not a ratio thing for me. It's individual protein and fat grams as separate levers. I find that you can't eat protein forever higher and higher to the point that you don't get some ill effect. Eventually something will happen. I've experimented up to 550 grams of protein a day for a period of, I believe it was 9 months. Every single day, around 550 grams. And that was my baseline average. That was because I was binge eating and I just liked food a lot. And I had a way of satiating myself. Little did I know, long term not ideal, the glycation from the excess carbohydrates. the glucose from gluconeogenesis, not ideal. It can distress the gut. The idea is to give your body exactly what it needs, no more, no less. You'll never be perfect, but the idea is to get as close as you can through different measurements that I mentioned earlier. Now, protein and fat ratios, grams. I mean, you can take the fat grams quite low, but the longer you do it, the more of a negative feedback response you'll get. So it's not something I aim to sort of continue. I think things like that should be used for no longer than maybe 2 to 3 days at a time. So you might do one maintenance sort of day in a week, maybe 2 or 3 moderate days, then 2 or 3 low days. They're not hard and fast rules. It's not like my prescription to someone, so don't try and follow this. But consult with me, Stephen, or Richard, and you'll find the right answer basically. But that's kind of the sort of thing I'd do. And how do I change that around training? We always have a protein requirement. We have a protein balance we're trying to keep to retain nitrogen within our muscles, so we can have that protein synthesis balance, basically keeping things going, basically, so you don't lose muscle. I like to keep protein quite consistent throughout the whole week, and as I get leaner, I might raise protein a little bit higher just to satiate myself a bit more, because protein is very satiating. You can almost, in effect, not entirely true, but you kind of can, get away with eating more and more protein to hit that hunger threshold, and still cut body fat. There's studies where people have eaten, I believe, 4.4 grams of protein per kilo of body weight and still lost body fat and retained some good lean mass. So you can do that, but it's not advised. The idea is to get exactly what you need and just stick it out. But like the keto pro said, if you're trying to get very lean, you will suffer. It will be hard. It'll be difficult when your body fat's like a millimeter or something. It'll be horrendous, and it will test you. It will test your mind. It's a battle of the mind, not the body, I think.
Brilliant, Jonathan. I can see Casey in the waiting room, but we're going to you've generated a lot of questions. So that's great. So can we do this one? If OMAD causes indigestion constipation, would you suggest more small meals with mixed fat and protein, or one bigger protein meal and fat spread throughout the day?
Yeah. So it depends how much the person's eating for a start point. You need a reference value. If someone is eating 300 grams of protein and fat and they're doing OMAD, well, you're not going to feel very good, are you? So you need to know exactly what that person is doing. So I couldn't give out prescriptive advice for that one. If you're doing something sensible and saying you're maintaining your weight, you can split your meals up a little bit. Ideally, the goal isn't to have 10 feedings in a day. I think you can maximize muscle protein synthesis with about 4, maybe 5 meals, but it won't give you like much margin of gains in terms of muscle building if that's what you're trying to achieve. I mean, it's like fractions of percentages probably. The main thing is getting in the protein that you need in a given day. Now, if you've got indigestion, I'd recommend lowering the amount of protein and fat in each sitting. Splitting it up a little bit. So first, obviously, do the minimal effective dose, so to speak. So if you're doing OMAD, do 2 MAD, test it out, give it a week, 3 MAD, 4 MAD, that sort of thing. Probably wouldn't go more than 4 MAD unless you're about my size, to be honest. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And I think as long as your protein is high enough in a given sitting, you shouldn't run into any issues. But the idea is you upregulate your gallbladder to synthesize enzymes and bile acid and stuff, which then goes to the liver, which then gets dealt with that way, or another way around. But yeah,
that's great. And this could be both of you actually, and then we get Casey in. Probably have to be a bit brief. Should carnivores train differently in the gym than people that eat carbs?
No. To keep it brief, no. What you may find is if you're initially transitioning, you may have a few days or weeks period where it will be tough. You might have electrolyte disturbance. You might not have the full oomph that you did in the gym. You might feel a bit dry. That's what's kind of word that we use in bodybuilding. Like you feel a bit dry. Give it a few weeks. You won't know if you're fat adapted until you get to the point where you've matched your previous lifts in the gym. So I'd say no, your training doesn't have to change, but you might notice that your intensity level may go down because you cannot give it that welly because you're not fat adapted. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. Training stays the same. Coming back to a point you made earlier in regards to eccentric and concentric movements, I made a similar transition a while ago. I started to concentrate on eccentric movements over concentric. My timings were slightly different. It was more to 4 to 5 down and sort of 2 to 3 up. But again, I moved away from all the heavy compound lifts because of injury. So a similar story there in regards to the form and movements and eccentric, concentric movements. Training, same. Yeah, I've always I've lifted weights the same. So what I have implemented is the amount of time that I spend in the gym. In the beginning, I was spending 2 to 3 hours. Education along the years has led me to believe that this is counterintuitive because of the elevation of cortisol. We live and learn. Rep ranges change. I found the sweet spot to be around 12 sets in each movement, 45 minutes to an hour, and I found that I'd get all the best gains. You don't need to spend ridiculous amounts of hours in there. And yeah, agree with everything else that you just said. So yeah,
beautiful.
So Jonathan's going to tag Casey Ruff, who's just entered the studio. Jonathan, do you know Casey?
I know Casey.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
High five. Oh, which way?
Try again.
Mirror reverse. I'm not very good at mirrors.
Oh. I trained chest today. My chest bit.
Great to see you guys.
That's great. Rich.
Oh, man. What an enjoyable hour. That was incredible.
Awesome. Brilliant.
Thank you.
I'll enjoy it. This is hour 11 for us, I think.
Yeah, we're on
to
the 11th hour.
Yeah.
Jonathan, thank you so much. Composition consultant. In the description for this video, all his links. So if you want to hook up with Jonathan, that's great. I think he's live streamed this to Facebook as well. So that's interesting. Jonathan, thank you so much.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks, Jonathan. It'd be great to touch base outside of this and
cheers, take care.
A podcast if you're up for that. Oh, yeah. Gone. Yeah.
Excellent.
If you, awesome. There we are.
Right.
Sure if it was
sorry to be so blunt. Right, Casey, introduce yourself to the broader public who don't know who you are.
Yeah, hello. Like I said, that was a very enjoyable hour. I would much rather listen to Jonathan and Dr. Baker talk for an hour than I would listen to myself for 30 minutes. It was awesome to hear those guys. I love them both. I've hosted them both on my podcast. My name is Casey Ruff. I'm a personal trainer and nutrition coach. I have been certified as a personal trainer since March of 2007. I am the host of Boundless Body Radio, which is a podcast that I started in October of 2020. We now have over 500 episodes. We release episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and we're generating over 300,000 downloads. I guess we've generated 300,000 downloads in the course of running the show, which has been fantastic. Stephen, I've had the pleasure of hosting you. Rich, I'd love to host you sometime on the show as well. And I'm the co-founder with my wife of a personal training company called Boundless Body. We started our company in the pandemic when our corporate gym kind of went away, and the program that I was managing also went away, which was dealing with measuring people's metabolic rates. And so that's kind of what I wanted to present on today. And I've got some interesting slides. I don't often get to show people this kind of thing. And so I've got some visual aids that might kind of help people understand. And I think it's quite relevant from what we just heard from Jonathan about how we use our calories, how our metabolism works. And Rich, exactly what you said. How do we become really good at what we should be really good at, which is burning fat? Fortunately, with over a decade of working on a metabolic cart, I got a front row seat as to see what would actually happen when people started changing their diets. And saw lots of really cool results because of that.
Well, should we dive into your presentation? I think it's great that you come with a presentation, and
if
let's go for
it.
I think that's
figure it out, then absolutely. I practiced, but I realized I practiced on Zoom. So it's a little bit of a different platform, but I think we can make it work here.
Well, I don't know how live stream works in any way different to Zoom, so you should be all right. And we've already got a message. Good. Ooh, slides. Love it. So, yeah.
Able to see that?
Can you share it? I can't see anything.
Can't see anything?
No. Can you see anything, Richard?
No, I think you have to at your end, Steve, is it?
How do I do that?
Oh, I don't know. Did you do it with me? So I think, Casey, what you need to do is go to present at the bottom. Click on that and then select the screen. Select the screen that you want to share. So next to your face at the bottom left, there should be another one. Click that, and then Steve should be able to.
How's that?
Here we go. Yes. Add it to the stream. Here we go.
There we go.
Ooh, I like it.
Okay, we're able to see that?
Yes. Fantastic. Brilliant.
Okay, excellent. So as I started my career as a personal trainer, it was pretty soon after I'd started as a trainer that my manager realized I knew a lot about heart rate monitors with my background in cycling. And so they basically trained me to run what is called metabolic assessments, metabolic tests. And basically we would use something called a metabolic cart, which you can kind of see here. You would hook up to a mask on somebody, and basically whether they were resting or whether they were doing some form of exercise and slowly ramping up, we would be able to measure a few different things, which is kind of cool when we're talking about the breath. The breath really holds a lot of secrets as to how many calories we're burning at a given time. So that's primarily what we would do for the resting test, is measure how quickly somebody would burn a certain amount of calories. And then with what we call the active metabolic test, we would be able to tell how that would change as somebody was ramping up their heart rate. Basically, it's like a VO2 test, if you're familiar with that, or you've seen that happen at a gym or on a Gatorade commercial or something like that. So it was pretty cool. I was able to measure people's metabolic rates. And if this looks very antiquated, it's because it absolutely is. This was the kind of information that we would present to people, especially when I was first getting started back in 2007, where the number of calories that you would eat would be a direct correlation with the calories you would burn. Therefore, everything for weight management will come down to a formula, right? Has anybody ever done this and found out that it actually doesn't really work? There's 3,500 calories in a pound of fat. And so by the math of things, if we measured your total metabolic rate, the total number of calories that you would burn in a given day with exercise and with the lifestyle you have, whether you're, working at an office job or you're shucking boxes at UPS, if you just took that number and ate 500 calories less than that in 1 week, 7 days, that would add up to that 3,500 calories. And so we would find that people would lose 1 pound per week. And you would just continue to do that, lose 1 pound per week, 1 pound per week, 1 pound per week, until you reached your weight goal. Again, has anybody ever noticed that that works in a sustainable way? It's ridiculous. We notice that this happens. I love that this says fad diet transformation, which to me, a fad diet is the diet that most people are prescribed, the standard American diet. It's a fad. And yes, you can lose weight. You can lose weight by dropping your calories down. There is an after impact where you end up gaining the weight. And if we go back to this number, we just assume that this number here, this resting energy expenditure number, is always going to stay static. It's always going to stay the same. And if that were the case, then yes, we could probably treat this like a math problem, get people to lose all the weight that they needed to, just by, measuring the calories and making sure that people were eating the certain right amount of calories that put them in a caloric deficit. The problem is this number changes. This number is not the same. The resting energy expenditure number will drop. If you start eating less calories, you will teach yourself to burn less calories. And then we would see a drop in this number. And that's why most diets end up failing. And like I said, we get this kind of effect. So I'll pause there to see if anybody has any questions so far. Good so far?
Are you talking in the chat?
All good.
No, if you guys have any questions, we're fine.
Oh, no,
okay.
we're fine.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So the other test, the other test that we would run would be called an active metabolic test. And this would show, as somebody is ramping up as far as their heart rate and intensity, we would show how many calories somebody would be burning in each one of their unique heart rate zones. So what you see here is just an example. This wouldn't necessarily apply to the average person watching. These are all very unique and individual, but we would show how as you work harder during exercise, you will burn more and more calories. And I think that's pretty intuitive for most people. If you're doing a really hard workout in 30 minutes, you would be burning more calories than, say, another person who is maybe just doing a really easy workout, maybe just going on a walk. And yes, the harder you work, you can see as the heart rate goes up and you move through all the zones 1 through 5, you are burning more calories. That's certainly the case. But if you look to the far right, you're going to see percentage splits between what fuel you are actually burning between fat and carbohydrates. And that's what our metabolic carts were able to tell us, is not just the total number of calories that somebody was burning, but also where are those calories coming from? Are you burning fat or are you burning carbohydrates as your primary fuel source? And as you ramp up your intensity during exercise, you are literally burning a smaller and smaller and smaller percentage of fat for your energy and burning a much greater percentage of your energy from carbohydrates. Now, when I was a cyclist, this is also when I kind of started my career as a personal trainer, we were brought up on the notion that every endurance athlete needed tons of carbohydrates. You had to have carbohydrates. I would eat before I went on a race. I would stuff my jersey pockets with all kinds of goos and gels and all kinds of crap like this. Like, this is what my diet looked like, 10, 15 years ago when I was racing competitive cycling. And this is what we were told to do. Lots of pasta, lots of bread, the oatmeal before the ride. Those, oh man, I remember the kind of like really way too ripe bananas going kind of nasty in your jersey pocket, like on a hot day, and like trying to pull that out and snack on it on a ride. It was so gross. And that was what we were told to do. And so we really didn't know any better. When you are working at a very high rate, you're burning lots of carbohydrates, and carbohydrates tend to run out. So you want to top them off as you are exercising, essentially, especially at those high intensities. And that's all I knew for a very, very long time. And I didn't really understand, looking at these, heart rate zones and understanding the percentage of fat versus the percentage of carbohydrates that somebody could burn. I really didn't understand that could be manipulated, and that you could actually help people increase the amount of fat that they were burning and thus decrease the amount of carbohydrates that they were burning, and why that would be important. And I want to move to this next slide, which in my opinion is one of the most important slides on this presentation. This was taken from a document that I would present to people when I was showing them the heart rate zones and how they use calories. When I was training other personal trainers on metabolic carts and how to use these to get great results and interpret the results for their clients, I would make the people that I would train stop at this, this diagram here that you see, and really spend some time thinking about the implications of what this means. So what you're seeing here is the number of calories from carbohydrates that the body stores. So really important to say, what we've been talking about so far has been burning calories. Well, this is the other side of things. This is now storing calories. How does the body store its calories? The top number you're going to see is calories from carbohydrates. Now, this is based on the average female, for example. So that number is fixed. Technically, that number can be a few hundred calories higher, a few hundred calories lower, but essentially it means that we have a fixed storage capacity for carbohydrates, and that's based on your muscle mass. So generally speaking, you're going to see that number somewhere around 1,500 calories for carbohydrates the body has capacity to store. And then if we look at the next number, those are the calories of fat that this person is storing based on their weight and their body fat percentage. It's also very interesting to see that number is 10 times higher, or I'm sorry, 100 times higher of stored calories from fat than the calories from carbohydrates. And I do want to point out that this woman that I did this test on, you can see from her picture, she's actually fairly lean. So she's not an overweight person. She has a pretty normal body fat percentage, and she still has 110,000 calories of stored fat on the body that can be used for fuel. Now you can see again, if we go back up to the calories from carbohydrates that are stored, that is a top level. That is the maximum number that most females could store. Again, with males, if they got more muscle mass, that number is probably going to be closer to 2,000 calories from carbohydrates. But that's it. You can't exceed that level of storage of carbohydrates, even if you take in more carbohydrates. So for example, we were always told the night before a race, we needed to carbo load, right? You need to eat more carbohydrates and store up that tank. Well, the problem is, again, that storage capacity is so limited. Best case, the very best case scenario that you can do is fill up that storage capacity. Everything else that you consume that's carbohydrates is going to spill out and be stored in calories from fat. So that's where the body changes the carbohydrates. It switches them in the liver into triglycerides and stores them as calories of fat. And that's why you see that number be so high, over 100,000 calories that this person is storing of fat calories. And just to reiterate, this person was not necessarily overweight. They weren't very fat. Like, that number can go up and up and up and up. It could be 200,000, 300,000, 500,000. The most obese person you see, that might be over 600,000 calories of fat that the body is just packing on and packing on and packing on, because it simply does not have the capacity to store any more calories from carbohydrates. So I think this is really important to understand how our bodies work and how we can be extremely healthy. Before I proceed, I'll stop again and just see if anybody has any questions.
All good. Keep on going. All good for me. Excellent. Steve, you happy? Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so when we were talking about athletic performance, we were talking about the need of the body for carbohydrates. So if I go back here, let's assume that I am working out in a high heart rate zone. I'm working really hard as a cyclist. I'm pedaling a lot. I'm burning lots of calories of carbohydrates. But we go back here to see that the body does not store endless amounts of carbohydrates, which is why most endurance athletes at some point or another end up learning what it's like to bonk. When you run out of those stored calories from carbohydrates, you're done. And I'd like to have the comparison of a tanker. What if you saw a gasoline tanker pulled off the side of the road? It was carrying unleaded fuel that was completely full, all the way up to capacity. Yet the engine of the tanker was a diesel, meaning that the engine was not suited to burn the stored energy in the back of the tank. It only had the small storage space that it has on it with diesel fuel. If that were to run out, how weird and ironic would it be that this tanker is full of fuel that the body is not suited to be able to use? It doesn't know how to use it. The engine is not made for that. Again, it's such an interesting example that I think is very ironic, that shows the fact that we need to teach ourselves to be fat burners. And when we do, we have access to the greatest amount of energy that we can store, which is energy from fat. Like I said, if you are overweight, if you're over fat, a number might be very, very high. Even if you are racing in the Tour de France, which is going on right now, you might be almost no body fat percentage. You still have tens of thousands of calories of stored fat that the body can use. And that is an alternative to the carbohydrates. So not only are you teaching yourself to get rid of the fat you already have, you are saving yourself from burning through all of your calories of carbohydrates so that you can have better and better and better endurance. So I just want to show you what that would look like. Here's an example of the same person who did the same test done at a different interval when they started to change their diet and they started to change their workout program. We're going to talk about that here in a little bit. But you can see the same person over time has taught themselves to burn greater and greater and greater percentages of fat for their fuel. And thus, they've also taught themselves to burn less and less and less of the carbohydrates, which is equally as important. I would assume the person on the right would be able to last much longer if they chose to do endurance sport. I would expect them to be leaner since they are burning through the storage of fat, so they could burn that off much easier and have less of the fat. And I would assume that person is also experiencing much less soreness after workouts. I would expect them to feel like they've got much less carbohydrate cravings because they're not burning through all of them. And you can see the difference is like hundreds of calories in an hour that person is preserving as far as carbohydrates and what it's doing for their fat burning capacity. And again, this is through a change in the diet, which means reducing the carbohydrates that we are consuming and eating. Obviously, I'm partial to a carnivore diet, but lots of fat and lots of protein can help cause this. And it's also by shifting the training to a lower level where you're not overworking, you're not pushing yourself up to the highest levels of intensity all the time. You're doing most of your training at a lower intensity, which most people don't like. They don't feel like they're getting the best results when they're working out a little bit easier, but that will teach them how to become more efficient over time. I do have another example of this. You can see how everything has again shifted once somebody has changed their diet, change their workout program to teach themselves literally to burn more fat and burn less of their carbohydrates for energy. So far we have talked a lot about performance, right? This is something that can help endurance athletes if you are looking to last a little bit longer in your 10K or your marathon or whatever you're training for. But I also think it's relevant when we start to look at the original test that we first started talking about, which is the resting test. And we're also talking about things like weight loss and fat loss. So this was the original phenomenon that really brought me into the low carbohydrate space. It made me really appreciate what something like a ketogenic or a carnivore diet could do for somebody, especially when it was paired with fasting, when somebody was doing intermittent fasting. This is the phenomenon that I would see, which really broke my brain in the beginning. I couldn't really explain this. What we were used to doing and telling people is exactly what we presented in the beginning, that if you eat less calories, yes, that will work for weight loss, but eventually the body will compensate and reduce its resting metabolic rate. And so we would use the resting metabolic rate as an absolute minimum number of calories somebody should ever eat. So you always want to eat more than that. When people started fasting and they started shifting over to higher fat, lower carbohydrate diets, I started to notice that people would come in with a predicted burn of the resting metabolic rate where the predicted burn would be hundreds of calories actually less of the number of calories that they were teaching themselves to burn all the time at rest. And I would tell people like, wow, like your metabolism is really good. We're looking at somebody burning 2,600 calories every single day doing nothing. That's a resting metabolic rate. They're just sitting around burning 2,600 calories. That's really amazing. And if you look to the right, you can even see that their ratios of how much fat they're burning is through the roof. They're burning 75% of their calories from fat and really minimizing the percentage of calories that they're burning from carbohydrates. This is exactly what we would want to see. And so I would look at these people and say like, wow, like 2,600 calories. This is really good. This is your minimum number of calories that you need to eat so that we can maintain this. And people would look at me so confused. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I can't eat that many calories. What do you want me to do? Like, do you want me to go back to Twinkies and drinking soda again? Like, I can get that many calories if I have liquid calories, maybe. But when I start eating fat and protein and focus on that, I can't eat that many calories. Like 10 eggs and a pound of ground beef might be sufficient. And that's far less than the metabolic rate would show us, which again was ultra confusing until we realized that when the body has access to stored fat, when you teach the body to burn fat and not burn carbohydrates as the primary fuel source, your metabolic rate will increase. I saw this over and over and over again. And we would also see that somebody would shift their fat burning percentage to be much higher and their carbohydrate percentage to be much lower. Obviously, this is extremely advantageous if you are trying to lose fat. If you want to get rid of fat, this is the way you want to go. You want to really focus your diet around the proteins and fats and drop out the carbohydrates to about as low as you can tolerate. This is why I'm such a fan of the carnivore diet that really answers all the questions anybody needs to know. If you stick with animal product, you will cause this effect to happen in your body. Your body's metabolism will increase and you will burn off fat at a greater rate. We really noticed this quite a bit when we were doing weight loss contests at the gym that I was working at. This guy really changed my life. I'm so grateful that I was able to do a consultation with him. We sat down in 2018. He was about to do this weight loss contest, which would run for 60 days. And he was kind of telling me that he wanted to lose about 25 pounds. At this point in the picture you're seeing here, it's about halfway through his weight loss journey. He was successful in losing that weight, but he was describing, you know, he was having lots of snacks. He was waking up at 2 a.m. to eat cereal. And at the time I realized like, okay, you're definitely not eating enough fat, at least to get really satiated. And so he started eating more fat. He went away. He got really obsessed with the idea of keto diets because he came back to me about 2 or 3 days later and said, hey, I've already lost like 2 or 3 pounds. What's this keto stuff? And I was like, well, that's pretty great, but I don't really know. And that kind of started me down this pathway. He was able to finish the contest and do really, really well. We got lots of recognition for, you know, being the trainers that helped get him there. But what we decided to do is we had our own cohort of people that we had to turn over as we were doing these 60-day contests. We were doing them 4 times a year. What we did, my wife and I, we shifted from giving the materials that the gym was giving to everybody, which was lots of meals, lots of snacks, lots of shopping lists, tons of food prep. We found some low carbohydrate meal plans, and we would give these to people and say, like, look, we're going to do some free seminars. We'll teach you how this works over time. But for now, just find the recipes that you love, your family loves, eat them as much as you like. They're low carbohydrate. Find the ones that taste good. Don't count anything. Like Jonathan said, not the biggest fan of counting. And let's just see how things go in this contest. And I just want to show you, this was up until the day that the gym closed when we lost access to everything. Obviously, my program got shut down very first, even before the gym did. It wasn't very advantageous during the pandemic to stand next to a treadmill with somebody breathing really hard with respiration right next to you. But you can see as we track this definitely wasn't like a, you know, a perfectly done study or anything, but we tracked 187 people that did our contest with us, where we gave them the low carbohydrate meal plans. We had excellent compliance. We had over 65% of the people go through the challenge and actually weigh out at the end of the contest. And of all of the weight that we measured that was lost, we measured that 98.1 of those pounds that anybody lost doing our program was coming from fat. I thought that these meal plans would be successful. I thought that they would really help people, and I thought that it would help them understand how to burn fat, but I never dreamed that we would get percentages like this repeatable. And I have to point out too, those 126 people, they were across the board. Some were men, some were women, some were old, some were young. People did yoga. Some people wanted to gain weight and they wanted to add muscle. Other people did want to lose fat and wanted to lose weight. But regardless, when we gave them low carbohydrate meal plans that really focused on protein and fat as the intake, we saw tremendous repeatable results. And to this day, even though I don't have access to the same metabolic cart, people that follow these principles are able to achieve wonderful results. If we go back and think about, that the slide we showed where we showed the fad diet progression, where people would lose weight and then gain it all back and then some at the end, this is a way that you can teach yourself literally to become a fat burner. We want to teach you how to burn fat and burn off your own fat and use that as energy. You're basically changing the engine of the diesel tanker and making it to be a hybrid. It can run on the diesel. It can also run on the unleaded, and it will not run out. It's able to produce energy for a very, very long time. So if I were to give you a few takeaways from this, I would really recommend that most people really reduce or eliminate their carbohydrates, which means you're left with what we talked about before, fat and protein. Easy way to do that and answer all questions about whether plants are toxic, whether spinach is building up oxalate in your body, go carnivore. It's the only way to tell. And I really love to recommend people, if you don't think you want to commit to a carnivore diet, try one meal. Like one meal of steak and eggs is going to be absolutely delicious and wonderful. And just try that. See how you feel. Are you really full? Are you very satiated? Did you have the need to snack or eat lots of carbohydrates? My guess is no. And if you feel really good, try another one and try another one and try another one. If nothing else, at least start moving in that direction of consuming more fat and more protein. My second tip would be to strength train and get moving. Movement for most people could be something that's really easy. Could be walking, paddleboarding, something that you really enjoy. If you do want to go for performance, I want people to follow what I call the 80-20 rule. So if we go back to these slides where we see heart rate zones, I want people to train at least 80% in their zone 1 or zone 2 or below, somewhere in that range. And if you're going to do any high intensity work, I want that to be at least 20% less of your total amount of what you're doing every single day. If you don't know where your heart rate zones are, that's totally fine. A really great way to calculate what that might be for a really good starting point is using math heart rate calculations. This comes from Dr. Phil Maffetone. He's been doing this for a million years, very, very well. Definitely everything that I saw using metabolic carts correlated really well with his equation, which basically means you want to take 180 minus your age and make sure, again, following that 80-20 rule, you're doing at least 80% of whatever work you're doing in those ranges, somewhere close to 180 minus your age. If you don't have a heart rate monitor, that's also okay. We use a self-selected scale called RPE, or rate of perceived exertion. You want that to be 5 out of 10 most of the time when you're doing any form of exercise. So that's a lot easier than what most people assume. Like I said, most people don't like that, but over time, you'll teach yourself to do a higher and higher workload, meaning you can run faster, bike faster, all the things. And then everything else we recommend is, get great sleep, reduce your stress. I put sleep in there twice. So apparently it's really important. Maybe you need a nap. I don't know. You guys don't need a nap. You guys are going 24 hours. You don't need to sleep in there twice. And just to enjoy your life and not worry too much about the other things. And again, I think a carnivore diet is a really good way to do that. As always, anybody can book a free consultation with us at myboundlessbody.com. You can click on the book now button at any time, and we can always chat or bounce ideas off each other. But that was more or less my presentation about how to become a fat burner.
Brilliant, Casey. Thank you. I think a few people in the chat just didn't really understand why you were using calories so much, but I was trying to explain in the chat that this is what you used to do, and that's how you discovered that it was BS. What was you were being told? I mean, the thing is, there's no point in rewriting your history because that's not how you think anymore. It was just to illustrate that you had the scales moved from your eyes, because when you started to look at the data didn't say the things that you were expecting. I mean, that's it. So a few people just saying, well, we don't talk about calories much, but you did then, didn't you? And that's how it just, it revealed itself. That's all I was trying to say in the chat, because that's where I come from. I was taught all this calorie nonsense and stuff like that, and my brain just didn't see it as factual. It was like, well, hang on a minute, this doesn't make any sense. We've got 50,000 calories of fat and 2,000 calories of glucose. Why does the body use the small amount? What, when you used your big oil tanker thing. So I just wanted to pacify the people in the chat that weren't getting. I didn't think they got the historical thing, that's how you realized what was going on. And of course, in those days, it was all about calories. So you can't rewrite your documents that you've got that were proving basically burning fat was better and all that sort of stuff. And what's the point of
fair
deleting
point, yeah.
the words? Yeah, there's no point in doing that. So yeah, we talk about calories, but the point is doing that made you realize we should be oxidizing fat. And it's changed the way you think, isn't it? So
yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
that's such a fair point, and I really appreciate that. I should have been more clear with that in my presentation. That was the first part of everything that I was explaining, was the stuff that would repeatedly fail. It would fail and fail and fail, and I would sit around and tell my clients they weren't following the advice well enough, they weren't eating enough vegetables, they weren't counting their calories properly, and it wouldn't work for anybody. And by changing the diet in a different way that's really unconventional, it pretty much works for everybody. And now, like you guys, I get to do something that is not recommended, but change lives through, again, something very unconventional, and see it work all the time. It's joyous. It's incredible.
Yeah. I mean, thank you for taking that time out. Have you got any comments, Rich?
Yeah, I think some of the comments were a little bit harsh there, I'll be honest. I mean, people seem to forget that these presentations are made for people who understand calories, who are not as well informed as the rest of us in regards to the ketogenic and carnivore community. So, I mean, to take it with a pinch of salt, it's one of the only metrics that people understand in regards to energy consumption. We can't measure heat, which is, that's basically what we're measuring, and that's what we use is heat, isn't it? But we can't use heat as a metric when we're speaking to Joe Public in regards to weight loss and weight gain. Fantastic presentation. Zone 2 training is fantastic for burning fat. That's where most of 80% of my training comes into in regards to running and riding. One thing that I'd add to that is that it takes time to adapt into fat burning. One of these processes or transporters is the monocarboxylate transporters. We can upregulate monocarboxylate transporters through intense exercise. So we can fast track the body's ability to utilize beta hydroxybutyrate for fuel through intense exercise early on. It's not always recommended because people feel lethargic early on, and obviously due to low sodium concentrations and loss of water, they're feeling a little bit fatigued. But for those who are supplementing or consuming adequate amounts of protein, salts, or even supplementing with things like exogenous ketones, we can burst through that quite early on. There's a way that we can upregulate the MCTs, the monocarboxylate transporters, not to be confused with medium-chain triglycerides. But we can upregulate these. And once we're through that, then, the Zone 2 training is fantastic. That's where I do most of my training on the bike and the running. Love to get you on my podcast because I've recently come away from last May. I retired from professional bodybuilding and now I compete in running and cycling. I'm trying to prove to the triathlon community that this is exactly the way forward. And just to reiterate something that you said there, how much time have we got, Steve? Am I a little bit behind? Have we got 2 minutes?
Colt's just come in. I think Colt and Casey know each other. Casey, do you know Colt Milton? Do you know Colt Milton?
From social media, I don't know that we've ever talked to each other.
You carry on, Rich, and I'll get.
I'll smash through this really quickly. So I'm working with another fellow PHC ambassador whose son is a semi-professional cyclist, 22 years old, I believe. Now he's been ketogenic stroke carnivore for maybe 6 to 8 weeks, possibly a bit longer. He recently competed for 4 hours at 368 watts. He was putting out 368 watts on the bike for 4 hours at 91% of VO2 max, which just plays into exactly what you said, but there into percentages in regards to what we can achieve in VO2 max at high intensity. So we're told we can't compete and perform a high intensity, but this is exactly what he is doing at higher intensity than he has ever achieved before on carbohydrate. The body is an incredible machine. Once you become fat adapted and metabolically flexible, and we upregulate these MCTs, the monocarboxylate transporters, we can perform incredible things. And this is what I'm trying to do within the triathlon community in regards to running and cycling. I've only been running and cycling recently, but enough to put this into perspective, my 5K time, and I've been running for a few months only, my 5K time is 18 minutes 45. My half marathon is about 1.5 hours. And my FTP on the bike is 259, which works at a 3.6 watts per kilogram. That's not setting the world on fire, but I've literally only been running and cycling for a very short period of time. And I am not genetically gifted. I put this down to living a ketogenic carnivore lifestyle and utilizing this to my advantage. But fantastic presentation.
Thank you, Coach.
Loved it. Fantastic.
Right.
Yeah, that's
So
fantastic.
bye, and you pass the baton. You could tag Colt, couldn't you? Can you
Wait,
tag him
this way.
the other way?
This way now.
The other way. No,
It's,
Colt the other way.
it's weird when it's mirrored, right?
Colt, the other way, Colt. No, he's not going to
The
do
other
it.
side.
Right.
The other side.
I always forget if it's mirrored or not.
Thank you. Right.
Oh,
So
great.
Colt,
Awesome. Cheers,
would you
Casey.
like to-
Well appreciated, man.
would you like to introduce yourself, sir?
Absolutely, yeah. My name's Colt Milton. I'm a carnivore bodybuilder and a carnivore coach, and been carnivore for about 3-4 years now. Cured me of a very, very severe eating disorder, bulimia specifically. I'm an artist. I guess I would be the best way to summarize what I do for a living, and my view on health, my view on aesthetics, bodybuilding, the carnivore diet. Wow. I mean, you cut out carbs and cut out most of the problematic plants, or just better yet, all plants, and everything else just seems to fall in place. Athletics. I mean, Richard, to your point on your cycling and on your endurance work. I'm a little bit of an endurance athlete too, working through some injuries here and there, and so the endurance hasn't been quite my focus at the moment.
It's not. It's not. These injuries,
but I just feel better in every area of life and in sports. Low carb, to the point to where when someone asks me, hey, I have this question about my diet, in the back of my mind, my whole goal is, how can I get them to get as close to meat based as I can and make it sustainable? It's not, being able to be 100% perfect, I think, is unrealistic for most people. I'm drinking an artificially sweetened beverage right now. Other than that, I'm a pretty good boy. And yeah, that's me in a nutshell.
That's you in a nutshell. And of course, you look awesome. So if people haven't seen you before, I'd recommend you go and have a look at supersetyourlife.com, or and also let's put your in the YouTube. There is a description. You can go and have a look at Colt's Instagram, and the pictures are amazing, mate. You look absolutely ripped and
Thank you.
very fit and healthy. It's great. It's really good. So how did you stumble across carnivore then? I mean, was there influencers that you really loved and thought, yeah, I should follow this person?
Yeah, so it all started when the pandemic hit. I lost my corporate job, like a lot of us did, and I was like, all right, I've done bodybuilding shows, and I'm learning more and more about nutrition. I'm learning more and more about how the human body works, and how to use a health first approach, which being a natural bodybuilder is something that we're extremely passionate about at supersetyourlife.com. And so that's actually when we started supersetyourlife.com. My wife and I looked at each other and we were just like, let's just go all in with fitness and all in with nutrition and see what we can do with it. And that's when I started dabbling with keto. And a lot of us go through that rabbit trail, right? Like we start with the standard American diet, you clean that up a bit, and then you start tracking your calories and everything. You figure out that calories don't even apply to the human body. And so you kind of gravitate past that. You get more into the keto space, and then you're like, wow, I'm feeling better the less carbs I eat and the less plants I eat, and I'm feeling better the more meat that I eat. I think that's how most of us stumble to the carnivore diet, which is why you don't see a lot of people that go meat-based and then go back to being plant-based. But you see people that are plant-based all the time. And just for the record, respect to anybody that does any kind of diet. I'm not here to judge one way or another. But what I've noticed is I rarely, if ever, see somebody go from being meat-based to going back to being plant-based. So we felt like we were on the right track. And then from there, I wasn't able to afford being able to be able to hire a coach or a nutritionist to be able to help me understand a lot of this stuff. And it certainly wasn't what my background was in. My background was in music performance, and athletics and coaching. And so we got to this point to where we were like, okay, we're starting a podcast right now because we want to take this business and take our fitness and our training to the next level. And so we just started interviewing nutritionists, and it became like consultations, and we've been doing that for years now. And so I've just been basically traveling the world with a backpack and my journal and taking notes of what works and what doesn't work. And that's been the last 3 years. And since then, we've just gone all in with carnivore, absolutely not going back. The last 2 months now, I've been on a bit of a modified lion diet. So it's been exclusively beef with the addition of keto bricks, because I do love my keto bricks. So there you go. I guess we could say that's That's my other carnivore sin. And so I've just been living on nothing but that for the last couple months.
Steak. Yeah, I'm a lover of. Yeah, spot on. So we used to stock these in the UK.
Right. What flavor is that?
Peanut butter, I think, was it?
That's peanut butter. Because we've got Keto Savage on later. I thought I'd have one handy.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I used to stock these for Robert in the UK, but we're renegotiating price terms in regards to importing again, because the price for bringing product in from the States just went skyrocketed, and we couldn't sell these for less than like £15 a brick, which is extortionate amount, and they weren't selling. But big lover of the keto brick, and it's going to be a fun chat with Robert later too. But yeah, it again, it comes back to living the lifestyle and putting these things in as and when that you feel you need to, isn't it? I mean, I think it's take my hat off to where credit's due. You instantly admitted that you had an artificial sweetened beverage there, but it's again, it's all about.
It's stevia though. That's not the worst, right?
No, exactly, for sure. And so I create products that contain, stevia and erythritol. Stevia, I agree, is certainly one of the best ones. The electrolytes that we manufacture contain stevia. That's what I consume, on a daily basis. He's going to grab a tub, isn't he?
we're gonna get kicked off the show if we keep this up, man. Sorry, Stephen. Because we definitely don't do artificial sweeteners.
When you mention something, people in the chat, it lights up the chat. And many people haven't heard of a keto brick. It's not carnivore, people. It's not carnivore. But it's well, Rich, how would you describe the keto brick?
So the keto brick is 1,000-calorie brick. It's an energy source for people with busy lives who go hiking, and exactly spot on. So there's 1,000 calories within the brick. If you have a busy day, it's a fantastic supplement or food, even because it is classed as a food to have with you. Yeah, I've used them. Again, as we say, we are more strict now in regards to carnivore than we've ever been. But along the journey, I've experimented with lots of things, and these were a fantastic tool for me along the way. The keto brick, on days spent out, of the office and hiking and traveling and whatever else, the keto brick is a fantastic, highly nutrient dense brick. I was going to say bar, but it's a brick full of 1,000 calories. Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah. Again, calories again. I know. Yeah. But this is how they think. There's like a 1,000 units of energy. 1,000 units of heat. But,
the problem is that when someone runs a business, they have to use something that people understand.
Exactly.
Right? Robert Sykes and I have spoken about calories, and we know that the world isn't about calories. Mm-hmm. Colt is a recent convert to looking at. I think you've changed all of your training programs, haven't you? And taken the word calories out, haven't you?
Yeah, when I was interviewing Bart K, and about 10 minutes into our conversation, we got on the calorie topic, and he asked me my opinion on calories, and I told him, and he basically blew it out of the water, and I was mad because I was like, he's right on everything he's saying, and I'm dead wrong. So yeah, we changed all of our client plans. I sent out a mass email to everybody saying we're not tracking calories anymore, and here's why. And I would say I had about 4 or 5 people out of the 20 that we were training kind of push back a little bit. But I said, just go out on faith. Just give it 2 weeks. Don't even think about how many calories you're eating. We're going to go by intuition, and we're going to track protein, and we're going to track fats, but do not treat it as gospel. We need to take this one day at a time and listen to and let your body determine how much to eat and how much not to eat, depending on your goals. And ever since then, I have no idea how many calories any of my clients are tracking. And I certainly don't have any idea how many calories I'm tracking either. Unless somebody asks, then I get annoyed and do the math and tell them how many calories it is if they really want.
Did you watch some other videos from some other influencer that helped you?
Yeah, I think this guy named Steven really helped. He lives in the UK. You should check him out. and actually, I've been and so on all the meal plans that we do, I embedded that video, and that's why we recorded that last podcast, Steven, was because that was what I was going to do with it. So now that podcast is literally embedded in every single plan that we send to our clients, so that if they do have a question and the newbies coming in expecting to know and expecting to use calories as a metric, they find out why we don't do that right off the bat.
Yeah. It's good.
Thank you again for
It's
that.
good to get away. It's good to get away from it, definitely. So, what's your standard way of eating? You doing 1 meal a day, 2 meals a day? What are you up to?
Depends on the day right now. I'm 2 weeks out from a guest posing gig, so I'm not expected to have shredded glute striations by any means or anything like that. But I want to do a good job. I'm guest posing for a natural bodybuilding show in Seattle, Washington, and typically I would be doing 2 meals a day, just like every day, just healthy living throughout the year. Typically, I prefer 2 meals a day. It's hard to fit everything into one. When I'm cutting, the easiest way for me to cut, if I just want to lose 5 pounds or trim up a bit, is just switch everything to 1 meal a day. And then, and I do that as often as I can. I have days where I just can't make it. I just flat out can't. And it's halfway through the day. I feel like my muscle bellies are eating themselves because I had a particularly harder training session earlier in the day. So then I'll break it up into 2 meals and probably give myself a little bit more ground beef or something at the end of the day if I feel like I need it. So I eat all the food that I'm allotted to eat for the day, and if I still feel like I'm hungry, the choice is ground beef, and that's absolutely it. If ground beef sounds appetizing, that's a good sign that my body probably needs more fuel. If a meat-based pizza or a keto brick or something else sounds appetizing, I mean, those foods sound good all the time. And so it's hard to know for sure if I'm really in tune with my satiety signals that way. But it's a pretty safe bet as long as I'm sticking with just ground beef. You can't go wrong with it. It's hard to overdo.
I think being intuitive is vital for this way of eating, actually. And I think just eating when you're hungry, stopping when you're full, really simple. It's really, really simple. I like this question, and I think we should all have a pop at it, what we think. Okay, so this is the question that no one has answered. If a person hates sweet things, is it genetic or from the environment? Rich, do you want to have a go first? What's your guess?
Do you know, I wouldn't have a clue. I've met very few people who hate sweet things. Now, I've gone off sweet things now through 10, 11 years of being ketogenic, 4 to 5 of carnivore. But, you know, I certainly loved sweet things early on. I'm trying to think back to my childhood and people that I've worked with. I've worked with, you know, clients who are vegan and vegetarian who, you know, their children hate sweet things. So is it environmental? You know, I'd be inclined to think it's more environmental over genetic, I should imagine. I mean, if we look at our genetic predisposition, then we are fat fuelers, you know, fueled by fat. We've been ketogenic our entire existence. Sweet would have been seasonal at best. So my best guess, and it is purely a best guess based on, you know, educated guess, basically, that it would be environmental. I don't know what the rest of you would think, but yeah.
Well, I think it might be physiological personally, because if you look at the olfactory senses, which is 80% of your taste, you might sniff something and you'll know it's off. So that's going to protect you. So even the sour taste is there for you to go, oh, wow, that's off. So if you look at sour, if you use sour as the example, right, you smell it, it's off. If you taste it, it's off. And obviously we have this tolerance. Some people really like the sour. So that part would possibly be genetic, because it's we've come from the northern hemisphere, so therefore we don't really like sweet stuff, and things don't go off so much in cold climates. So I would imagine it's more physiological, that somewhere along your path of genetics and environment and everything, as basically you taste sweet and you think this is going to do me no good. I really just think that's part of your taste sensations, and I just think it's physiological, because some people can really cope with a lot of sweet, and that would be environmental, because for over years and years and years people just start getting, you know, more and more sugary stuff. But it's also down to the food companies, and sorry to get a little bit political, but I was shocked to find out, say, a McDonald's milkshake, the first time I found this out, that it's got salting in it, right? I was like, well, why has it got salt in it? Well, that's because they want to hide how much sugar's in there. So the hyperpalatability of these sort of processed foods is working on your physiological responses, because if sugar's really cheap, so it bulks it out and it makes it addictive, but you don't taste that sugar in a McDonald's milkshake, not to the point where you go, wow, that is way too sweet. So they get you with the addiction, as we spoke about earlier. It gets that dopamine hit, but you didn't get that. I don't like the sweetness. So that's what I think. I think that you have a physiological response to all those different things, sour and sweet in particular, and it's just that we've lost contact with how we used to live. So now we eat stuff that's been deliberately blended to actually mess up your taste sensations. So we end up with some people that can love sweet stuff. I mean, I've had things passed to me and someone say, oh, taste that. What do you reckon on that? Now, they're not carnivore and they've tasted it and think it's okay. And I put it in my mouth. I'm like, whoa, that is just like way too sweet. And they honestly say, it's not sweet at all. So obviously there's some epigenetics as well, because that's the same bit of food and we're in the same family and they react so differently. But it's a great question. I don't know if you want to have a dive in, Colt. I mean, it's not really your area, is it? Do you want to have a pop at why that happens?
Yeah, I was just gonna, first of all, I was gonna piggyback off of what you said. I just wrote that down. I had no idea that milkshakes contain salt to hide the sugar content. Am I correct in understanding that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, that's mind blowing. I had no idea. Yeah, so I'm going to piggyback off of that, and I'm going to recommend. Thank you for your question, Charger Mopar. I'm going to recommend that you eat, by Steven's suggestion, the candy Sour Patch Kids. No, I'm just kidding. I don't have a yes or no for that. Really, my response would, if somebody actually asked me that, I would just say, congratulations. Can I trade my genetics for your genetics if that's the case? No, I've had a sweet tooth my entire life, and that's actually why coming to the carnivore diet has been such a deliverance from that, is because I can't treat it in moderation, and I don't think most people can. Some people can, but hey, if you're one of those people that doesn't even like sweet things, then why on earth would you eat anything that's sweet? I don't think there's anything that's sweet that your body that is necessarily good in and of itself for your body, and you certainly don't need anything sweet. So I would say eat, drink, and be merry. Yeah. You're great.
I think he's wired the right way, and I happen to know that person. I will not give you the name out, but yes, I think we're talking 4 decades of being a carnivore. So doesn't need sweet in his life at all. So I think that's where I'd like to be as well. I'd like to be able to get to the point where I just don't want anything sweet whatsoever.
Yeah, and that guy's my hero. Next time you talk to him, tell him that he is Colt's hero.
But don't give the names away. Come on. Right. Yes. So Colt, what got you into bodybuilding?
Art. Went to school for music performance, and after getting married and having kids and settling down a little bit, I was like, okay, music hasn't been my calling. Fitness is definitely my calling. It's something that I love. It's something that I miss playing hockey. I miss playing football, and being able to be on a team sport at that point in my life just kind of became unrealistic. I saw bodybuilding as a way that I could train on my own time, and a way that carried over into other areas of life in a way that other sports didn't. I liked it better in hockey because you win a hockey championship, great. You still look the same. You do a bodybuilding competition, you're in the best shape of your life. And is it sustainable? I don't know. It depends on how. It's certainly not sustainable to be 3% body fat year round. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. But when you go through a show, you have to take every single bit of your diet under a very, very big microscope, and everything you eat has to be totally worth it. The way that you train, the way that you eat, the way that you live, the way that you sleep. Yes, there's a lot that has to go on a back burner during a bodybuilding competition prep, but the experience and who you become through the process is, in my opinion, very, very much a net win for anybody that really, truly wants to do it. So that in combined with the carnivore diet, I think Robert Sykes said on page 20 or 30 of his book, Ketogenic Bodybuilding, that's the book that that's the book that really helped me to understand putting the two together. It's probably the single best competition book I've ever read in my entire life. I have all my clients reading it. Our new guy that wants to get his pro card right now, I told him we're starting on phase 1. Buy Robert's book, and we're starting on phase 1. So he says that resistance training paired with the ketogenic diet is the closest thing that we've ever found to the fountain of youth. And ever since I read that a couple of years ago, when I stumbled across his book in the first place, I just took it to heart and I found it to be true. All the shows that I've done with high carb diet, if I can get lean enough, I'm really, really hungry and really irritable, and my sex drive is in the toilet. When I'm meat based and my fat numbers are, I'm still right now eating 300 grams of fat a day. I'm not shredded, but I'm pretty darn lean. And if I wanted to compete, probably just another 5 or 10 pounds is all I would have to lose to be able to do it and do a good job. But bodybuilding and the carnivore diet together, I just think I think they help each other in a lot of ways. I really do.
Yeah, I think the next guest, Dr. Kevin Stock, will be quite keen to agree with you that the carnivore diet and training, working out, is pretty good. It's a great mix. I just want to show you this comment we've got. Forget the bit that they don't get your name right here. It's Colt. You know?
I'm so used to it.
but look at this. He looks 18. Surprising. He's already married and has kids.
Thanks.
And
yeah,
I'm
31 actually.
And I think carnivore does seem to reverse aging. I mean, I'm 59 and I deliberately wear this T-shirt that says I was born 1964 because people don't believe that, you know, I'm an old fart basically, and I can train and I can do things better than when I was 40. And I think you definitely look very young. And I think that's one of the things that commonly comes up as a benefit of carnivore. Strangely enough, I was going grey in my 40s, and now at 59, I've got some dark hair back. So that's good. Well, thank you for being a guest. It's really good. Where can people get hold of you?
Our podcast is, I would call it the heartbeat of everything we do. It's the supersetyourlife.com podcast, just like it sounds. And then we have a new show with Mark Ennis from Ireland and Jonathan Griffiths, the composition consultant from the UK. Both of them are carnivore bodybuilders themselves, and we have a new show pretty much every podcast platform called Carnivore Coach's Corner. Other than that, you can find me on Instagram at just my name, Colt Milton, COLTMILTON.
Okay, cool. And so I'll bring Dr. Kevin Stock in, because what we've been trying to do is pass that baton from one guest to the next. And I think he looks ready, so let's add him to the stream. Hi there, Dr. Kevin Stock.
How you doing?
Hey, Kevin.
Guys,
doing very good.
Me. Excited to talk. Colt, is good to. I'm glad I got to catch some of the tail end of that.
Thank you. Nice piano.
Oh, thank you very much.
And do you know Richard Smith, Kevin?
Richard, I don't think we've ever met, but nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Pleasure.
Wow, very loud there. So, Colt, you're passing the baton on to Dr. Kevin Stock there, and hopefully we can just get this message across. The reason I'm stalling a bit is because we're coming up to halfway. We are 11 hours, 57 minutes into this. 11 hours, 57 minutes. And I've stood for the entire time. So I could never have done that. When I was 20, I couldn't have done that. When I was a high carb, a semi-professional soccer player, I don't think I could have done it. And I would have been panicking about not eating. I haven't really eaten. So I think it's great that we've got somebody in their 30s. Kevin, you're what, in your 20s? And we've got Richard Smith there, who's in his 40s, and I'm in my 50s. So it's a nice array of ages. So, Colt, I'm going to dump you out now. Is that all right?
Sounds great. It was fun.
Colt,
Okay.
been a pleasure. Absolute gentleman. Thank you very much.
Oh, appreciate it. My mom.
No worries, no.
My mom tells me I am. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Take care, man.
So, Kevin, I have written out an introduction, but I'm going to be honest, it's probably going to be better coming from you if you could just introduce yourself to everybody watching.
Yeah, sure. My name's Kevin. I'm a dentist. I run the site over at Meat Health, which is a bunch of carnivore resources, education, coaching. So that is the 2-second overview, but we can dive deep wherever anyone's interested.
Yeah. But what your website is fantastic, by the way. I really like the way you set it out. Lots of videos, and it's really, it's really simple to follow. The question we've been asking most people is, so why carnivore? What made you get into it?
Yeah, so I guess some of the backstory, the longer backstory is maybe like a lot of people, but I struggled with weight growing up. So I was an overweight kid. And by the time I was in junior high, I'm doing weird diets, like very weird diets. I'm starting to work out every day. I'm running every day, trying to do everything to figure out the problem. And the subsequent, 2.5 decades now, at least since then, I'm not as young as our last guest, Colt, but I've spent literally decades researching, experimenting, and it was initially for body composition reasons. I was like, I wanted to lose the fat, and eventually I wanted to build the muscle just to, feel good in my own skin. So it was very much just the vanity side of health and fitness, very much just the fitness side of that equation. And then long story short, so I was obsessed with this in high school. By the time I was in college, I'm not sure if I lost you guys. I just see it. The screen changed. But by the time I was in college, we're still good. Okay, cool. I got my degree in chemistry. I got a minor in biology, and it was really so I could funnel the sciences through. How can I use science to lose fat, build muscle? By the time I was in dental school, I had thought I had cracked the fitness code, and I did physique competitions, and I actually became a national physique competitor. Eating, I would say, a good diet, but not a great diet, kind of a more classic bodybuilding diet. So very lean meats, I call filler vegetables. But by the time I was 30, I was happy with how I looked, and I figured that out, but I did not have the health part of the equation yet. So that's when I went to set my sights on how can I get healthy and fit? And that's what led me into eating just meat. So in early 2017, mid 2017, is when I started just eating meat. I started removing all the various plants foods out of my diet. And by mid 2017, I was just eating meat, and I never felt better. And I was able to finally have my steak and eat it too. So I could feel great, but also have the body that I wanted. And since then, I've kind of been this, banging the drum that meat is health, because I feel like the common narrative that I was sold for the prior 20 plus years was that, I never ate much red meat because I was like, hey, this is bad for you, right? It's high in saturated fats, going to clog my arteries. So the meat I did eat, it was like chicken breast. And the only kind of fat I'd ever really get in my diet would be like eggs. And I got to be careful with those. And so I feel like even though I was so deep into health and fitness for so long, it was not until I would say 2017 when I actually started eating any red meat in my diet in any quantity. And that really was the game changer, both adding fatty red meat to my diet, but also probably removing a lot of the foods that were probably bloating me, causing all kinds of inflammatory issues and blood sugar swings. So I finally got the energy that I really was looking for, the health, feeling great, and was able to still do all right in the body composition department.
Yes. So, Rich, did you want to ask a question? Because I've been monopolizing everything.
No, do you know, I've taken the stage for hours and hours, and I'm sort of trying to rein it in a little bit now to give people the airtime, because we're on for 30 minutes, and what I've noticed is I'm taking up probably a third of that by going off on one. So look, this is Kevin's stage. I think everyone's here to hear his story. I can just your story is incredibly similar to mine and most other people's who begin the journey, isn't it? We begin for vanity reasons, because looking good makes us feel good, and that's why we want to start the journey, is to lose that weight initially, isn't it? But I mean, the benefit from living the lifestyle is ultimately health and well-being, isn't it? And I think for everyone who is probably listening to this, it's been a similar story. They've began for vanity purposes, and then it becomes a lifestyle. But do you know what I've noticed is everybody that has come on is in incredible shape. Have you noticed everybody that's been on looks fit and healthy? Exactly, there it is. Look, and I don't think there are many podcasts, certainly going for 24 hours, with such the volume of guests that we've had on today that have been in the shape and condition, you know. So, you know, kudos to everybody that's been on. But it's just testament to the lifestyle, isn't it? You know, I don't diet. I very rarely train on weights anymore. Dr. Chafee, you know, alluded to that in his lifestyle recently as well, that he's done very little training recently. Yet, you know, we still look fit and healthy, and I can see there, you know, that you were still in incredible shape. You know, the lifestyle is all given, isn't it? This is the magic elixir, you know, as you say it. But yeah, this stage is yours.
Well,
You carry on. I'll jump in with anything that springs to mind as we go through.
Well, people have got questions, so I'm going to read the first one out. Karen is asking, please ask Dr. Stock, here he is, how he advises a strict carnivore, beef, fish and water, to bring their average daily blood sugar down and ketones higher. More fasting or fattier meat or something else?
Most versions of a carnivore diet is going to bring your daily blood sugar down and your ketones higher, just as the nature of not eating carbohydrate plant-based foods. But if someone is still having an issue with like some blood sugar swings or something like that, yeah, what I would do, I wouldn't necessarily go to fasting, although for some people that can be a good route. But for most people, I would say probably just move towards fattier cuts of meat initially until that gets under control. And then generally I would just say after you get under control, more or less follow your appetite, where some people find themselves doing better with just fattier meat. I would say more in the 80-20 category, 80% of calories from fat, 20% from protein. And other people like me, I probably swing more to the other side, a little bit higher protein than fat. Maybe my ratio is 60-40 on average, or maybe 50, maybe 65-35, 65% of calories from fat, 35% of calories from protein. That's a rough ballpark of where I'm at, but I'm kind of in the higher protein camp. I just feel good there. It actually helps me keep my body composition a little bit closer to where I want. But I know other people that like the 80-20 is better. And then actually, I think for myself and even probably maybe most people is the classic 70-30 ketogenic ratios is probably my baseline. So if I'm not trying to do anything with body composition, I'll probably land right at 70-30, which is these standard ketogenic ratios. But I'm just always cautious of people limiting the protein side of the equation, because a lot of times like I get my blood sugar under control. So they start skimping on protein and eating really high fat. But the protein, especially for people that have blood sugar issues and diabetic, muscle mass is like going to be, it is your biggest glucose sink. So if you're skimping on protein, I don't think that's a good idea. Actually, if people that have blood sugar issues, my recommendation is like we want moderate to high protein, and then probably resistance training is your best friend. So you can improve muscle mass because that is your biggest glucose sink. Like, so to me, that's my general recommendation in that regard.
Yeah, I think people forget that is where your glycogen is. And if you're muscular, then there's more storage capacity. Simple as that. That's great. I think we have a very specific one for you because of your job. Any obvious reason why a carnivore would have bleeding gums other than their toothbrush? Maybe I'm grinding my teeth in my sleep.
Perhaps generally carnivore is going to just dramatically improve your oral health. And so that's generally what happens, because when it comes to cavities, gingivitis, periodontitis, carbohydrates are the main culprit here. So when you get rid of those, a lot of these problems disappear. So without a closer inspection and evaluation of diet, lifestyle, those kinds of things, it's hard to say why you might have bleeding gums. My intuition would be maybe it's you're early into carnivore, so maybe that transition phase. But if it's not that, I would look to other reasons, because yes, if you're using a hard toothbrush, like a manual hard toothbrush, and not using good technique, that could definitely cause some bleeding gums as well as some recession. So I caution against that. I am a big advocate of, if you're using a toothbrush, I like electric toothbrushes. It tends to get rid of the manual potential air. So the other thing, bleeding gums, people that don't floss properly. So if you're snapping your gums, snapping the floss through the contacts and it's cutting your gums, that can cause it as well. But if you're referring more to gingivitis or periodontitis, that there's a flosser right there. Carnivore is generally going to be the best thing for your oral health.
Yeah, I agree. The reason, sorry, Steve. Yeah, the reason this occurs usually is that you're coming from a diet or lifestyle that's highly inflammatory. So your gums are inflamed, and when you become keto carnivore, they actually shrink. That you lower the inflammation, which is causing the bleeding gums. It's quite common within the carnivore keto community when beginning the journey, but it tends to clear up after a while. But it's coming from a state of high inflammation, and then recovering from this. But yeah, that's my little two-penner.
What I was going to say was I'm British, so I have bad teeth anyway. That's the first thing. And because I was high carb until I was 50, I just suffered with chronic sort of overcrowding and everything. So my teeth are absolutely shot. So I think when I got to 50, carnivore certainly helped reduce the problems or slow them down, but I've had gum disease and everything, but it certainly improved in the overall health, I think. Right, next question, Kevin. We're making the most of having a dentist and a carnivore expert in for half an hour. Is there and obviously you know a lot about training, is there a difference of optimal ways for women to gain muscle mass versus what men would do to gain muscle mass?
That's a good question. There's a few things. I would say there's more individual things versus men versus women. And what I mean by that is account for like what's your history of your totally beginner versus someone that's more intermediate versus someone that's advanced. What do you have access to? How much time do you have to train? What's your ultimate goals? And I think that is where the difference in training advice comes from more so than men versus women. So there's a lot of context to that, but obviously to give like, hey, what do I recommend? But in general, I am a fan of resistance training for people, but you can actually, like, some people you can do like, I have a resistance band program. And so in 2020, my gym shut down. And for the first time in the previous 20 years, I had to go figure out what to do for my workouts because I love working out. The gym has been a home away from home for me for a long time. And so when the gym shut down, I had to figure out what I was going to do. And so I got these resistance bands, started doing resistance band workouts in my house. And you can do a great workout in a short amount of time from your home with just resistance bands. And depending on what your goal is, that could be like ideal situation. Now, if you want to be competitive on a bodybuilding stage or you want to put on a lot of muscle, diet's going to play a big role there. But, also you got the training intensity. You need to have a progressive schedule, meaning I generally recommend progressive overload. And so basically you want to be moving the weights or the resistance up over time and or the volume. And there's a lot of kind of detail we can get into this, but in general, I think the two important concepts when it comes to muscle building, the number one important concept is progression. And I mean that both in terms of the workout progression as well as the dietary progression. Because what I'll see a lot of people do is they're in the gym every day, right? They're working out hard, but the weights don't ever go up. And so one, you need to strive to, increase intensity so that you are adding weight volume on the workout side. But then secondarily, one of the reasons why the weights sometimes don't move is that the diet needs to follow. If you're trying to put on muscle, you need to progressively also progress your diet. If you're eating, let's say 2,000 calories a day, every single day, that doesn't ever change. Your food stays the same forever. And your workout, like I recommend progression in the diet, meaning like you need to eat more and more over time to keep putting on muscle. So two general recommendations that there's a lot of context that's missing, but that's what I'll say about that.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin, we've had this all day. It's been incredibly busy, but and I do point out this is not a personal one-to-one. It's just for information and education, and we do have to speak in generalities. Yeah. And anyway, right? Carsten's asked, Kevin, could you talk a little bit about Weston A. Price, his findings regarding health and teeth? I mean, Weston A. Price is a big name in dentistry, so that's a good question, I think.
He is. Dr. Weston A. Price was a dentist in the early 20th century, and he had a practice, and he noticed like lots of people having lots of cavities, lots of oral hygiene cavities, dental problems. And it was an interesting time in the world in the 1930s when we had the intersection of, so first of all, we have photography, we have planes. And so in a real way, this is like the first time the world has like really started to open up. And I believe he started seeing pictures from people from around the world. He's like, man, they don't have the cavities that I'm seeing in my office, and they don't have the oral and physical degeneration that he is seeing every day. And so in the 1930s, Dr. Weston A. Price, literally, he traveled the world, 5 continents, and he studied these tribes and really the intersection of people eating a traditional indigenous diet and people next door to them often that modern foods have invaded. And by modern foods, he's largely talking about sugars and flours, canned foods, things like that. And also when people eating a traditional diet and those foods first come. And so he studied these groups from around the world, and he wrote up his seminal work. It's called Nutrition and Physical Degeneration, summarizing his findings. And his summarizing it's over 500 pages. It's a great book, but it is pretty fast to summarize because he found really the same things across the world. When the people were eating their traditional indigenous diets, they tended to have overall great oral health and great physical health as well. And they were more resistant to disease. Tuberculosis was a real big problem at this time. And those that were eating the traditional indigenous diets, they didn't have the problems that people are eating these modern foods. And so what he notices, those eating their traditional diets, indigenous diets, overall healthy mouths, healthy bodies. When the modern foods of the displacing foods of modern commerce, that's what he called them. When these arrived, people would get cavities initially. When they first got introduced, they started to get cavities. The second generation post-adoption of these foods, they got cavities, but they also started getting malocclusion. Their teeth were crowded, and they started to develop these long, narrow faces and malocclusion. And he also saw this in the skeleton as well, where women would get narrower hips and had more issues with childbirth. And so basically, with the adoption of these modern foods, he saw the oral and physical degeneration. And so in a nutshell, that's what he found basically across the world. And he documents this in his book. He documents all the countries, the continents that he visited, all the various tribes. And overall, that's what his findings were. And I mean, there's all kinds of interesting findings in his books as far as like the specific tribes, what they were eating in order to prevent, oral and physical decay versus when the displacing foods in modern commerce first would show up and what he would witness with those introductions of novel foods and the consequences of that.
Great answer, and very passionate about that. I enjoyed seeing you being so passionate. To me, it's a very interesting book, and I thought dental health, snooze fest. It's a brilliant book. It's absolutely brilliant. So Sophia has asked a very vague question, but I think we can flesh this one out. Should women past the age of 50 eat more protein?
I think that's a great question. And one last thing I wanted to mention about the prior question is I recently did a talk at KetoCon. This past KetoCon is recorded, and I just put it up on my website. It's called Meat Mouth, and it's all the clues that our mouth gives us about what we should or shouldn't be eating. And I mention this because often the mouth is the canary in the coal mine, like I like to think it. When our diet is off, dentists are often the first people to see it. We'll see cavities and we'll see periodontal disease before someone has a heart attack. And if you start looking at like the periodontal connections and the research with linking periodontal disease and heart disease and dementia, we see this very strong association, almost like they have a similar cause. But the thing is, we'll see cavities and we'll see periodontal disease far before your cardiologist is going to catch your heart attack. And so dentists have a front row seat to this, and the mouth is often can tell us what we should or shouldn't be eating. And so, like you said, oral health is like it's a snooze fest, but I find it can be fascinating, especially when it comes to nutrition, because I think the mouth tells us so much about what we should or shouldn't be eating, which makes sense. That's where the food first enters. Like it goes in our mouth first. Yeah. So first part of the digestive tract. So I think the mouth can tell us a lot, and it doesn't have to be a snooze fest. I think we can learn a lot from the mouth. So sorry to go on that tangent regarding Sophia's question. Should women past the age of 50 eat more protein? I love this question because we typically see the reverse. The older someone gets, they tend to eat less protein. And as we age, that we get a degree of anabolic resistance. What that means is basically it's harder to put on muscle. It's easier to lose muscle. And one of the strongest predictors of longevity is going to be your muscle mass and your ability to be able to get up, move around. And sarcopenia, like muscle wasting, is one of the best predictors of mortality. So as we age, we should put a strong emphasis on muscle mass. And in order to maintain that muscle mass, protein plays a very important role. So I would say most women past 50 should be eating way more protein than they currently are. Should you eat more protein? Depends on how much protein you're eating. If you're already eating, let's say, a gram of protein per pound of body weight, I wouldn't say that you need to eat more. You've been eating a good amount, and so you should probably continue eating at least that much. But most women, especially when past middle age, should be eating way more protein, drastically undereat protein.
Brilliant. And I'm going to apologize, Kevin, for the sort of rapid fire questions. But when I had this stupid brainwave to do the 24-hour live stream, Rich and I got Rich on board. I thought, yeah, we're going to really struggle with content. No one wants to come on. And way too many people said yes, which is beautiful. It's fantastic. And so many people are asking questions. So it does feel a bit like an interrogation. I do apologize.
And I can shorten the answers. If you want me to do the shorter answers, I can. I always I want to try and find the balance of give you enough context.
Well, no, I was apologizing for it not being that casual and conversational. Right. Here we go. Yeah. Now, I know the answer to this because I just spoke about this, but strange we need to floss and we need toothpicks, even though we have carnivore teeth. Your thoughts? Thank you.
This is going to be very strange for me to say because coming from a dentist, but we can just reference, we already talked about Dr. Weston A. Price. So many of these traditional indigenous tribes, they didn't have problems with cavities. They didn't have malocclusion. All their teeth were coming in. They were coming in straight. And look, they weren't brushing their teeth twice a day with an electric toothbrush, with heavily fluoridated toothpaste, and flossing their teeth, every single night. They weren't doing this, and they didn't have problems. So that tells you a little bit about perhaps the importance of oral hygiene in the context of a proper diet. Now, oral hygiene becomes very important when we start transitioning into a modern diet. And kind of like oral hygiene is kind of like trying to exercise your way out of a bad diet. And so it can definitely be helpful. Like if you're eating a bad diet, you definitely want to be brushing. You want to probably be flossing. You want to be doing all these standard oral hygiene recommendations. Or otherwise, you're going to have oral health problems. But if you're eating a good diet, I don't want to discourage necessarily, cleaning your teeth, but the emphasis is much less than if you're eating a poor diet. You mean meat stuck in the teeth? Sorry, yeah, and what's interesting about meat getting stuck in the teeth? Meat does not get stuck in my teeth unless it is I tend to eat very rare beef, makes up most of my diet. But if I have really well cooked ground beef, that will get stuck in my teeth, or any kind of well cooked meats, those get stuck in my teeth. But the more rare steaks and any kind of beef that I eat I never have a problem with it. It's really the heavily cooked meat, and also occlusion plays a big role in that. So if you have crooked teeth, spacing, gapping, things like that, that will also exacerbate food getting stuck in your teeth.
Yeah. You see, now I have to use these because my history is my teeth are absolutely crowded. So I think meat sticking in my tooth is not the meat that's a problem. It's how I was brought up, what my parents, I lost them very, very young. They were grain-based and didn't eat meat, didn't eat fat. That's been passed on to me. So my teeth are terrible. So, yeah, I have to use TPs and flossing after absolutely everything. Now, my raw carnivore dog, who we've had since he was a puppy, even he gets it sometimes stuck. He'd have a duck neck. So I don't think it's a bad thing. I just think it's a thing. I mean, we've got teeth and they have some gaps and sometimes something will go in there. But it's great fun to watch my dog try to get bits of stuff out of his teeth. But he always does it. Anyway, right. Let's have a look at the next question. Coffee. People asking about coffee. Well, what are your views on coffee? Do you think it's okay in the carnivore diet?
Contrary to some people think coffee is a health food, I do not think it's health food. So I currently do drink coffee. I recommend other people as well as for myself to take it in and out of the diet. I've had it in now for quite some time. I think it's one of those things. everyone should probably, that has drinking it for a long time, go a time without it. Get on without it, see how you feel. I know some people, once they remove coffee, it made all the difference. And then I know a lot of people that, hey, they're not giving up their coffee. They feel fine with it. I think, it's one of those things that perhaps it's the negatives of coffee are not something that's going to show up in your lifetime. So maybe it's not going to give you heart disease or cancer or whatever. So maybe it's totally fine. You perform fine, you sleep fine, all those kinds of things. I think it's one of those, I call it a vice in my diet. That's how I think about it. So that's one of my vices. But I don't think it's a health food, but I do think many people can consume it without necessarily experiencing negative side effects.
Okay, that's cool. I used to be a phlebotomist many years ago, so I've seen lots of bloods. Some people worry about their liver enzymes, AST, ALT, but I think there's a connection between training and a little bit of an elevation. I think that's something you've talked about. So could you just speak to that for a bit?
Yeah, sure. I mean, just some of the research shows if you're training, you're having this acute stress, and your liver enzymes, if you get blood work within that kind of recovery time period, can show elevated, liver enzymes, which can concern people that, hey, am I having a liver failure or something like that? When really it's just kind of, I'll call it an artifact of having trained close in proximity to your blood test.
Cool. Richard, by the way, someone's messaging you and asking you, they want to find your podcast. So you've done that. That's great. Okay. So Kevin, I'd like you to speak to Richard, because Richard is a person maybe you should have on your podcast, because he's absolutely brilliant. He's really into the science and he's quite geeky. Or you could have me on at some point if you just want to have a laugh, and we could both talk about playing the piano, because I've played the piano very badly.
I'm very bad as well.
Well, we could have a playoff, and see who's the worst. I want to thank you for coming on. But I just want to get across something. I'm going to sort of tell people how brilliant you are. When I was putting out my invites and saying, right, I'm doing this 24-hour live stream, I sent it to the people I really wanted to come on board. And it's not people I knew necessarily, and every single influencer you could possibly think of, I went for. And Kevin was one of the best for responding, because within 10 minutes, he just wrote back, brilliant. I booked it, which is great. So I want to thank you for that. I didn't have to hound you. I didn't have to coerce you. I didn't have to bribe you. You just came on. So I really want to thank you for just giving us half hour of your very valuable time. So could you just tell people watching how to get hold of you, your website, what you do, what you can do for them?
Sure. But I mean, you, first of all, kudos on organizing such a brilliant event. And then when I heard, I was like, this is fantastic idea. And secondly, you made it very easy to book. And I think from my end, when I see that, I appreciate it. It's someone that already knows what's going on. They're like, hey, it's this at this time. All you have to do is book it. So there's no back and forth. I'm like, look, I'm in. Let's do this. Like, well organized. I'm all about that. So kudos to you. And if anyone wants to find some of my stuff, I have a website, kevinstock.io, which I have all kinds of stuff, but also meat.health is the real carnivore aspect of the website. So those are two main places. I'm all over social media. Kevin Stock 12 tends to be the handle, Kevin Stock 12, that I use various places.
Why 12?
Because I think whenever I started, the Kevin Stock was already gone. Some other Kevin Stock grabbed that first. So, I just went with 12, and I was just trying to keep it, I guess, as consistent as possible across channels.
So, Rich, do you want to ask I've got a question I'd like to ask, but come on, you've been very quiet.
Yeah, do you know, I've just been taking it in. It's I feel like I've taken most of the center stage. We had Jen and the Unwins on, wasn't it? And I felt a little bit guilty because I sort of just pushed it to one side because I tend to get lost in things. But yeah, I mean, I found this incredibly interesting. It across all sort of levels, I've noticed benefits from living low carb ketogenic lifestyle. Bone, when it comes to living carnivore keto, bone is mineralized protein. We need to consume protein and we need minerals to build bone salt. Calcium absorption is directly linked to the amount of sodium that we can consume, and that's directly linked to building bone mineral density. Now, I haven't been to the dentist for a long time. I used to suffer severely with bad teeth. My teeth now are pretty good. I went recently for a checkup, because part of the checkup process in the UK is if you don't go, then you get kicked off the list, and it's always handy to have a dentist, isn't it? I don't know if this is typically in my head, but I had an X-ray on because I've got some fillings, and my teeth looked like they had repaired. The cavities looked like they had become smaller. Is that possible whatsoever, or am I just imagining things? I questioned this with the dentist, and she had to do a double take. And I, I explained my theory behind it in regards to, building bone and things, because we think osteoporosis is irreversible. Is that even possible? I'm not saying we can regrow teeth by any means, but can we strengthen teeth and make them stronger by living this lifestyle, or am I just dreaming?
Well, so we absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, can remineralize our teeth. And in fact, our teeth are always kind of in this state of demineralization, which is bad. Like you have acid, you have, first you eat carbs, turns into acid, acid eats holes in the teeth. That causes demineralization. That's what causes cavities. So that happens in a lot of, basically all the time, especially if you're eating a standard diet. But then we have the other balance of remineralization. And that's where mostly like saliva and the minerals in the saliva play a crucial role in the remineralization of teeth. So let's say you got a cavity that's started and it's still smallish. Well, if I take an X-ray and I can see it, we see it as a radio opacity, or a radiolucency. However, if you, let's say, stop eating carbs, you get your diet straight, and you allow the body to remineralize that, that cavity the progression can totally stop indefinitely and forever. Often we will still see that radiolucency in the X-ray, but the tooth can be remineralized and without progressing. So I think that is probably how I would explain it, is this remineralization that you can absolutely have. And so some people confuse that with, hey, is that radiolucency that we see in the X-ray going to totally disappear? And often I would say, no, that's not going to happen, but it doesn't mean you need to get a filling if you reverse the cavity. I say reverse the cavity because we remineralized it and it's no longer going to progress. And progressing is what we don't want it to do, because if it progresses into what's the pulp chamber is what it's called, well, then you have all kinds of problems and you need root canals and such.
Thank you. So in the waiting room of the dentist, we have this other doctor, Dr. Lisa.
Dr. Lisa, we got to meet a couple months ago.
Yes, it was so great seeing you. Hang on.
It was great seeing you
at
again.
KetoCon.
KetoCon.
Yeah.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of Dr. Stock, and and I think really the connection and the bottom line is this carnivore way of eating involves the health of every aspect of our bodies, whether it's our eyes, our teeth, our heart, our lungs. And so we become very empowered and passionate to talk about this, because not only are we bombarded with questions about our specific specialty, but I like to just say, yeah, what makes you think that it's going to heal like just this or just this and ruin your heart? And, there's so much about this that you just get so powered up about, because there's this knowledge that I feel we have that we want to shout from the rooftop. And it's very difficult to get the word out with all the conflicting information out there.
Shall I let you into a secret then? When I started this, I drew a person and I went through, can we get a specialist that talks about the brain? Can we get someone that talks about the eyes? Can we get someone? Seriously, I did this. It's very sad. And yeah, of course.
You went nose to tail.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And I agree with you, because Rich just said everybody does look a picture of health from top to bottom, and I love what you just said. Actually, that's really great. Yeah, you're going to eat this way just to make your teeth better, but your eyes are going to be rubbish and your hair's going to be rubbish. But that's obviously not going to happen. And everyone does look overall healthy. I mean, I think I'm doing okay for 59 and 14 hours into a live stream. But anyway, right. So Kevin, thank you so much.
Well, thank you for having me. It was a pleasure chatting.
Yeah,
can
absolute
pass the
pleasure,
baton.
Kevin.
Thank you,
It
guys.
was brilliant. It was brilliant.
Bye. Bye, Dr. Lisa.
Gentlemen, thanks, Kevin.
Dr.
Well appreciated,
Kevin.
man.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
So,
Hey there, Lisa.
He's
he's
back.
back, yeah.
There he is.
Didn't have
Would you
enough
like
the
to
first time.
introduce yourself? I know you've just said you're an eye specialist, but
Yeah,
Go
so
for it.
I'm Dr. Lisa Wiedemann. I have been in practice for over 32 years. I'm an optometric physician. And I came into carnivory over 14 years ago. I was fortunate enough to have had enough personal issues in my life to really want to seek out an answer. I struggled with sugar, carb, processed food addiction, binge eating disorder, and I just couldn't figure out how to get out from under myself with that, because for anybody who has suffered from that, you know how incredibly strong this draw is and how incredibly difficult it is to what I call stay out of the ditch. And, you could be good for a couple months and then all of a sudden there's a trigger, there's an event. It's something with your coworkers, it's something socializing with friends, it's a family holiday. And next thing you know, you give yourself permission and you are down in the ditch. And it might take a week, a month, a year to climb back out, because we have learned through our lives how to fill emotional voids, how to deal with emotions. And some of us, unfortunately, who have the predilection to be addicted to certain substances. And that's not to say there's cross addiction here, where a lot of alcoholics who get sober cross addict onto sugar, and likewise cigarette smokers who end up being able to kick that habit, end up gaining weight. It's because, in my opinion, we are still striving to fill the need that we have for these, what I call DOCs, these drugs of choice, whatever it happens to be. And it becomes very difficult unless we understand that we have to change our relationship with food and change the impulse of why we turn to food. And it becomes a very, well, for me, and for many, and this is pretty much how my coaching goes, is discussing how turning to a full carnivore way of eating eliminates those foods that we are so attracted and addicted to. Nobody's binging on ground beef. Nobody's binging on sardines or eggs. Those aren't binge foods. And we have to understand that we have to get angry at big food, who really has, unfortunately, hired addiction specialists, experts on staff to intentionally make these foods in certain combinations of fat, sugar, salt. And we are really just victims until you understand, realize, and wake up to it. And also, it's still, even at that point, it's still not easy. It's still that change of our emotional connection. I mean, we could be going to these foods for anxiety, stress, depression, boredom, even happiness. There's different emotions that well up that we learn to turn to food to hit that dopamine center. And it becomes very, very difficult to break that cycle. So I'm just really grateful for the whole, when I came into this 14 years ago, I was like, oh, wow. I was reading in this forum, Zeroing In on Health, that was out there. This is way before Instagram and Facebook. And I was like, this small group of people had kind of started this thread and then became this little forum. And I was reading about people resolving their diabetes and their bipolar disease and their anxiety and their depression. and their eating disorders. And I was like, wait, what? All right, I'm starting tomorrow. And then I thought, oh, wow, this is crazy. Okay, so I resolved that issue, and now I'm going to like something else is obviously got to go wrong if I'm not eating fruits and vegetables, because we're all brainwashed our whole lives that, oh, you need grains so you can go to the bathroom too. Like, what are we doing here? But I said, you know what? I'm just going to keep doing it day by day. And as I do it, I'm going to continue to research. And the group really shared the fat of the land, not by bread alone, the whole Stephenson Explore expeditions, and Owsley, the Bear Stanley, all those kind of things. And I was like, wow, not only is this resolving my issue, but it's the healthiest way to eat. And like, let's celebrate this and let's just friggin' shout it from the rooftop. But guess what? Nobody really wants to hear this. Nobody wants to hear that you're not going to eat bread and pasta and pizza and chocolate and ice cream anymore, and just go away and fly your freak flag somewhere else. And yeah, then it got frustrating because I wanted what I was feeling as I was feeling healthier and healthier, and talking about it to some people who were willing to listen and receptive to it, and then watching their remarkable improvements and changes. I was like, you know what? I just have to pick and choose and understand who themselves has their own why that makes them cry. I think I stole that term from Christy Code Red Nichols, is a particular person who is out in this space talking about these kind of things. And yeah, you have to have your own real, true suffering, or else why would you choose to randomly, voluntarily give up the world of food that we've known to come to love and be addicted to and cling to, and have so many family traditions and memories connected to it? And, you know, let's face it, everything revolves around food. Even when you're chatting with your friends and like, we're getting together. Oh, what are you bringing? Oh, what are we having? Oh, where are we going? It's food, right? It's like, oh, we're just going for a hike, and I don't even need to bring beef jerky. I'm good. So yeah, so that's really my background in a nutshell. And what happened, I'll just go one step further of what then happened was I just was actually, yeah, just continuing on my way with this, realizing people don't really want to hear about it. So we'll just zip it up. And then, yeah, I guess 10 years goes by, and then I'm browsing on, scrolling on Instagram, just on my own little private account. And I came across some zero carb carnivore kind of things. I was like, oh, cool. Let me read. And I was reading some comments of naysayers in there saying, oh, well, that's all well and good, but this is not possibly sustainable long-term and not possibly healthy long-term. And I was like, wait, let me raise my hand here. Can I speak? So yeah, I then just off the top of my head created Carnivore Doctor on Instagram. I thought, well, let me follow some people in there and let me start making some comments and keep this as my little, carnivore sidekick here to, try to talk about this. And it just exploded. I was so excited to see that, once Sean Baker was on with Joe Rogan, and then Michaela Peterson and Jordan and Sean Baker doing his Meat RX thing. And I thought, wow, okay, this movement's growing and I need to be part of it. And so, so I came to then really become so passionate I said, if I can help one person out of the misery that I lived for 30 years, I will be so ahead of the game, just to feel that I can make an impact on somebody else's life like that little forum did for me 14 years ago.
Brilliant. Dr. Lisa, thank you so much. It's great, isn't she, Rich?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. It again, I mean, it's coming back to a few points that you made then. I know some of the content that we've that we're putting out there is being repeated, because some of it comes back again and again, and this food addiction comes back to the impact on the catecholinergic neurotransmitter synthesis and how the body creates neurotransmitters. And food addiction, we just had the Underwinds on recently, and we went through food addiction and how the food we eat affects our brain's ability to process these neurotransmitters and blocks the neurotransmitter synthesis, leading to us in this pursuit of dopamine. So food addiction is a real thing. It's not recognized, I believe, in the UK or the States as a real addiction, but it's probably, in our opinion, the most damaging form of addiction. But I just think that deserves to be highlighted again. I mean, we are addicted to these things, and unfortunately we're in a society where we're bombarded with these misinformations, these ads and things to tell us that these foods are healthy and good for us to consume, our whole grains, and avoid our saturated fats. And it is this uphill struggle, isn't it? It's part of this battle, I think, that we've all decided to be part of, and try to influence others and spread the word, isn't it? But another thing that I wanted to ask you really quickly was, I've coming back to a point you made earlier, I've been working with a professional snooker player who fell out of professional rankings. He came to see me. We put him on a ketogenic lifestyle. Within a few weeks, he's now regained his pro status. So he's a professional player. And one of the benefits that he's seen is an improvement in his vision. So this guy wore contact lenses and now no longer requires them. Now, I've got my theories in regards to glycation and things of the optic nerve, but I'm sure you can go into a lot more detail in regards to this. But does it come down to that? Is it a case that glycation over the years has caused damage that has been reversed through becoming keto and carnivore, or is there something else there at play?
Yeah, so interesting. And one of the things that I so commonly get asked is just like what you're saying. Somebody says, well, I've got glaucoma. Will carnivore help that? I'm really nearsighted. Somebody said that it might improve my vision. Is that true with carnivore? Or I have floaters. So I say what I answer to that, because they're asking me as an eye doctor, right? So unless I personally suffered from glaucoma and I, having gone carnivore, could then give you my N=1 experiment testimony and tell you, yep, here we go. Look what happened to me. Okay. So now picture me as an eye doctor, and I have a patient in my chair, and excuse me, that patient has floaters. Would you think they would think I've got two heads if I said, why don't you try this carnivore thing? I've got this little thought process that there's glycation issues, and because I can't quote a specific scientific study, and they're going to walk out of there thinking, oh, wow, what the hell was that? Meat, seafood, eggs, and I'm going to do this because to try to resolve my floaters. So I don't have the database information in that context. Okay. But what I do have is, because I guess I've been in this concentrated world of being carnivore doctor on my social media accounts, that I now have quite a number of people who message, comment on either the videos, or specifically want to tell me their situation. So this is what I can offer, as far as I have had people who said, well, of course, now they're not turning carnivore for this specific reason, because they went to their doctor, let's say 3 years ago, and they were told they were a glaucoma suspect. And of course, that doctor's not telling them, well, you should go carnivore, right? So this has nothing to do with the glaucoma. But by chance, the person is a severe, let's say, unstable blood sugar diabetic, and is being threatened to go on insulin now. And they now have their why to make them cry. They research, they find this whole carnivore thing, they do it. They're doing it 1 year, 2 year. They're resolve themselves of all of their diabetes issues. And guess what? They're writing to me. I went to my eye doctor. I'm no longer a glaucoma suspect. And I've had testimony after testimony of all sorts of different eye situations. I used to wear glasses. It was getting blurrier. I couldn't figure out why. I go to my doctor. My prescription reduced 0.75 diopters in each eye this visit. I got weaker glasses. And I've heard that over and over. Some people are at the point, like if you're a 1.25 diopter nearsighted myope and your vision improves 0.75, all right, now you're only a 0.5 myope. You're a person who's not even wearing glasses. So that's why I then get people who say, I used to wear glasses when I drove at night. Now I don't need them at all. So over and over, and I know you had a question up there regarding floaters. There are people who are reporting, guess what? My floaters have improved dramatically. So I always try to, I come back at all these ocular questions, just similar to how you come back out with a answer to, bleeding gums and teeth issues. And then all of a sudden people are carnivore and they go to their dentist and, oh my gosh, there's so much improvement. My dentist said, whatever you're doing, keep it up. And so therein lies where I say, when you switch to an ancestrally healthy way of eating, it's going to, our bodies are meant to evolve, and to evolve to health, obviously, to be able to evolve. And it's going to attempt to heal all your tissues, all your organ systems. So I have to say to, people, I might not have a specific situation. And a lot of people will ask about macular degeneration or cataracts. I don't know at what point a end-stage scarred geographic atrophy macular degeneration situation would be reversed, because once you lose rods and cones and there's scarring, I got to say there's probably a point of no return on certain things. But what I can say is there are many people who had the early changes and early signs of macular degeneration that ended up dropping all their processed foods, seed oils, sugars, and grains, and have gone back to their, well, of course, for other reasons, because they weren't told with early macular degeneration, hey, look, this is what you have to do. You know what they're told? Go buy some AREDS 2 synthetic vitamin supplements and go eat some dark green leafy vegetables. And it's because these eye doctors, and I was one of them, I'm going to raise my hand as being a culprit, just like how I feel like Dr. Ken Berry says, he's guilty of giving out that same wrong information for so many years, and he's on a mission to correct those wrongs. I was one of those who, that was the standard of care, and AREDS 2, this is what you take when I diagnose macular degeneration. Guess what? Synthetic vitamins really do jack squat. And I've been doing a lot of research, and I'm really fortunate. 2 days from now, I am going to have Dr. Chris Kenobi on my YouTube, and we're going to go really in depth into this, because we need people to understand and know that the information is not out there for all of these doctors who haven't learned this in school. So how are we going to get the information out? This is kind of like this grassroots, kind of like what we're doing here. We're trying to get the message out. We seem to be censored and silenced in many ways. I know Dr. Kenobi himself was not invited to speak at certain events. Why? They're sponsored by the AREDS 2 synthetic supplement companies, the pharmaceutical industry, right? And the probably one of like a major medical system, right? And they're sponsored by who? Big Pharma, right? So it becomes really frustrating situation to try to feel like we know the answer and we just have to wait for the people who are willing to hear it. And I think it's just so important what you're doing here. And I know Judy Cho just had the Carnivore Summit, which is amazing. It's all about getting the information out. And again, I like to say that it's one of those things where you have to be receptive to the information. And I know because then of course, what's the first thing we all hear? Well, what about my 92-year-old grandmother who, ate mostly vegetables? And, I say, well, your 92-year grandmother probably baked with real butter and not Crisco. And there's a lot of other issues that could be, involved in that. But yeah, I say, all I can give you is my own personal experience and those of thousands that I've coached, and just look into it further.
Brilliant. And Judy's coming on in about half an hour's time. Actually, we've got a guest straight after you, and then Judy's at half an hour. Anyway, right, brilliant. There's a question there. Do you want to take that, Dr. Lisa? Why do many doctors say we need to be careful on protein intake when having kidney issues?
Yeah, so the whole thing with the kidney issues is, if you're an end-stage kidney failure, that's a whole different scenario. And of course, I can't give any medical information here, any medical advice. But again, there's a lot of wrong information out there, because eating this way could actually resolve your kidney issues. Like I said, when we remove all of those toxic substances from our diet, our body wants to heal and evolve. So who's to say what would make us think that it would exclude the kidney issue from that, right? So that really is, the whole, don't fear it. I say go down the rabbit hole and go look on YouTube. There's a lot of information about kidneys and carnivore. All right.
A nice question here. Asked Dr. Lisa to comment on how important it is to get natural sunlight in the eyes, even in those with degenerative retinal diseases.
Yeah, that's such a great question, because so many people, as soon as you're diagnosed with macular degeneration, one of the first things the eye doctor says is, make sure you wear your sunglasses, protect your eyes from the sunlight. The sunlight is not what's causing macular degeneration. And you're going to be able to heal, like I said, with the proper ancestral way of eating, with totally eliminating the seed oils. That's the key thing with our health. The doctors that are saying that are not, saying it maliciously. Same thing, they'll say that about cataracts. Oh, protect your eyes. It's so important to get the sunlight into our eyes without blocking it with UV blocking sunglasses. Even regular prescription clear lens eyeglasses block the UV from getting in your eyes. I know it sounds rather crazy, but the material, the clear plastic polycarbonate material, blocks 100% of the UV coming in. So you want to go outside really within the first hour or two in the morning of wakening, open a door, open a window, let actual natural sunlight come in. You don't actually have to go outside and sit outside. But it signals. Our eyes are not just for vision. There's so many different receptors in our eyes that are not just the rods and cones for taking that image and sending it to the brain and allowing us to see. It's so complicated, and it has to do with our circadian rhythm. It has to do with melatonin. And the brain is so smart. It knows the angle of the sun when we are out in it in the morning. Also at sunset, it knows how to shut down the cortisol, and it knows what to do, but not if we're sitting inside all day. and not if we're wearing sunglasses all the time when we're outside. So, oh, there's Dr. Kiltz on there.
Yeah. Dr. Kiltz was on as a guest, and he's been absolutely brilliant and supportive all the way through. So,
Love Dr. Kiltz. He's coming. He will be standing right here next to me in 13 days. So, yeah, I have my big Northeast meetup that I have sold out. 125 carnivores are coming to meet with me, Kelly Hogan, and Dr. Kiltz. And I have a rancher from Rhode Island bringing some nice regenerative beef, and I rent out a beautiful area outdoors at in the woods, and we all gather together and guess what? Talk carnivore, talk experience, talk about our healing and our evolving through our own personal journeys with this, because this is what makes it so powerful, and it makes it help people not feel so isolated and alone in all of this.
Well, Dr. Lisa, thank you very much. I've been staring at a screen for many hours now, so I put some blue blockers on. Do you have any comment? Are these worth trying? Do you think I'm doing the right thing, or do you feel that they're maybe a bit too faddy? What do you reckon?
No, I think there's a lot to be said with how we now as humans and the way the world has changed and how much we are doing this, right?
Yes.
Or
yes.
we're on the iPad, or we're on our laptops, out of necessity and out of, this is where I can help express my knowledge and get to all these other people who, come and say, oh my God, you've changed my life. This is amazing. Thank you so much for what you do. And what do I do? We're on a screen, right? And it's artificially changing the amount of light and the different wavelengths of light. So yeah, I do think there's benefit to it, especially for people who have any sort of sleep issues. When the sun goes down, it's a good idea that's when we should not be having artificial light coming into our eyes. So it's, I don't believe it's a fad. I don't think that for most people, it's not so cost prohibitive. There's some fairly inexpensive blue blocking lenses, and I say, try it. The thing is, be your own N=1 experiment.
Brilliant. Dr. Lisa, thank you so much for giving up your time. It's been an absolute pleasure. Rich, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that. Very much appreciated. Just segueing back to the protein and the kidneys. That study or that information is based on information over 100 years old. I've personally worked with people with advanced polycystic kidney disease, which is degenerative, 5% year on year, who has halted kidney disease in its tracks through being predominantly carnivore based, eating nothing but high protein with lots of salt. So question the science, that's what it's there for. Kidneys or protein consumption, in my opinion, as you rightly say, unless you're suffering with severe kidney issues, is not a problem. Protein is the most important macronutrient. Do not skimp on your protein. But really thoroughly enjoy that.
Yeah, and then to also what you said earlier when I was kind of peeking in on the end of Dr. Kevin Stock's little talk is, take a look at us carnivores. I mean, I'm 58. I'm strong. I work out. I feel amazing. And I feel that people need to know that this is not a fly-by-night fad freak, quick fix, thing. This is how we should be eating all along. Nothing that comes in a box, a bag, a bottle, or a jar, and it's very difficult and it's really kind of interesting how people say that's just so restrictive. I don't know how you could possibly do that. I'm like, what do you mean? If we were roaming the earth, we'd be so happy to be able to catch a beast, drag it back, and have some delicious fatty meat and go on with our day. And guess what? Be happy to do it again tomorrow. What's restrictive is if I'm in ill health and I have to go stand in line at the pharmacy or in the waiting room of the doctor's office. That's pretty darn restrictive. And I'm not restricted by anything but my own, but whatever I choose to be restricted by. So yeah, I'm just, thank you so much for doing something like this, because I feel like it's just, the more it's talked about, the more information that gets out there, and the more experience each of us, even though those of us who, for me, having done it so many years, but interacting with others now who are coming into this and learning how remarkably empowering it is for everybody. And you can tell I'm just, I bubble over.
You're passionate, aren't you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
because I just want people to know, and I get sad when I'm in a restaurant and I look over and the mom is feeding the little baby the French fries, and I'm like, oh my God, the seed oils, what are you doing? You just don't know. And I just want to take them and just bring them into my house and start discussing it. But no, we can't do that.
Brilliant.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me on.
That's okay. And we've got Pim now. Pim, do you know Dr. Lisa? Do you know each other at all?
I don't know Pim. Hi, Pim.
Hi, Lisa. I listened to half of your talk. It's awesome.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, this is what I was saying. We just talked eyes. I know we talked holistically, and now we're going to get into sort of carb addiction and stuff with Pim. So, Dr. Lisa, I'm going to say goodbye, and Pim's going to take the baton from you.
Great. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Lisa. Very much appreciated.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Thanks very much. Take care.
Pim, do you know Richard?
No, I don't know anyone.
I don't. Do you know, Snap? Me neither. There's lots that we've spoken to today.
Now,
it's mad.
I had great plans to introduce everybody, Pim, but 14 hours in, that's not happening. So could you just introduce yourself to everybody that's listening?
Right. So yeah, I'm Pim Johnson. I'm a ketovore, I would say, rather than a strict carnivore. I have been keto for over 17 years, and obviously struggling with that because falling on and off, like many people do. And about 5 years ago, I figured it out. I figured out what the problem was, how to sort out my severe sugar addiction. And then I started helping people do that. And I've always been into helping people do something. In the beginning, I was a personal trainer, diet advisor, eating lots of sugar on top of my healthy diet. And that's kind of my calling, I guess. I want to help people. I want to connect with people. I want to help them have better lives.
Now, one of the things that's really good about you, Pim, is you're so underplayed. When I interviewed you on my YouTube, I was absolutely blown away because we were talking about addiction, cravings, and those sort of things. And you just speak so much sense. I think you've undersold yourself there, by the way, because you do ever such a lot, and people love you when they hear your advice. So let's give a really broad question to you. Let's pretend I'm on Facebook and I've joined a group, and I say to you, I'm really struggling with cravings. I just haven't got the willpower. Can you help me? What would you say to that person?
Well, the first thing with willpower, I'm actually having a challenge starting today. If it's a free challenge, so if anyone wants to join, you need to do it ASAP because I'm closing registrations. But anyhow, the first thing that we start doing is actually looking at the big reason for why you want to do it. Because if you have no good reason for why you want to get rid of those cravings and want to overcome whatever your problem is, you're never going to do it. So that's kind of where you need to start. But I think what you were fishing for was probably how to do it, which is like we're using our emotions, and cravings are emotions. And if you learn how to allow yourself to just feel without taking action on that feeling, then you're going to be able to rewire your brain into something different. So right now, what people do is that we have taught ourselves that when I have a craving, I'm just going to eat that. And it just happens automatically because it's a wiring in your brain, and we just keep playing on repeat until you interrupt it. And I guess the vehicle for interrupting that is by allowing yourself to just feel and not take action on it. And then you can learn a new behavior that then becomes automatic. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. And what I love about the way you talk is it empowers people, because I think many people say, "Oh, come on, just pull yourself together. Just don't eat that bread or whatever it is," and that's not helpful. That's really not helpful. And I think just pulling back and saying, "Well, can we understand actually what's driving you?" Which is what I got from our interview, is how you sort of work. And obviously, you don't want to give away all your secrets because you want people to join your group. Which I
I am
understand.
giving away all my secrets. There is
You are
no
actually.
big secret than that. The problem is the mindset, and that's where the coaching comes in. And I
Yes.
cannot teach someone. I can tell you what mindset is, what your mindset set should be, but it's something that you need to work on, and most of the time you need a coach to do that. So I have no problem about giving away my secrets. I can tell anyone how to do it, and I do it all the time, but people still don't do it because the mindset isn't right.
Why do you think that people don't join? Because your group is free, isn't it? I mean, do you think that they don't want to know the truth?
That's a very interesting question. So I think a big part is that, okay, well, Pim tells me she gives away all her secrets. Now I know how to do it. I can do it. And then we can't. So I have people coming back to my challenges over and over again. And, I have people joining now that were there in November last year. And we're just like, yeah, it was brilliant. And I got so much help from it. And now I'm pretty much back where I was before. I might be a slight bit better, but I haven't quit yet. And that's just a mindset issue.
Yes. So what do you do? How do you get someone to actually positively engage them? What's the best way to get somebody to take your advice and actually get somewhere with it?
I mean, first of all, if you don't want to do it, if you're not prepared to invest the time into doing it, then there isn't a lot that I can do. Like you have to feel like this is something that I want to deal with now, then I can help you. So I need you to have a little bit of like motivation to want to get started, something that is driving you. And then I will just help people really digging into the big reason for why they want to do it. And then we connect with that emotionally. And often people just tell me that, I want to lose weight or whatever it might be. Or even I have diabetes or I have some autoimmune disease and I need to stop doing this because it just flares up all the time. And still they continue to do it. And then we dig deeper to see like what's the emotional component there, because just saying it doesn't necessarily connect emotionally. But when you start thinking about like how your life could be a lot better and what could come after that if you sort it out, that's where the key is.
So the questionnaire, which is what prompted me, I saw it in the chat there. How do you, once you feel like, I hate to use this expression, it's not particularly nuanced, you've cracked it, right? I've cracked it now. I don't need to do that. How do people keep on that track? Is it a daily, like a mantra? What do they do to make sure that not craving sticks?
So I think that's a little bit different for different people. Some people, I had one client, she had a really good mantra for herself. Her mom had dementia, I think. So she was just looking at the food and she's like, I only eat brain food. That's not brain food. And that's it. It really hit something. It's like a switch. And for me, it's like I look at the food and I'm thinking, okay, is this going to be good for my health? No. Well, why would I eat it? So that's where I am now. I can rationally think about the food. Like, is this going to help me achieve my goal? Is this going to be something that will keep me healthy as I age? If the answer is no, then I just don't do it. But it takes a while to get there, because before that it's like, well, it doesn't matter. It's just a little bit. We just keep telling ourselves all these things, but a little bit just accumulates over time. And for many people in the beginning, especially, a little bit will just not be a little bit. It will be a big bit. So it will probably be a binge of some sort, which is very unhelpful.
Yeah. I mean, do you feel that you've, for you personally, I mean, you said you had cravings. Do you feel that is completely eradicated from you, or do you let me give it a better analogy. People that give up smoking sometimes something just stops. 30 years not smoking, not at all, not cheating, and then some stress happens, and the next thing you know, they're smoking. Do you feel that you can get people to a point where not even that sort of thing would happen, or do you feel that they just got to still work on it?
I'm not convinced that is like that you can get rid of it completely. Maybe that happens for some people, but I'll just share something that happened to me a couple of months ago now. I did like a healing protocol, and I think it messed with my gut microbiome, and I got insane cravings, and I haven't had cravings like that for at least a year and a half, or maybe 2 years or whatever. And I was like, what's going on? And I got annoyed. This is not supposed to be happening to me. I shouldn't have to deal with this. I've already gone through all of this. What's happening? This is not fair. All of these thoughts that my clients usually have. And I think I resisted doing anything about it. I was just like, keep pushing it away, using willpower, all the things that I teach people not to do for 2 or 3 days. And then I was like, okay, I need to do something, and I need to really just embrace these cravings. And then it started going away. And I think this was like a stress on my system. So it changed something in my biochemistry that created those cravings. And it can be the same, obviously, with any emotional stress, a death in the family, or a breakup, or, anything like that. And we just need to bring ourselves back to the knowledge that we have, and sort of disengage the autopilot that wants to engage, and just do it like we do it in the beginning, and on purpose, just feel. And I got back to normal very, very quickly after doing that. It was just my resistance for several days that put me in trouble, basically. I didn't eat, by the way.
Nice, simple question here. How do I join one of Pim's classes?
If you want to sign up for the challenge, you can. Can I change my name? I can put it on there. So, or I should have come prepared, shouldn't I?
Well, yes. I mean, it's terrible.
Drop it in the comments, Pim. If you look to the right-hand side, you can click into the comments and post it there. Do you have comments there? Is there a tab that says comments?
No, yeah, I can read them, but I don't see any box that I can comment. No. But I was watching you on YouTube before. I just closed it down and I think, no, it's still there. Okay, I'll do that. There you go.
Fantastic.
It should be there.
Technology.
We're a bit lagging, by the way. And actually, I need to say this to people. If you type a question in and you think I'm ignoring you, just wait about 10 minutes and then I might get to your question. Pim's link is in the description on YouTube as well. So every guest, basically, there is at least one live link to get to contact them. So Rich, you were talking about addiction earlier, and we were talking about dopamine. Do you have a question for Pim?
Yeah, not so much a question. It's just to come back to, well, in fact, there's a few things. One of the things that you touched base on was the amount of members and stuff. People will appreciate it more if you charge. I know that sounds stupid, but when I'm the same, I give away free consultations. We do lots of free public speaking events, but when it's free, people don't value it. It's almost a case of when they hand something over, even if it's a token gesture. So I think that you may actually get a lot more people on board if you do charge, even if it's a token gesture of, a couple of dollars or whatever per session or per, but that's just my personal input. I think the advice you're giving out is worth a lot more than you give it credit for. Doctors earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, or pounds, depending on which part of the globe you're from. And it's reactive, not proactive. The advice we give out, it can help with reactive, but it's also highly proactive. We change the lives of people in ways that doctors, and this is no disrespect to doctors. There are a lot of doctors who have been on today and who are on board, but generally doctors in the the normal sense of doctor as in your GP is not enlightened in the way we are. So value your time, value the information you give out, because it is changing lives. And I give you kudos to that. So fair play to that. Coming back to mindset, it's an incredible tool, isn't it? Being strong-willed and but again, coming back to these catecholinergic neurotransmitters and how dopamine is affected by the foods that we eat or the neurotransmitter synthesis. I mean, when we're consuming junk food, we're blocking the cofactors and the production of things like tryptophan to create serotonin, melatonin, dopamine, and this leaves us craving these dopamine hits. We're hardwired to chase dopamine, so we chase the easiest, the easiest source, and it's usually something sweet, isn't it, that gives us that reward pathway. So there's a lot more to it in regards to that, and I think people who are suffering with addiction, it is an addiction, isn't it? And it's we say to people, just snap out of it, but it's not really as easy as that. We need to want to do it. And I think it hasn't been plain sailing for me. I know I am a food addict. I love my food. I still love my food. I've just changed the food that I love. But coming back to something that you just said there now, I had issues recently where I began craving intensely, and I was upset with myself in regards to that as well. So we're all susceptible. It isn't a case of once we're through it, but there are a few tricks. We can stimulate melanocyte stimulating hormone through UVA rays through the eyes. So getting up early in the morning, sunlight through the eyes will stimulate MSH. We can stimulate something else called CCK, cholecystokinin, through omega-3s. So we can eat omega-3s. These will help curb sugar cravings. And we can even supplement with things like glutamine, which will help combat sugar cravings. Now, none of them are magic fixes. Now, that coupled with your approach, I think, would put people in good stead. But yes, some of my two penneth there in regards to that. So love your opinion on that, but fantastic. Love the work you're doing.
No, I completely agree with you. There are a lot of things like we can do for the physiological cravings. I think most of the people that I work with, not everyone, but most of them have the emotional cravings, and that the addiction is fed by that emotional component. And there isn't a lot that nutrition can do about that. What I have seen, though, is that when people stay on a carnivore diet, for example, or a keto diet, is that the strength of the cravings might go down. And I'm wondering if that has mainly to do with the microbiome and maybe like brain inflammation, those kind of things. But they'd never really go away. And some people, they stay off for couple of months, maybe even a year, and then they fall off, and that just leads to a 3-month-long binge before they manage to pick up the pieces and go back to what they were doing, even though they've been doing for a very long time. So that's the problem, I think, for many people, not everyone. Oh,
Steve,
we can't hear you.
You moved it.
Sorry, yeah. I think Rich mutes me secretly. Right. So, do you find that people are quite open to these ideas, or do you find they're quite protective?
I don't know if you. I think you listened to my my podcast last week. Yeah. No, people are not open to realizing that addiction is not something permanent. We have been so indoctrinated. Like everyone tells you that if you're addicted to something, addiction is an illness. You're gonna have to live with it for the rest of your life. It's just something that you're gonna have to do, and you're gonna have to abstain from your drug of choice. And if not, you are going to relapse. And that is so not true. And I have so much proof for that, not just like me and several of my clients who are living that way, because I can eat ice cream now or eat a burger or whatever, and that is not a problem. It's just eating something that is food-like, and then I go back to doing what I'm doing. It's not a problem. But there is also a lot of science behind it. It's called neuroplasticity. We rewire our brains constantly. Our brains change on a daily basis. You don't notice it day by day, but if you look back to how you were 3 years ago, you're going to be very different from how you are today. So the only difference here is that we intentionally change it to some behavior that we want. There's nothing strange about it. And I do not know why so-called addiction experts, I don't want to poo-poo on anyone because they have a lot of knowledge. They know a lot about how the brain works and all of that. And still somehow they seem to miss this part. I'm wondering if it is that they don't trust that they can teach addicts how to do this. I wonder if that is the part that is missing, because the science is there. I don't know why we're not talking more about it. So yeah, I never was an addict because I'm not now.
Do you ever find people when you get to the nub of what's causing the problem, just don't want to go any further because, let's say, it's some sort of emotional trauma, and that it's just too much for them? Do you find that?
It's happened a few times. I mean, they never say that they don't want to do it, but it's like you notice when someone throws in the towel and no, it's too hard. I can't deal with it, whatever. And there's just like these excuses. And the fascinating thing is that I used to coach someone on my YouTube channel live every week, and we were at it, and then he was making progress and then some regress and then progress, and that's just normal. But I could tell that something is happening behind the scenes, but he didn't feel it. And then he was gone for a while, and now he's back, and he's like, yeah, I've started implementing all that you're saying without me actually coaching him. So I was just teaching him this, and now he's using all of that, and he's doing great. So I think everyone needs to go on their own journey, and the key is to never give up. Like, this shit works. Excuse my French, but I hope I'm okay to say shit. This works, but only if you do it. And it doesn't really matter if you take a break. It's just going to take a lot longer. But if you never give up, if you just keep doing it and you trust that it's working, eventually you're going to get there. And it's just like, how long do you want it to take? I could not go from being a sugar addict to being abstinent straight away. I was abstinent all of 2022. And that was my choice. I wanted to try it. I don't want to see what happens when I eat ice cream after a year. It was an experiment of mine. But before that, I was open to having it. I was planning it every now and then. And that was a way for me to be kind towards myself and to allow myself to go to the place where I wanted to quit, because my brain was not on board with wanting to go abstinent. It's like, no, I don't think I can ever do that. So if that's where you're at, I recommend that you just like, hey, I'm going to learn how to be in control. That's what I did. And it was awesome. And it's actually better to be abstinent because there's less work involved. But I couldn't go there straight away.
And do you find that are people ever cross with you for discovering something that's been upsetting them?
I think people are who are now recovered sugar addicts or whatever, carb addicts, I think they feel attacked when I say that, hey, you can actually have something and then just go back to eating normally. This is what food freedom is for me. It's the freedom to choose what I want to do for whatever reason I have. That doesn't mean that I let this addictive voice, like the primitive part of the brain, just chatter in my ear and tell me to go and eat ice cream and pizza and all of the things all the time. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about on my birthday, we decided that we're going to go out for a meal. And I just said, hey, I'm going to have whatever's on the menu that I want. I ended up eating a burger with a bun. I looked at the desserts, and mind you, sugar was my thing. And I was like, I don't want any of them. And I didn't have any of them. So it's not like I have to have it and take advantage of that opportunity. It's just freedom. Like, I can do whatever I want because I decided that this is what I'm doing today. The day after, I didn't have any cravings. I didn't feel bad. I was just back to normal. So it's frustrating to me when people are saying, like, I can't ever have a carb again because then I'm going to go off the rails and I'm going to go on a relapse and I just have to avoid everything and I have to avoid walking past the supermarket, or I'm going to go in and grab chocolate or whatever. It doesn't have to be like that. That's not food freedom to me.
No, and I talk about my food freedom. Really only happened last year, 3 years into carnivore. One of the things I think is quite interesting, and maybe you could help me understand this, is very often the person feels guilty. So they'll really go for it. And then I'll get a message saying, I went off the rails last night and I feel like crap. I really wish I hadn't done it. And to me, I mean, obviously, I'm asking this question so you can show your expertise. They are guilty, so therefore they know it's wrong, but they still did it. So how do you get into that loop and stop that, or make them realize they need to do something different?
I think we just need to bring in a little bit of like love and empathy for ourselves. Like we're only human. It has nothing to do with who you are, if you're a good or a bad person, anything of that sort. It's just brain programming, and your brain ran on a program and it wanted to do this thing, and for some reason you didn't pay attention and it just happened. And I think that's just part of the recovery journey. Like we need to fall off and then like, okay, what happened? And we look at it, like put on your scientist hat and just look at it. Okay, what happened? How did this happen? Right. I didn't pay attention, or I was taken by surprise, or whatever. What will I do the next time this happens? And then we just prepared. It's like when you're thinking through this whole scenario that just happened and you imagine what you will do the next time, it's like you already practiced doing it a different way the next time. So the next time you're in a similar situation, you're probably not going to react the same way. And then we sorted that out. It's like we just tick them off one by one, all the traps that we're going to go through on our journey to complete food freedom. And I don't even know. I mean, there might be a trap left for me somewhere. I have no idea. I haven't stepped in it yet, but it might happen. And if that happens, I'm going to put my scientist hat on. I'm not going to beat myself up or say, oh my God, I can't coach people because I did this or whatever. It has nothing to do with that. It's just brain wiring.
Brilliant. I think your link didn't appear in the comments.
Oh.
That was a good 10 minutes ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it is in the description of YouTube, definitely. Sorry, Rich, you were going to say something.
Yeah, no, just to reiterate a point that you made there. I mean, the word journey, that's exactly what we're on. It's a journey. There is no destination per se. And I think when we focus on a destination, then there's an end point. But this is a journey, and we fall off that wagon along the journey. And it's important for people to realize that you need to pick yourself up and get back on that wagon, because it's easy to write off on a Friday when you've fallen off the wagon. Oh, well, it's the weekend, I'll get back on it Monday. Monday never comes. And then, you're back down to square one, isn't it? So it is a journey. You're on the wagon. You're on the train, if you like. You're welcome to jump off that wagon or off that train, and welcome to jump back on it. It isn't game over when you fall off the wagon. We're all only human. I know a lot of us, within the chat and throughout today have been, quite thinking about regards to what is ketogenic, what's carnivore. We're all only human. Every one of us, even the carnivore elitists that have been commenting in the thread, every one of you have fallen off the wagon. I don't care who you are. Every one of you slips up on something occasionally. We're all only human, and that's okay. That's fine. You just pick yourself up and get back on that wagon, because tomorrow's a different day, because the journey is never ending, isn't it? So I just wanted to add that.
Brilliant, Rich. Yeah. Now, just to say, Judy Cho is in the waiting room, so I'm going to bring her in, if that's okay, and just introduce her to everyone. So, Pim, I want to thank you so much for your half hour. It's been an absolute pleasure to hear from you. Nice bit of calmness. Talking about addiction, wasn't it? Lovely and calm. You've got a lovely way about you. So, and I will bring Judy in first, if that's okay, because I think it's very nice for everyone to see, pass the baton on. So, Pim, thank you very much. And hi, Judy.
Hi, Judy.
Are you muted, Judy? Are you on mute there?
I think I am muted. Sorry about that.
There we are. Perfect. That's better.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Pim.
Hi.
So, Pim, thank you very much. I'm going to remove you from the room. All right, cheers.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Awesome. Thank you, Pim. Well appreciated. Thanks very much. Take care. Hey there, Judy.
Cho, you're so famous. Do you need an introduction?
Not really. No, I can introduce myself. I'm Judy Cho. I'm also known as Nutrition with Judy. I wanted to take a second, though, before we even started interviewing. I know how much just running the Carnivore Summit, how much effort it takes to do all this. So for you all to collab and schedule with all of us, it's not something small. So I don't know if all the other people you've been interviewing has even recognized that, but I recently know how hard it is to get all of us together and corral the troops and then get the marketing out there to the community to say, hey, there's a free resource, but it's not always easy getting the messaging out there. So I just want to take the second to say thank you to both of you. I mean, it takes a village, and for both of you to put in this effort, it's a lot. And you're doing it for 24 hours, which is insane. But, you know, I just wanted to say thank you. It takes people like you to get the community, you know, educated and inspired, and it's a lot. So thank you.
Judy, can I just jump onto the back of that as well? Stephen has put so much effort into organizing this. You know, I'm just along for the ride. Stephen's been working night and day, and this is a free event. You know, there's no fee for the event, but it has come a cost to Stephen. He's given up work to put into this effort. We've been conversing over the last couple of weeks. The amount of hours that this guy's put in, you know, you deserve a gold medal, Steve. So, you know, just, yeah.
Well, no, I know. Our team had to shift just to make the summit happen. And it was a lot more even than what we expected. And so I know it takes a lot. So thank you, Stephen. I mean, the graphics, the reels, getting everyone together. Like, trust me, I get it. So I think, yeah, I just wanted to make sure and commend you for that, because it's a lot of, I know it's free for you. And so it's not even like you're getting economically paid for it, but it's just a lot of effort. And so I think people should recognize there's a lot of little things you have to manage behind the scenes. And so for everything you've done, you know, like, I can't wait for us to get together and do our own podcast episode. But I just wanted to say thank you, because it is a big deal.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. And thank you, Rich, as well. But I couldn't do it without the people. You know, if I have this harebrained idea to do a 24-hour live stream and every person I approach says, no, thanks, nothing's going to happen. So it is a team thing. But yeah, I do appreciate it. And yes, I'm absolutely shattered, and I'm really looking forward to sleeping all of Monday. One of the things I did set up was for people to ask you questions, because I think that's great. You know, they get a sort of fast track to you. So I've got a question here. If we can get straight into it, Julie, if that's okay. I'll read the whole thing out if I can. Is there a way to heal from histamine reactions on the carnivore diet? I cannot tolerate ground beef, slow cooked meats, bone broth, mackerel, all dairy except soft cheese and most eggs. I tolerate lamb, mince, beef steaks and lean fish, including sockeye salmon, very well. I eat just about 100% carnivore. I drink peppermint tea and sometimes use high quality olive oil on lean fish.
So histamines are the simplest way to explain histamines. It's in an immune response, right? So your body said it's not happy with something you ate. And so now you're manifesting either itchiness, fatigue, you know, just all the symptoms that are related to immune function. And it is true that a lot of carnivores do have sensitivities to, I guess they're suffering from histamine. So the root is always why is that happening? So yes, I do think that you can heal and improve and then not have to struggle with all of those sensitivities that were just mentioned with those particular foods. But the goal is to get to the root. So in our practice, we will focus first on gut health. So maybe there's a little bit of leakiness in the gut, or the wall lining is not strong enough. And so therefore proteins are getting into the bloodstream, which then have the immune system put out an alarm, which then causes histamine receptors to release histamines. And then you have that histamine response. So I would first possibly focus on gut healing and doing carnivore. Maybe you do ruminants meats only, so beef, salt, water type of thing. And you eat the freshest, meaning that it's not really aged. You get the meat from the freezer, cook it right away, eat it. You don't eat leftovers. Like, I'm assuming that's what's happening with the ground beef with you. And you try it that way. And over time, with whether it's digestive enzymes, probiotics, time for the gut to finally start healing without a lot of the plant toxins, that should improve your histamine reaction. And if it doesn't, that's when I think people should look into environmental illness. A lot of people think that histamines are just released from mast cells. So it's like a mast cell issue, but it's not just mast cells. Histamines are on different receptors. So there is one with environmental illness. Like if you're suffering from mold illness, for example, your brain is releasing histamines every time there's just any type of immune flare. And so even when it comes to foods, you'll have a reaction because maybe there's more histidine, which histidine then converts to histamines in the body. But there's always a root cause why you're so sensitive. That's why on carnivore, as people heal, as an example, there's a lot of people that have seasonal allergies, but then as they eat a carnivore diet, they eat less plant toxins, they're eating less processed foods, their gut heals. And over time, they can go outside and they notice, oh, I don't need the Claritin anymore. I don't need these allergy or histamine receptor block receptors. And they can tolerate being outside because the bucket is less full. So I always give this example, but I really want to end this conversation with this. Think of your toxin bucket of everything that's going on in your body. So every time this overflows, you feel unwell. So on carnivore, it reduces a lot of this. And so you may feel less histamine reactions to some things, but maybe some things are still causing the bucket to overflow. So the goal is figure out what is causing this bucket. And there's so many things. Like I wish I could say it's one thing, but it's not. The gut part is a huge part, but if that's not moving the needle enough, especially if you've been carnivore 6 months to a year, you can consider environment. Some people, it's trauma. Their body is just in a heightened stress response compared to the average person. So let's say you wake up, let's say you hear like a car backfire and somebody just in the group jumps up. That person probably has a more stress state or of a stress response than the average person. And you probably need healing with that, because when your cortisol is high or your stress response is high, your immune system is less functionally operating.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Oh, by the way, Judy, do you know Richard?
No, I don't think I've ever met you, but I like your background.
Right.
Yes.
I think you two would get on.
Okay. So
Yeah.
is that a brand or a product? I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah. So this is my brand, nutritionist by trade, but yeah, this is what we do in the UK. Basically, we spread the word about low carb, ketogenic, and carnivore lifestyles. Stephen was alluding to the science side of things. I like to go into the weeds in regards to the science. So yeah, I'd love to get you on a podcast at some point. If you'd be up for that, it'd be great to get into the weeds with some of the bits. But great to have you on. Thanks for coming on board. Steve,
can I ask you a question? Did I talk to you a long time ago about Carnivore 75 Hard? There was somebody in the UK I talked to a lot. I don't know if it was if that was you back then.
Would it, not me, I don't think so, because I do reply to virtually every message. Now I've said that on YouTube, I'm going to get a million messages, which I won't be able to reply to. There's a brilliant question, a simple prelude to it. So Roxana is asking, she wants to contact you about a specific issue. So what's the best thing to do? But let me give you the question. What is the best way to test for what's happening to give you a lower leg cramp? Is there a way to test what's causing that?
Yes and no. So I always say to start with minerals. I think when you are eating a low carb diet, obviously you retain less water. Less water retention will then cause you to know and feel more of the electrolyte imbalances. So always start with, maybe you could use some Soleil water. That's just really salt water left in water overnight. And then you can use, get a teaspoon or tablespoon of that water and pour it into your water. The logic is that if you let water and salt just saturate the water, the minerals will be more unbound, so that when you consume that Soleil water, it will there will just be more accessible minerals in your system. So if that doesn't work, or finagling with that, then you can try the other electrolytes that are on the market. And if that still doesn't work, I always recommend a little bit of magnesium spray. So topically, when your body has magnesium through the skin, it gets absorbed way quicker through the bloodstream versus going through your gut. And there's studies that show that people can supplement magnesium. It doesn't absorb as well compared to if you do it topically. So I would try some magnesium spray. Perfect. Magnesium oil, magnesium spray. Make sure there's not a lot of additional additives, but you could spray that on your leg, let it support your muscles, and then see how that works. Sometimes we ask our clientele to use a little bit of Soleil water right before bed. For some people that helps, some people that gives them too much energy. So you can try those things. And then if that all doesn't work, you can always do a hair mineral test. The way it's different than just doing blood work is always just that snapshot of time, that whatever is in your bloodstream. So for minerals, it's not the most ideal, because a lot of times our minerals are in our cells, and that is not being measured by blood. So our hair mineral is measuring, I think, an average of 3 months of what's been in your cells. And we find that people that are super stressed, their magnesiums may be depleted, for example. And so you may just need to up the magnesium. But you have to also remember that sodium, magnesium, calcium, and potassium are the major macro minerals. And so it's a little of 4 of those that that you would want to make sure and balance. It is across the map. I know a lot of people focus on magnesium, but there's a very small subset that actually need a little bit of calcium. And then there's a little bit larger of a subset that actually needs potassium. So you can always try a little bit, maybe 100 milligrams of potassium in the morning, see if that helps. Do the magnesium at night because it's more calming. And then if all of that does not work, including the hair mineral, you can check your ADH, it's antidiuretic hormone, or vasopressin. All of these are blood works. And if that marker is low, that means it's a hormonal imbalance. That is, the kidneys are not being told to retain water, which will then help you to reduce your leg cramps. And so we are seeing that in our practice. So all the people that have just gone through everything I just talked about, we test our ADH marker through. You can go to like a LabCorp or a Quest, and they will do the blood work, and we're seeing that their hormone is so low. So what's happening is they're constantly thirsty, they're constantly drinking water, but their body's just peeing it out. And so they're not retaining, then including the minerals that will then help you to have less leg cramps.
Fabulous answer. So the last one from the pre-submitted, and I think I should do that because people have taken the time out to go online.
Sure. No, I totally get it.
Yeah. Tanya, just to give you some context, she's still having coffee and monk fruit sweetener, but her problem is pre-carnivore, she had chronic diarrhea, and now on carnivore for the past 3 months, she's still having diarrhea once a day. Suggestions, ? All other symptoms of SIBO gone and feeling great otherwise.
Okay, so if she suffered from SIBO and then loose stools, the 2 big levers I first start with is manage the minerals. So you might be consuming too much salt, too much magnesium, and that can always cause the peristalsis to occur too quickly. It could also be that you're not able to tolerate as much fat as you are, so your bile's just stimulating, and then it's causing you to have another quick bowel movement. I would use a food and mood journal here. That would be my best recommendation. And I would write down like what you're eating every day, which is then causing you to have a loose stool. So is it that you have a ribeye with some butter, and then that's causing you within 30 minutes to an hour have a loose stool or a bowel movement right then? It's probably that you're eating too much fat in that meal. And then I would see what meals are you not having loose stools or having less loose stools, and maybe you focus on those foods or those specific meats and whatever fish or eggs you may be eating, and you may want to stick to that. And then I think it's the important thing is to reduce the loose stools, because that is depleting of your nutrients, your minerals. And so the goal is to get to less loose stools. See if maybe it's a meal timing thing, or maybe it's a certain type of cut that you have to eat for a while. And then as you heal, you can start to see, can you introduce something else? Maybe for higher fat, if you realize it's the fat that's bothering you, maybe you use some digestive enzymes, use some lipase, use some ox bile, and see what is causing the imbalance, because there's something there that's causing the loose stools. Try to regulate it that you don't have loose stools anymore. And then from there, see what you can add back. And the best way to do that is no YouTube video, no podcast. It's really your own body's biofeedback. And you'll know that by doing a food and mood journal.
Fabulous. Rich, did you want to add anything? Did you want to ask?
I think Judy's just outscienced me there. I mean, there's nothing left to add. I think, you've just taken away my favorite part of doing the event. So thank you.
Sorry, I think it's because I work with the sickest part of our community, right? So when I wrote my book, it was just in a perfect world. Here's like everything based on science, based on what you can do. But then you get the harder cases and they challenge you on every single thing that you believe, right? And that's where I come out with all this nuanced content, because we work with some of the most challenging, and it's exciting, it's exhausting, but we have to keep doing research to refine the diet. And then if we fix all or support and heal all the people that are the most sick or nuanced or on the fringes, then we can help everybody that's in the main part of the carnivore diet. And that's why I have all these nuanced answers. And I know for some people that just listen to my channel, they're like, this is way too complicated. And you're right. I may not be the right first step for you, but there's all of this other great content that you can follow first. But when carnivore isn't working enough, that's where we shine.
Yeah, your book is amazing, The Carnivore Cure. I'm really, really so impressed. And I've mentioned it to other people that have come on, actually, because you
okay.
you do go deep. And you know, talk about food dyes and colors and everything. And I think this is really underestimated, because when people come to carnivore and they expect that magic wand, I'm really fit now, and then maybe they're a little bit disappointed. There are so many other factors that are nothing to do with nutrition. You know, and it could be, well, we talk about nutrition, food dyes, which I don't call nutrition, additives, but then you talk in epigenetics and the environment, and you really go into it. And it's a really fabulous book. And I think you narrate the audio book. I think it is actually you that does that. So it's pretty good. There are a couple of other questions in the chat. So let's have a look. I think, well, actually, there's comments, people commenting. There was one. Is there any? Oh, here we go. Here we go. I've found it now. Right, Judy. What vitamins and minerals besides magnesium might be best to absorb via our skin rather or orally?
That's a good question. I've never actually looked into that. I know that there are companies that sell patches for nutrients. So, for example, kids that can't swallow vitamins at a young age, they could stick a patch on for a certain type of illness. So let's say they have a virus and maybe they just need some extra nutrients. I have not done the research in terms of certain vitamins beyond magnesium that would be best absorbed through the skin. So my logical brain just goes to, there are upper limits of risk of certain vitamins and minerals being in excess, and there's risk with that. So I guess if you were to try topically, I would just make sure that some of the nutrients in those don't have upper limits, because when it goes through your digestive tract, there might just be less absorption just because it goes through the digestive tract. Some of it gets killed off. If you cooked it, there might be some nutrients depleted that way. Whereas if it's topical, I don't know if it just goes straight into the bloodstream as it does with magnesium. And so that would be my only concern. But to answer that specifically, I'm not sure. But I'm going to look into that. That is, I never thought about that.
Steve, you're muted. You're muted again.
Yeah. Don't keep your light under a bushel, Rich. If you've got something, because you're a supplement provider, you're into the science. Is there anything else?
No, the only thing I'd say in regards to topical solutions is that if you can't eat it, then it shouldn't go on your skin. This is why I don't use any shampoos or any. I don't use anything on my skin other than tallow. General rule of thumb: if you can't eat it, don't put it on your body. I'm a big fan of getting all the nutrients that we can from food. And to do that, we need to avoid the foods that are negating the body's ability to absorb those. And us living the carnivore lifestyle are already doing that while removing those grains which are high in lectins and phytic acids. But even within the keto sort of community, we're still there are keto foods in particular, things that are high in lectins like bell peppers and tomatoes that are preventing the absorption of other nutrients. So we need to be mindful in regards to that. And even within the carnivore community, you mentioned a sausage earlier in regards to being shouted at with foods that you may snack on. I get my sausages from a local butcher, and they are rusk free, because the sausages that we buy from the supermarket will contain rusk, and again, the rusk contains lectins, which is going to prevent the absorption of these nutrients. So if you are a sausage fan and you're worried about nutrient absorption, then ask your butcher to make you rusk-free sausages and burgers, which is what I do. Very friendly with my butcher, so I get a lot of bang for my buck. But eat your food. Try not to put so much of it on your skin.
Can I say one more thing about the question? Because I always wonder, like, where is the question coming from? So if it's a question of maybe this person is not absorbing their nutrients and they want an external source, if that's the reason, then I would just try it. So if they are taking supplements that, in addition to their meat, for whatever reason, maybe because they have poor digestive function, maybe they're not around enough quality meats. I mean, I don't know the reason, but if that's the case, then I would just try a patch, because I know that there are medical grade patches that you could put on that have some of the nutrients. And if it seems to help you, like if it supports more energy, this is where I'm so big on biofeedback. If your body seems to enjoy the patches or whatever topical thing that's mostly natural, then I would say I'm okay with that. I will say though, that I also use tallow balm, but I don't think, oh, I could eat less fat in my meat because I'm putting tallow on my face and that's enough sufficient fat for my body. I never think that way. I just think, oh, it's an additional little bits of tallow, but I still make sure to consume enough fat.
Excellent. Excellent. Another question here, and this is from Ali D, I think. Almost every night I wake up to go wee, urinate, sometimes twice. Is there anything I can do during the day or before bed to reduce this occurrence? Carnivore for 5 months, meat, dairy, egg, salt, and water.
Okay. So hi, Ali. So my first thoughts are, a lot of times we wake up because of hypoglycemic effects, meaning that your blood sugar has been imbalanced. Insulin has not been doing the best job in trying to balance your blood sugar levels. And no, it's 5 months, so that can be a good amount of time, but I don't know where your blood sugar was, where your insulin markers have been, your fasting insulin. If you're fasting, and I know in the UK it's a little bit different, so I apologize for not knowing the conversion numbers, but if your blood glucose is now around the 80s and your insulin's around 5, it's probably not a hypoglycemic event. You can always try CGM overnight, which is the continuous glucose monitors, the ones you put on your arms or legs, and then see what is going on with your blood sugar. If your blood sugar dips in the middle of the night, and I see it a lot with my clients where maybe it goes down to the 50s, I think that's 3 point something. I'm not entirely sure, so don't quote me on that. And then cortisol will kick in to make sure that your blood sugar doesn't drop much further. And a lot of times that cortisol kick or release will then give you energy, and then you're like wide awake. And then a lot of people will think, oh, it's because I just need to go to the bathroom. I have a small bladder. I've heard everything and anything, but oftentimes, if that's not the reason, and if that is the reason, I would say try a small snack before night. I used to recommend my clients maybe have a small piece of bacon with a little bit of fat, maybe tallow, maybe a little, like a tablespoon of butter. If that doesn't carry you over, and then the mineral balancing doesn't carry you over, and you notice that at the night it's not really like a blood sugar imbalance, I would test that ADH marker again. If it's that ADH marker, that's probably the reason you're waking up. And then it can actually be an environmental issue and not a dietary issue.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much for that. I have got here someone saying, can it, where's too much fat? I'm sorry. My computer has decided to act up against me. Right, here we go. This is a very interesting question. What are your go-to sites for nutrition research? Because your stuff is where I go. So that's interesting.
Everything and anything. So I used to trust, I'm not going to name names in our space, or like in the wellness space in general, but I used to go to the bigger accounts, right? So like the perfect example would be Huberman. So I don't really listen to his content, but let's say I used to go to people like Huberman or these bigger institutes. And then when I started working with the most difficult cases, I was starting to see like it doesn't line up always. So I try to get information and resources from a lot of everything. I look at studies, we look at our cases. And when we're like, that didn't work though, what that study was saying or what someone else was sharing. And so as we've, I guess what we really do in my practice, as well as in my books and research, is I marry the science with our clinical practice. And we worked with over 1,000 carnivore specific clients and patients. And so we see a lot that may not exactly fit and marry with carnivore. And then we dig. I can give you a fascinating recent thing that we've been researching. So a lot of people suffer with candida or fungal overgrowth. And we didn't understand how carnivores that are no longer eating carbohydrates are still suffering from jock itch, candida, scalp itch. I'm trying to think of the other stuff, and chronic UTIs. And it didn't make sense because they swear, our clientele are swearing they're not eating any more sugar, not even from fruit. And as we're doing more research, mold is one example that your candida can persist from mold overgrowth. And then there's other nutrients. So like there's vitamin B1 gets affected, molybdenum. And again, that's like us going down these rabbit holes and then finding disparate information. And then we marry it all together. And that's some of the research we're doing now. And over time, we will probably release the research we have found. Another very fascinating, interesting thing, a tidbit with that fact is the way that candida breaks down, the breakdown molecule is very similar to alcohol. So I don't know exactly how it all works yet, but our research is showing if you suffer from candida, you probably do not want to be drinking any alcohol.
Yeah, and that's a brilliant answer. I've got my science degree and I did a lot of research, but sometimes when you're reading stuff, it doesn't work for me. And I'm just going to tell you something. About 4 years ago, I used to be a phlebotomist, and I'm a specialist practitioner in diabetes. And what was happening was the HbA1c was going up, but their average blood glucose was, pretty good. So it made no sense. And I researched that and I could not find the answer to that. So I had to think. Now, one of the things you're taught when you're a phlebotomist is if someone's hemolytic, that means their red blood cells die too soon, because the HbA1c is a calculation, not a direct measurement.
Right.
You're told to ignore the HbA1c because it's artificially low. So I just thought, well, hang on a minute. Well, what if the red blood cells are lasting longer? Therefore, you get this artificially high HbA1c. I'm not saying I'm a big, clever person and I'm amazing, but sometimes you have to do your own original thought. That's the point I'm making. And then 2 years later, I'm seeing my theory, which I did put out publicly on Steak and Butter Gang, and I did a video about it, saying I think red blood cells are lasting longer on carnivore. That's why HbA1c goes up. And then we've got people like Ben Bickman saying this is the reason. And I think sometimes you can be the original person that thinks it. I'm not saying he heard my video. I'm sure he came to that. He's pretty clever. I'm sure he came to that realization. So sometimes research is novel, not often, but I won't mention names, but certainly when I started many, many years ago, there were people I thought, yeah, they're the go-to person. And then as you get more experience, you think, well, actually, that doesn't seem to be correct. Right. So you have to be constantly looking, don't you, for new sources of info?
Yeah, I think from my amazing patients and clients, I have learned that you cannot take anything for fact. I used to think, there's so many carnivore myths. Like even when I first joined, I think it's like almost 6 years ago, you can never gain weight on carnivore. There's just so many things. You never need supplements on carnivore. There's all these little nuances that people believed that I didn't. So for me, it didn't hold true either. But I thought maybe my N=1 is broken. Maybe my eating disorder background is broken, and that's why I'm gaining weight. So I could rationalize and justify for me why if you want to call it dogmas or these rules didn't work for me. But once I have 1,000 people that we work with, and we work it's not just like we work with them for a second. It's like very deep clients where we know their full medical history. And once it doesn't work for them, or we see a lot of people that didn't have eating disorders actually gain weight or stall, I started realizing a lot of what we are hearing, it's just people are repeating the same thing over and over. And I know it's great. It helps us to be a community, but we have to challenge things that may not always be true. And that's why I always bring up stuff of, I was the first one to bring up that liver is not always good to eat all the time. And then I got so much flack for that. But then it's true. There's some people that shouldn't be eating a lot of organs, and we see it in our practice. And I only shared these nuances because I'm sure there's someone that's watching this or something else I've shared that maybe that one nuance is true for them. And maybe that is the one hindrance on carnivore that's not allowing them to heal. Maybe for somebody, they've been perfect carnivore and they're just self-sabotaging because they're like, I'm not good enough. I'm eating too many herbs or seasonings, or it's because I had that one keto treat, that one thing, or I left in one supplement, and that's why I'm not healing. And what we find is it's not that small of a thing, but it's actually maybe something more root cause, like the environment or mold or stress. Like if we don't deal with trauma, that can actually impact your ability to heal. And so I think it is so ideal to challenge whatever status quo is, because that's why we're even in a carnivore diet. We questioned what standard care recommends, and we're saying we're going to eat a meat or fat that you're saying is going to kill me of high cholesterol and heart disease. And now I'm finding that it doesn't do that. So then what else are we even in our little bubble? We need to always challenge, because what we want is for people to do carnivore, and then we have every single answer for all the nuances so that people can thrive. And that means everyone can thrive. I hate that people leave our diet and say, it didn't work for me. I would love to know what didn't work for you, because let's find that and let's resolve that so we could say this works for everyone. And I think it requires nuanced care. So when people are like, everyone just eat meat, just go stricter, it's like, no, not for everybody. For some people, it's something also, there's a chronic infection or it's trauma, or you need more faith, or it's the community that you don't have. There's so many reasons why people don't heal with just nutrition. Nutrition is absolutely the foundation. And I think we need to say, I am my own N=1. And regardless of what influencer, practitioner, doctor is saying, if it doesn't work for me, you have to trust that. And you have to be honest that you have given it a full and honest go. But if it doesn't work for you, trust that on your body, because your body's biofeedback is the most powerful N=1 for you than it is for anybody else.
Judy, thank you so much. Great value. We've got Robert Sykes, the Keto Savage, waiting in the room. Can I bring him in?
Yes, yes.
Hello, hello.
Robert!
Well, I apologize. I'm like traveling across the country right now, and the Starbucks that I was planning on doing this in is not Starbucks anymore. So I'm like at a picnic table in some spot. So hopefully everybody can hear me all right.
Hi, Robert.
Hello, hello.
Okay, I'll leave.
Great.
Judy, that was to be here. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, Judy, that was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Super in depth, highly knowledgeable. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed. Thank you.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate all of the efforts that our community does as a large, and I think it's important that we just the more we stick together, the more we can accept. Yeah, we have nuances, differences, and that's okay. We are still a community that really believes in meat as the fundamental baseline of nutrition. And from there, we can get nuance, and that's normal. I don't look anything like you guys, right? That's normal to have differences, and we should embrace that rather than say, wait, so-and-so said this and so-and-so said that. No, it's we come together and we may have differences in our diets, and that is completely okay and normal, and do and find what works best for you. And that will always be the best answer. So thank you guys. I'll talk to you later. Go, Robert.
Fantastic. Thanks, Judy.
Bye, Judy.
Yeah, that was great.
Fabulous. Mr. Sykes, for people that don't know you, would you like to just give us a little introduction as to who you are and why would I bring you on this?
Yeah. So I'm Robert Sykes. I've been doing a natural ketogenic bodybuilding for the past 8 years now that I've been keto. I've been bodybuilding for about 14 or 15 years now. I just love everything about the diet, love everything about the lifestyle. I got my pro card in 2017 following a ketogenic approach, and I have not looked back since. I've started a podcast, multiple other brands, and I'm just trying to dedicate my life to educating others on what I have learned throughout the process to hopefully help people find their way to health.
Wow, that was quick. That's brilliant. And this guy invented the keto brick.
Yeah, that developed as a passion project back in 2017 when I did my first prep. Made that out of my own necessity for something that was ketogenic and shelf stable, and to streamline my own meal prep endeavors. And I've just been making those alongside my wife and team ever since.
Fabulous. And you know Richard, don't you?
Yes, we're actually on a podcast together 3 weeks ago, maybe.
Yes, we did. Well, we've done two recently, haven't we? You came on with Alan and myself, and we both came on yours. And I had to leave a little bit early, didn't I, to pick my little girl up from school, which I was devastated about. But yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that. Always great chatting. Always
chatting with you. Always a pleasure.
Appreciate that.
So, Richard, you fire a question at Robert. Go on.
So, yeah, what brought you into the space, Robert? Obviously, we know that you compete professionally. We've gone into detail in regards to what you do to implement that sort of thing. What made you decide to come into? Because what we do goes literally against the grain, isn't it? It goes against everything that we taught, especially in terms of bodybuilding. You were competing in bodybuilding. It's a heavily carb-driven environment, and to go against that grain. I don't know if you noticed the same, but I was ostracized from the community as the freak that didn't consume carbohydrate. What decided you? What was that catalyst that brought you into being ketogenic?
Yeah. So I had been competing since 2012 was my first show. I'd been bodybuilding for about 14 or 15 years. And after about half of that, after I did my first show, I lost 80 pounds in 12 weeks, competed, won the show, was incredibly lean. But then after that show, I went through a pretty standard, catastrophic, I guess I would say, rebound period in which I put on about 20 pounds in 24 hours. And I was just binging on everything in sight. That kind of led to an eating disorder, binging and purging. That plagued me for 2 or 3 years. And that was all while following a carbohydrate-based approach, very high protein, very low fat, very high carb. And I realized that there just had to be a better, more sustainable alternative to that. So I started dabbling around with carbohydrate backloading developed by John Kiefer. And that's basically keto during the day and then high glycemic index carbs at night. And I recognized that I actually felt better before the introduction of those carbs. So I just started phasing them out entirely, and I was doing carb backloading minus the carbs. That would have been about 2015 before keto was popular. There wasn't any books or podcasts or, anything really on the subject matter at that point. But I found that I felt better. I didn't have any hindrance from my performance in the gym. So I just kept doing carb backloading minus the carbs. And lo and behold, I realized that was in fact keto. And I hadn't looked back since. Like I said, I did my first ketogenic prep in 2017 and maintained a very high fat protocol, moderate protein, very low carbohydrate. And I was able to develop a better physique for that competition season. I got leaner than I ever had before. My hormones stayed more stable. And I just felt better, and it was more sustainable. I didn't feel guilty about the foods I was eating, and I was able to kind of bypass that whole disordered eating relationship. And at that point, I knew that, from a performance standpoint, there was certainly some efficacy to this ketogenic animal-based diet, and I haven't looked back since.
Yeah, fantastic. Love that. It was a slightly different reason for me. I began restricting the carbohydrate for a similar story. There was very little information in regards to carnivore being ketogenic at the time. I almost stumbled upon it by accident. After losing the weight and reversing all of my illnesses, I decided to compete in order to show people that, you can build muscle and be fit and healthy while on a low carbohydrate diet. So yeah, I think the same as you. I fell into every pitfall that you can imagine. I made every mistake that you can think of because there was no information around, and the little information that was available was misinformation. And I think, it's that making those errors and those mistakes that lead to the success, isn't it? And our ability, to teach and help others move forward. Because yeah, the amount of pitfalls that I fell into, absolutely incredible. I've tried with, as you say, carb loading, carb cycling, and we're in this society where we are told that carbohydrates is crucial for those heavy lifts, is crucial to build muscle, is crucial for energy. And what I quickly realized was that I was building muscle quicker than anybody else that I knew. All natural, no carbohydrates. I was on lots of protein, lots of fat. We've gone through the fat and protein protocol, which is similar but slightly different. There's slight variances, isn't it, in regards to the amount of protein and fat that we implement during bulking and cutting. But one of the things that we both agreed on was that our ability to cut incredibly quickly for competition, reducing the amount of time that we were in that period of cutting, enabling us to build muscle for longer periods of time throughout the year. So lots of benefits. We're told carbohydrates are essential for muscle protein synthesis. Carbohydrates have zero impact on muscle protein synthesis when adequate leucine is consumed. But what does increase muscle protein synthesis is the co-ingestion of fats with protein. And that's a ketogenic lifestyle. And coming back to the foods that we eat, these are foods that nature presents in its purest form. Eggs, almost equal levels in gram for protein to protein to fat. Steak, chicken breast with the skin on, all of these sorts of things. So it's been absolutely, life-changing for me in regards to competition, the ability to strip fat and compete. But the biggest change for me, that came in regards for almost aesthetic purposes, if you like, but it's the health and well-being, isn't it? The way that it makes you feel, all of these aches and pains go away. So have you benefited? Obviously, you've succeeded professionally in bodybuilding. Where have you succeeded in your personal life in regards to health and well-being?
Yeah, well, I think, the bodybuilding has been great for me. The lessons I've learned from bodybuilding have transcended the sport and become, just very pivotal in all of my aspects of life. But when it comes to bodybuilding as a sport, the reigning champ of nutrition is probably the flexible dieting if it fits your macros approach. And there are multiple philosophies of nutrition, but I feel like the the interest in that is to give people more variety and to make things more sustainable in that nature. And I do think sustainability is key, but yes, you can get incredibly lean with a very mixed diet, eating, Twinkies and Hot Pockets and whatnot. But I think there's a massive disconnect between what can you get away with versus what can you optimize for. And I think when people make that switch in thinking, that really helps improve their overall relationship with food. So many competitors in the bodybuilding circles, and you can attest to this, like having disordered eating is not an uncommon thing. Like most competitors leave the show, that finish line's been crossed, and they go off the rails, and they have a very negative relationship with food that just eats at them at all hours of the day and night, apart from the competitive season. And I feel like once you get to a point in life where you have a healthy relationship with food, which I believe is largely a result of not feeling guilty about the foods you're consuming, because you feel confident they're all nourishing your body as they are if you're following an animal-based approach, then you don't have to have that guilt associated with it. And that becomes much more sustainable in and of itself. So that has been a huge benefit for me and so many others, because there isn't that a guilt associated with it. You don't have this binging, purging tendency, and you're just able to be more in tune with what your body needs and, responds best to, and you just remove that noise from the dietary equation.
Yeah, and that's a big thing, isn't it? I think food addiction rears its head again. I don't think I've ever said this publicly before. At least I don't think so. But before I began my ketogenic journey, I would make myself sick. I was so obese. I would make myself sick in order to try to lose weight, and it's embarrassing to say, but this is what life pushes us to, isn't it? Food addiction is a real thing. And this is also rampant within the bodybuilding community. I knew lots of competitors who were on lots of carbohydrates who would do this regularly, leading towards a competition. And it saddens me to think that, yes, you have a goal that you want to achieve, but the addiction of the food that you were consuming is driving you, to do this. If you didn't have that addiction in the first place, you wouldn't be over consuming on these carbohydrates and causing, these backward steps in regards to your preparation in competing. Do you see an awful lot of that? Have you come across an awful lot of, what I'd class as severe sort of food addiction in regards to purging or making yourself sick for competition? And do you think that, potentially living this lifestyle could be an option or an opportunity to gravitate away from that? Because I don't know about you, but I find it difficult to gain weight, eating the food that we consume. Yes, you can do it. You can overconsume, but it's a lot more difficult to get fat eating meat, isn't it?
Oh, for sure. 100%. I mean, when I was doing carbohydrate-based approach, there would be times where I would bulk up to 230 pounds. That unnecessary. I was eating, way too much food, but it was all coming from processed sources that were not fueling my body properly. Even when I'm really aggressive with the caloric surplus now, following a ketogenic carnivore approach, like I cannot get above 190 pounds, to save my life. And that's a good thing because quality weight. Like even when I put on a healthy amount of body fat in the building phase, it's not like a noise. It's not like a bad weight. It's a good weight. You need to be in some caloric surplus to be able to embrace putting on a little bit of body fat when the goal is to optimize muscle building. And people need to embrace that in and of itself. But it's much better, much easier to eat intuitively and maintain proper health, healthy degree of body fat with this approach. And I think people just don't realize how common this binging, purging, eating disorder tendency is amongst the dieting community. But even outside of the, bodybuilding and fitness community, it just runs rampant everywhere. And I think a lot of that is due to the hyperpalatable nature of the heavily processed carbohydrates, the sugars, the sweets. And if you're eating food that you don't have to feel guilty about eating because it's nourishing you and providing, benefit, then you don't have that guilt association with it. Like many of the competitors that I am up against, they're dropping their dietary fat just intensively to the point where they're even removing fish oil pills, which is going to have a massive down regulation towards their hormonal health. So they'll see testosterone just totally plummet. And you can bypass so much of that by maintaining a healthy degree of dietary fat, healthy degree of protein, and then no carbohydrates necessary.
Yeah, fantastic. So what would your protocol be for say maintenance? So, we spoke to the composition consultant earlier, Johnson. We've had Coach Bronson on. All very similar sort of thoughts in regards to protein to fat ratios. Slight variations, but I'd be inclined to say that, it was all pretty similar. What would you regard as the perfect protein to fat ratio in regards to grams? I don't like working in the calories sort of thing, but I mean, if you want to work in that as a percentage or grams in regards to fat and protein, what would you recommend?
So it really just depends what the primary goal is. As a general rule of thumb, like in a building phase or a maintenance phase, a simple 1 gram of protein per gram of dietary fat seems to work out pretty well for the masses. Obviously, you need to be consuming ample total calories for your body and your goals. When I start to get into a competition prep, I'll typically start at a higher fat ratio to just optimize fat metabolism and ramp that up, and then I'll simultaneously increase dietary protein while dropping dietary fat until I find my unique protein threshold, because everybody's going to have a different threshold, so to speak. And then from that point, I'll start dropping dietary protein as well, all the while total calories are dropping, trying to figure out, at what point my body responds best to the caloric deficit. But again, a general rule of thumb for most people is around that 1 gram of protein to 1 gram of dietary fat. And that's what you see in nature with most foods, like a whole egg, for instance. You see in a lot of animal-based cuts. And if you're consuming calories, that 1-to-1 ratio of protein to fat works out really, really well for most people.
Yeah, fantastic. And I think that's a recurring sort of theme today, isn't it? The sort of that ratio of 1-to-1 seems pretty close. I know there's variations depending on goal. But yeah, that's pretty much what I do on a daily basis, is eating food as nature intended. I will change the percentage depending on goal coming towards competition, and I'll do a similar thing to you. I'll test the metabolism by increasing fat initially, and then reducing dietary fat. I'll keep protein to a maintenance, so I won't go below 0.5 grams per pound. This is where I believe maintenance to be at the lower end. But I'll manipulate fat along the way. But again, I mean, it's competing isn't healthy, is it? Taking your body to a 2% body fat is not healthy, and I'm sure you'll agree. We don't recommend this to the average listener unless you're looking to achieve a goal. But that's exactly what we are doing. It's goal specific, isn't it? We get on stage and we win these competitions because we take the body to the extremities that others are not willing to go to. Have you got anything to chuck in there, Steve?
Yeah, I just want to cover the submitted question and the question on the screen. Yeah, just someone for context. How tall are you, Robert?
I am 5. Well, my wife says I'm 5'7". I say I'm 5'8", so we'll call it 5.
Brilliant. And we had a submitted question. This comes from Matthew. What are your thoughts on doing a high-intensity resistance training workout routine, such as Mike Mentzer or Dorian Yates, on a carnivore diet versus high-volume training?
So the beautiful thing about training is that there are multiple ways to skin a cat, as the saying goes. I've played around with body part splits, focusing on increased intensity. I've played around with, right now I'm doing a full body split in which I'm training every single muscle group every single time I train. So less intensity for a given muscle group, but more frequency over time, and winds up being more volume. And I've seen growth and success with all forms. The main thing that you need to do when it comes to building muscle is check 4 boxes: ample protein, ample caloric intake, ample stimulus, and ample rest. If you're doing those 4 things, you will grow and develop muscle tissue. So no worries there. As far as the higher intensity versus higher volume goes, I just encourage people to mix it up. Like, figure out what their body responds best to, figure out what they're finding sustainable. Because with either of those options, if you're consistently doing it and implementing progressive overload principles, you will continue to see progress.
Yeah, I think putting the work in. I mean, it's as basic as that, isn't it? There's so many people looking for the perfect program, and often you just want to say to them, just do some basic exercises and actually put a shift in, and then you'll get a response. They seem to think that there's a magic program that's going to make the difference, and it's not. It's actually what you do. So you could be doing some basic compound movements and get some results, or you could buy a fancy pants program, not put the effort in. You're not going to get the results.
I think there's a lot of overthinking that takes place both within the fitness realm and nutrition. You know, like as we can all attest, when it comes to nutrition, you know, you can do a classic 80-20 analysis of it. 80% of one's progress and results are going to come from, you know, a 20% input, and then you can kind of really finesse things for the last 20% of benefit. Same is true with nutrition. I mean, my first year of training was done in my dad's garage with tractor weight that I had laying around, and I saw tremendous success with just those rudimentary basics. So yeah, I think the lack of consistency is where people hang up, and I feel like that's oftentimes triggered because they're trying to major in the minors and reach some perfection that's just unattainable. So just simply getting in there and putting in the work, that's going to yield the results.
Rich?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the fundamental. I've always been an out of the box thinker, if you will, and I've always looked for that extra 1%. Because if I'm not looking for it, someone else is. So I agree completely with what you guys have said, but I also think that those finer points make a difference. In regards to the way that I used to train, I used to look for mTOR activation via mTOR reset. So I would try to activate mTOR 4 times throughout the day. I know that this is small percentage gains, but in an industry where it is down to opinion on stage, you could have the best physique on stage, but someone else's opinion is what matters, unfortunately, isn't it? I'd have to take condition to stage that was unparalleled. So I would be conscious in building lean mass. So what I would typically do, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. So I would eat my last meal, let's say 8 p.m. So that's 1 mTOR activation. I train in the morning at 8 a.m. So I'd gone 12 hours before training. Training would activate mTOR. I'd go 4 hours without eating, so I'd activate mTOR again, 4 hours after that, and 4 hours being 8 o'clock again, without snacking in between. So I'm activating this mTOR reset, not via IGF-1, but activating mTOR directly. This would allow me 4 mTOR activations while fasting for 16 hours, allowing me to increase testosterone and human growth hormone. I believe that was pivotal to my progression and building the lean mass and what I deem to be the top end of what's physiological possible without supplementing. And I'd implement that, and I would be mindful of consuming, high quality protein. So I would consume most of my protein from red meat because of the higher leucine content, the higher fat content. I'd avoid, red meat as much. If I was consuming protein, I made sure I consumed it with fat. I looked into rep ranges, the amount of time that you train. So I in the big early stages, I would train for hours and hours in the gym, which I soon learned was counterintuitive because the elevation of cortisol is catabolic. So then I switched my training from these big heavy lifts for hours into eccentric movements, which is something that composition consultant mentioned earlier. Something that he practices due to injury and things. So I moved away from the heavy weights, concentrated on eccentric movements. Looked at my rep ranges, and I wouldn't train longer than 45 minutes to an hour. And all of these things coupled together. I made sure I consumed 3 tins of sardines or mackerel per day in order to get my omega-3s to help with recovery and inflammation. And amongst other things, creatine, pivotal as well. I made sure that I was consuming creatine. I experimented with the amount of creatine. I found that taking creatine twice a day, splitting before and after training, all of these little things added up to that 1%. And I believe that it was that 1% that made the difference. So I completely agree with putting the hard work in. That is the fundamental. But I was working my butt off to overcome all of these things in a world that is heavily carbohydrate driven. And I was the outcast. I was the freak in the corner that didn't consume carbohydrates. And year on year, I went back a little bit better, a little bit leaner, a little bit bigger. And that's what allowed me to achieve those goals, So yeah, that's my experience. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah,
If
no,
that's a bit too much, throw that all out there.
As a sport, that's typically brought, it's the extremists that are in the sport, the people that are fighting for that 1%. So absolutely agree. I think, figuring out what those little nuance changes and tweaks. I mean, if I was told that eating dirt would make me gain 1% more lean tissue,
exactly.
of the thing, really optimizing the sleep, optimizing the absorption of the nutrition you're consuming is very important. Like, a lot of people forget that. You could have the macros dialed in perfectly, consume all the right foods, but if you are consuming those foods in a stressed state with elevated cortisol, not ample recovery time, then the absorption of that's going to be hindered, and then you're just shooting yourself in the foot there. So really optimizing all things across the spectrum as best you can is absolutely key. And I think, there's actually something to say about, overtraining, training for too long. I love the intensity workouts, but at some point there's, training for 4 or 5 hours a day is going to be counterproductive. So the recovery portion is very, very important. And I'm with the worst of them about sacrificing sleep quality to try and get more done. And getting ample sleep is absolutely paramount with building more lean tissue. So getting that dialed in is very important. And then I think you also mentioned, consuming dietary fat in tandem with protein. That is very, very key. I see so many people just simply consuming like protein isolates without any fat in tandem with it at all, which is going to hinder the absorption of that protein too. So making sure all those boxes are checked so that the efforts that you are putting forth are actually, being useful is very much so the key.
Yeah, for sure. And a big important point there. Oh, sorry, Stephen, go on.
Well, I was going to say we've got a question from Jennifer, who's going to be our guest in 3 hours' time. I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but Robert, can you build muscle if you're also fasting? I just wanted to squeeze that in before you run out of time.
Yeah,
Longer fast than intermittent fasting.
The fasting community is very much so a proponent for fasting being beneficial for increasing growth hormone, things of that nature, and there are some definite benefits in that regard. However, I think most people that are going the route of extended fasting are having a more difficult time consuming a caloric surplus, and when you put everything together, that is going to be more of a key factor than just simply the minute increase in growth hormone from an acute extended fast. So if the goal is to build muscle, then I would encourage people not to try and do both simultaneously. A lot of people in the fasting community are doing so to lose weight. I don't ever really recommend extended fasting as the primary objective, of weight loss. So I try to make sure that when the goal is to build muscle, I'm checking those boxes, being in a surplus, consuming ample protein. And then generally speaking, extended fasts are not going to be the best combination if the primary goal is to build muscle. You can certainly do it from time to time, and when I am in a significant surplus, I will do some strategic extended fast to get my digestive system a break, but I don't recommend doing that on a regular basis if the primary objective is to build muscle.
Thank you. Go on, Rich.
Yeah, love that. It again, that's why I split the fasting between those 4 mTOR activations. So I was still getting a little bit of potential gain. And unfortunately, there's no way that we can measure this. We can look at the research and science, but I can't say 100% that because I was fasting for 16 hours a day, that the increase in testosterone or human growth had any impact on muscle building. But it certainly didn't hinder. But I agree with extended fasting. If you are looking to build muscle, extended fasting is anti-catabolic. But it's counterintuitive to building. But those daily fasts didn't hinder my ability to heal, repair. But coming back to a point that you made, sleep and recovery. Recovery is something that people don't get enough of. And sleep was always my biggest downfall and still is. I do not get enough sleep. Unfortunately, I'm in a similar position to yourself, self-employed. I'm up all hours stressing about business and money and bills. So sleep is a massive factor in my life that I have yet to address. I've practiced, meditation and all sorts of things. But, if we have an expert or any of you have any advice on improving sleep quality, this is the only area in my life that I feel that is lacking for me now is the sleep side, unfortunately. And it is so, so important, and it does not get anywhere near enough airtime. So fantastic point made there. And that was something popped up with James Curtis, I think, Steve, was it?
Yeah, I think, but we've got Lily Kane now in the waiting room. and we can't keep our guests waiting. So
For sure,
Robert's done his 30 minutes, and it's been fantastic. Robert, I want to thank you so much. And do you know what? I'm going to thank you for something else that you did for me. I'm not going to say it out loud, but you know what I'm saying. That was a really lovely thing to do. All right. So it made my day that week, made my month. So you're a fabulous guy. I promise you, people, he's very genuine. In fact, every single guest is incredibly genuine. And I can assure you, it's just, I'm going to start breaking down into tears now because it's been so hard to put this together and everyone's been fantastic. So I'm going to bring Lily into the room, if that's okay. And Robert, do you know Lily Kane?
Yes, I actually had Lily on my podcast last week. Haven't gone live yet, but we were chatting last week.
And I was just editing my interview with Dr. Bill Schindler, who was talking all about how Robert Sykes is one of the most genuine, kind people I met, and now I get to hear it again. I'm like, all right, Robert, when are we hanging out?
And do you know Richard? Do you know Richard, Lily?
I don't actually.
Hey there, Lily. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Right. Okay, so Robert, we're going to kick you out of the room now.
Great. Thank you.
Robert, pleasure as always, my man.
Take care.
Yeah. You too, man. Take care. Speak soon.
Good to see you. Bye. And he's just not a savage, is he? He's so refined. It's brilliant. So Lily, for those people that don't know you, could you just give us a little introduction before we get into it?
Yes. I'm Lily Cade. I am a certified keto nutrition coach and certified health and life coach, but mainly a YouTuber, and people do one-on-one coaching calls with me too. But my main goal is to be able to give so much great content and value and information through YouTube videos that are free that people don't have to, work with people one-on-one. Though there is, of course, nuance and everyone's individual. So it's really hard to give generalized information online, but trying my best to just help people get healthier, because I think my main goal is to help people get happier. And I find it's really hard for people to be happy if they're not truly healthy. So I'm just here for smiles and steaks.
Yes. And you have one of the best Instagrams that I've ever seen, and your reels make me laugh and they're full of information, and I'm so jealous. And I would tell you something that is embarrassing for me to say. Now, without the context of knowing, what is your partner's name?
Bryce.
Right. Now, I sent a message to Lily to say, how do you get such good Instagram reels? And you said, Bryce. Okay. And I spent the afternoon trying to find an app called Bryce. And then the penny dropped. So anyway,
he's gonna like to hear that. That's gonna be good. That'll make his day.
And I said to my wife, she uses Bryce. I can't find this app anywhere. It's really frustrating. They make really good reels. So that was funny, right? So
I've made YouTube videos before where people are like, "How do you this, that, and the other?" And I've told people like, "Go on Amazon and get yourself a Bryce." But yeah, it's should stop using that joke.
Okay, cool. Now, so let's kick off with a really simple question. I know it says keto, and I'm happy we're not zero tolerance here. Keto, it's fine. Carnivore, low carb, it's fine. Is there a way of being keto / carnivore whilst being on a budget? What would you say?
Buy in bulk is my first biggest tip. Like we just bought yesterday 40 pounds of ground beef. And yes, it is a big, expensive purchase at one time. But now I'm not going to have to buy beef for, that long, but long enough. It's better than buying one individual package at a time. So buying in bulk is a big thing with us. Or I think like even when I'm thinking about fats, like butter is like a really affordable fat, whereas like someone else can go and they can buy bone marrow, but that's just not going to be in everybody's budget. Or instead of having steak all the time, having some ground beef, or even alternating having some chicken or some pork. So I think also buying on when things are on sale. So if like the grocery stores will send out into our mailboxes all the different sales going on. And so you'll go to that certain store because maybe Costco's having a sale this week, but then the following week it's Walmart, and the next week it's Aldi's. And so you can just go to different grocery stores based on their sales and then buy that in bulk. And so that way, even if things aren't on sale, it's okay. You're still eating sale meat because it's in your freezer.
What about you, Rich? Have you got something to add to that?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't find it expensive. I save an absolute fortune for being carnivore. My entire weekly shop is done in the butcher. We spend £60 a week in the butcher. That feeds the three of us. Again, we buy in bulk. So I go over to the local butcher who I support. So he supports me back. We hand over £60 and I walk away with bags full of meat. Ground beef or minced meat, you know, as we call it in the UK, is a fantastic option. It's steak, in effect. It's steak. The butcher that I use grinds organ meats into that as well. So it's super nutrient dense. Minced beef or ground beef, incredibly nutrient dense, super cheap, even if you buy it from the supermarket. And the higher the fat, the cheaper it is. But buying bulk is key. I think if you support your local butcher and build a relationship up there, you're going to get it cheaper. But foods on a standard, you know, quote unquote lifestyle are more expensive. It's more expensive to eat. I know we're told that junk food is cheaper, but I used to live on takeaways. You know, I used to consume takeaways almost every day. I'd wake up and I'd go to McDonald's for a breakfast, and then I'd have a Domino's or something for lunch, and an Indian for. So I used to spend hundreds of pounds a week on what I thought was food, and this isn't. I spent hundreds of pounds a week on poison. So when you begin to cut out, you know, the crisps or chips, as they are in the States, these chocolate treats and these cakes and muffins and everything else, the Pop-Tarts and all these things that I used to consume, then £60 a week goes an incredibly long way. So you can do it on a budget. I don't find it expensive at all.
Yeah, I think you can buy tin stuff as well, you know,
And
if
tins,
you really...
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a really good reason to not be carnivore or keto if you think it's going to be expensive. But I understand it, you see, because some influencers, you know, have a ribeye that's going to be out of somebody's budget, you know, just one. Yeah. I'm lucky. We got a really good butcher and it's a great price and stuff like that. But some people just haven't got that money. And, you know, my heart goes out. But you can get good nutrition. Ground beef is incredibly nutritious and, you know, pretty inexpensive. Sardines are quite inexpensive. So let's
or eggs too.
Eggs are great. Yeah, brilliant. This is a very earnest question. Is there a brand a lot of carnivores use for body soap, tallow soap? Has me intrigued. Any other products such as toothpaste?
I use a couple different brands for different reasons. So I use like a tallow lotion brand called Clara and Fritz. They also have sunscreens. And then I will also use a different company called Perma Earth, and they have like more body washes and shampoos and conditioners. And then I will use for toothpaste, just generic stuff like Tom's.
And I think Richard's just left the room to possibly get a brand to show people. I don't know. Right, let's have a look at the next question. I don't use a particular brand because it just depends on who's the cheapest. So there's a couple of tallow soaps, and I cannot remember the names of them. I'm really sorry. I mean, this isn't a fundraiser or just sponsored. We're just trying to talk about carnivore. Oh yeah, here we go. So Richard's back. Let's add him back to the stream. Do you have he did go off for a brand. You're muted, Richard. Let me unmute you.
There we are. That'll teach me. So yeah, that's the one I use. So I'm not promoting them. I've never pushed them to anybody else before, but you asked me what I use. That's what I use. It's tallow. In regards to toothpaste, I don't use toothpaste. I use MCT oil. A question that popped up in the chat earlier, you know, do you use deodorant? I do not use any deodorant. I don't think I smell. Yeah, so again, I don't put anything on my skin that I would not put into my mouth. And that's one of the rules that I live by. And only recently, I mean, I've been keto and carnivore for 10, 11 years. 4 to 5 of that has been sort of carnivore-based keto for the majority of the rest. But it's only recently, it's a progression, isn't it? As you learn more, you realize that you go into these extremities in order to eat highly nutrient-dense foods, and then you begin removing the foods that are causing the anti-nutrients that are causing the body's ability to absorb these nutrients. And then you realize that you put in all of these toxins. You go through such an effort not to consume them, but then you were putting them on our skin and it's been absorbed into the body. So it's this incremental learning phase, isn't it, in regards to health and well-being, which I think is never ending, and it's a journey that we're always going to be on, I believe. But that is my latest thing. So that's what I use: tallow hand cream, MCT oil to brush my teeth, and no deodorant.
Yeah,
take from that from what you will.
Tello is a godsend for me because I like bad jokes. So whenever I pick it up, I always go, Tello, is it me you're looking for? But anyway, right. Beef fat trimmings are often free from the butcher. And that's really true. So yes, be prepared to ask your butcher for beef fat trimmings. I think that's a great tip. Right. Let's put the cat amongst the pigeons. Let's do a controversial question. Right. So I am thriving on carnivore plus fruit. And did not do well on strict carnivore. Any health implications with this combo? High LDL plus sugars from fruit. Go on, Rich. I've let him go now. He's going to rant now.
Do you know? It's not. I'm not, because I take up way too much time with everybody else's. Look, some fruit are better than others. I don't believe what much of the influencers are saying recently within the community that sugar from fruit is different. It works the same way within the body, as far as I'm concerned. I don't think this, context is incredibly important. How much fruit, what type of fruit, berries, I believe are okay in moderation. So I'm not against consuming fruit, but again, context is important. High LDL, I wouldn't care in the world what your LDL is, as long as your triglycerides are low. And your HDL is highest. The triglyceride to HDL ratio is the biggest telling point. LDL is protective. LDL heals the body. LDL repairs the body. So we want LDL to be high. Even studies on the BMJ in people who are not keto and carnivore show that LDL is protective. We need high LDL. I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions that we've ever been told. So triglycerides and HDL, those are the important factors. We can go into more detail in regards to cholesterol if you wanted to, but I don't want to take too much of the airtime away. So yeah, I'll pass this back on to Lily.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have different opinions. So hey, that's why we have these conversations. I personally also did strict carnivore. Now, for myself, and of course, everyone is so different. So please don't take what I'm going to say as I'm a carnivore hater or people should be doing what I'm doing. It's not the case, but my mental health actually struggled a lot when I was doing strict carnivore. Now, that doesn't mean I need to eat fruit, but it more or less meant to me having some celery powder in my bacon is okay, or having some seasonings or some condiments or something. For me, when I felt like I had to just avoid eating certain sausages because they had different seasonings in them, it was just really complicated and really hard on my life and well-being overall. So for me, just having a little bit more flexibility in what I do as a health benefit of less stress, to me, strict carnivore wasn't as optimal for my overall well-being. I think other people may need to be more strict, whether out of just because they believe that is the healthiest thing they can do for themselves, or for some people maybe Michaela Peterson, who if she has a little bit of seasonings, then it causes her arthritic pain to come up, or she has more joint pain. And so as far as the fruit in particular goes, yeah, sugar is sugar. So it's going to be converted in the body, whether someone's eating a candy bar or a piece of fruit, it's still sugar. At the same time, though, at least you're getting some nutrients now. The amount of nutrients someone's getting in fruit in comparison to the fruit they would have had 50 years ago is going to be a lot different. The soil health is different. So an apple 50 years ago had a lot more nutrients and vitamins and minerals in it than an apple today. So I'm not trying to advocate fruit's a nutrient-rich food. It's just a way for someone, if they maybe from their own mental health perspective, than having that sweet treat or that thing that for them keeps them going, and not eating cakes and cookies that are filled with other toxic chemicals and ingredients it's not the carbs or the sugar in my head that is the issue with Oreos. It's the added ingredients and the chemicals and the other negative things inside of the processed junk food, kind of carby foods.
So Lily, how long have you been carnivore then? What actually happened to get you into this crazy world?
I am it's weird because in YouTube videos, I'll put a label on it, but usually I just say I eat the Lily Kane diet. So some seasons I'll do no eggs. Sometimes I'll have dairy. Sometimes it's just it kind of fluctuate with what I'm doing based on how my body's feeling. So I've been in the meat-based, animal-based world for the last 3 years.
Cool. Let's have a look. I've got here a nice question, actually. Nice fun one. Bob's Pistols and Pay Dirt. What is your favorite or unusual carnivore keto fun recipe?
I'll say a pizza, I suppose. I would, because I guess it's more just surprising, because you would think a pizza crust gives it the majority of what makes it taste like pizza, which is not true. I think it's more like the cheese that probably makes something taste like pizza. So if I make like, I can do cheese and chicken and you blend it together and then you make a crust. And if you cook it long enough, like it comes out tasting just like, in my head, crust. I guess I haven't had bread in a long time, so I don't really remember what bread tastes like. But to me, it tastes like a pizza crust. But then the cheese, and when you put like sausages and bacon and some other toppings on top, to me, the pizza is like a fun one.
What about you, Rich? Do you have a particular thing that you like chucking together?
Yeah, look, I mean, coming back to a comment that, you know, Lily just made, we're all on our own journey, and it's only recently that I've gravitated into becoming a lot stricter. You know, it's a point we keep coming back to constantly, isn't it? That, you know, any gravitation towards low carb, ketogenic, carnivore, animal-based lifestyle is going to see a benefit. I know we keep mentioning, you know, the client that you've worked with who's living a dirty carnivore lifestyle and has reaped lots and lots of benefits. So it's got to be, the number one rule is it's got to be sustainable. But what is important, I think, is education and understanding that the deeper down this rabbit hole you go, you know, the healthier that you're going to be, providing it's something that you can maintain and sustain. If going strict carnivore is having an impact on your mental health and is elevating cortisol and stress in you, then that's a negative. So, I mean, that does call to take a step back. For me, I seem to be more of a step change. I need to be all or nothing. But what I thought was all last year is not, you know, what I believe all to be now. Mm-hmm. But coming back to the treats, you know, and you'll probably shout at me with this now, I do indulge in a full-fat Greek yogurt occasionally, mixed with one of the protein powders that we manufacture. I don't have it all the time, but that is my little dirty treat. And to be honest, if that's all I have to worry about, you know, I don't have an awful lot to worry about. But it's full-fat Greek yogurt with the protein powder that we make. That's my sweet treat. We make bars as well, low-carb ketogenic bars. Occasionally, I might smuggle one of them. But they're few and far between as well. I love eating the food that I eat. I feel satiated when I eat it. So, yeah, they are my guilty pleasures occasionally when I do decide to deviate. What about you, Steve?
Well, actually, Jane is very inventive. So virtually every meal, she's a brilliant cook. It's just, I don't know. See, this is doing her a disservice. If I said she chucks just anything in that we've got, that sounds like there's no care and consideration. But it's always tasty and it's always amazing. And if I ever put the recipes on, I used to do what I eat in a day. I would put the recipe on, which isn't a recipe. It's basically just being intuitive. And so many people would say, "Wow, that's really good. I'm going to try that. I'm going to try that." So I don't think it's about following a recipe. I think it's looking in the fridge, looking in the larder. Oh, I've got this and this, and I'm just going to put that together because carnivore food's pretty tasty. You know, you can take some eggs and some beef and bacon. Yeah, the food is fabulous. And
steak and eggs, winner.
I think when I found out you could make mayonnaise out of an egg yolk and butter, that was pretty good. I didn't realize this. So, 3 minutes into the kitchen and even I can make mayonnaise. It was like, well, I love this. This is really good. So yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look. I've got a question, a submitted question. Oh yes. Lily, do you think that dairy is something that will put weight on people?
No, I think that eating a lot of food will put weight on people. I eat dairy every day and I'm 110 pounds. So no, I think people eat butter in the carnivore space all the time. Now, if we're referring to dairy with carbs, again, I eat milk. I drink milk every day. I have yogurt every day, and I'm 110 pounds. So if I was eating in excess of anything, I think then yes, I could gain weight.
Yeah, I mean, do you coach people that maybe have a problem with dairy and it is the fact they eat too much because they like the taste too much?
Right. Yeah, that's where it would be more of a problem, I think, is like for the addictive component to dairy. So it tastes good. So people are overeating it. People who overeat bacon and people who overeat pork rinds and things like that too. So, but yes, dairy, I do see people, they put too many, they have drink coffee and they'll put too much heavy cream inside and they don't even realize that that's adding up to all of their daily needs if they are somebody specifically who doesn't move. then those dairy calories can add up real quick. I know calories word. I'm trying not to use the calories word. Fuel. Your fuel can add up quickly if you don't use it.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I love about this space, and the guests we've had on. Everyone's slightly different, and there's no problem with that. What do you think, Richard? Do you think differently?
Yeah, it's not differently, but context is important. Dairy is high in casomorphine, which is highly addictive. There's lots, and again, there's different types of dairy. I'm not a big lover of milk. Milk contains casein, which can cause intestinal permeability, even if it's raw or A2. So even these super avid ketonians and carnivore people who think that the raw dairy is good. Yeah, it's the better one to consume, but it still contains these compounds, the casein that could cause intestinal permeability. And again, we look at cheese. Cheese seems to be a lot lower in these problematic sort of compounds. I can get away with consuming cheese, but I do not consume any form of milk whatsoever. The type of cheese that I would consume is important as well. But it does come down to context, doesn't it? I think you could eat Greek yogurt or cheese or some milk, but it's to do with the person's background. Are they suffering with intestinal permeability? Are they overweight? Do they have an addictive personality? Is this casomorphine going to increase that addictive nature of that compound? Again, we're all on our own journey. Cheese works occasionally for me, but it doesn't work for a lot of people. The A2 dairy and raw dairy works for a lot of people, but it doesn't work well for me. I find these compounds highly addictive, but cheese I don't find addictive. So yeah, just my opinion.
Yeah, I think context is important. The amount is important, the frequency. And this is the problem with these questions, isn't it? Because, if let's say I had one yogurt a week, is that going to be a problem? I don't think it's going to be, unless the tub was this big, maybe it would be. So I think it's just what Lily said about, the volume, like coffee. Is coffee a problem? Well, maybe if you're glugging in loads of cream, which people don't mention. They say, oh, coffee's really messing me up. And I always say that. What, you have it black, do you? And they're like, well, no, I have quite a lot of heavy cream in it. And sometimes I put sweetener in. So there is more to it than just that question. But that was how the question was written. So I thought I'd ask it like that. So what do you think is your vice then, Lily? Do you think there's a food that when you eat it, you enjoy it, but then afterwards you feel, I shouldn't maybe have had that, or does that not happen in your life?
I am very grateful to say that doesn't really happen in my life. I grew up very low income, so I think like my household growing up, I didn't have chips and sodas and candies and things because we just didn't have enough money to have all of those treats. And so like for Halloween, I would go trick-or-treating and all the candy that I got was pretty much the candy I would get for the whole entire year. So my mom didn't tell me like, you're only allowed to have one piece. I told myself, I know my mom ain't going to buy me more candy, so I better make it last each day to hopefully make it last until the next year. So I think I've just been always a pretty good moderator. Yeah, I have different ways of like releasing stress. So I know that certain people, like when they're stressed, they stress eat, or if they're anxious. I do other kind of bad habits, like pick skin off my fingernails, or like, not great habits.
Yeah, you've got some love coming to you here. They love your story, you're a true role model. Now, one of the things that's come up in the feed is a statement, which I think is really interesting. I'm going to just put it on. Let me find it. Now, I'd like to see in people's freezers, like people show up and just record kind of like the, fact or fiction. I think most of the influencers in this space do actually say the truth. Lily definitely is exactly what she says on the tin, because she says things that aren't popular.
Yeah.
It's really that simple. So if you want to be growing a big carnivore following, which she's got on YouTube, there are things she's eating and saying that actually most carnivores will probably go, well, I don't know about that. But and I think I'm the same as that. I think Rich is the same. I think what we say we eat, and what we say we don't eat. I think that is one of the things about this community. And most of the guests I'd say every guest that's come on, what they say is what they do. And it's evident in their health, the way they look, the fitness. And I just don't see why we wouldn't tell people what we're doing. So, Lily, your personal stories are so honest, and why would you lie about? There's nothing to lie about, is there really? I mean, I'm sure if you had a birthday cake made for you by Bryce, the app, you would tell people, look, he's made me this birthday cake. I really need to eat it because, he spent a lot of time on it. I think that's what we do here. So a bit of a technical question. Oh, sorry, go on, carry on.
Well, even like for our wedding, like we got married in March and we didn't, like, our family wanted cake. We didn't buy a cake. Our family like bought the cake. And like we weren't going to eat it. So they kept saying like, you need to like at least like put it in each other's mouths or something like that. Like we cut the cake for them and they're like, no, you still need to like try the cake. And I was like, oh gosh. So we took the icing and like put the icing in each other's mouths. And then I had like this fingered cake that I was like, who wants it? And my little sister was like, me, but it's all on record. So like people saw like, yeah, on my wedding, like that's what I had cake, aka icing off my husband's finger.
Rich, have you ever put something out that you've eaten that someone's picked up on you and said, I thought you didn't eat that, or are you very
strict?
I
mean, look, I think I'd regard myself as being incredibly strict. I'm probably more strict than a lot of people, but when was the last time that the last time that I can actively remember veering off the lifestyle was probably Christmas time, when my mother invited us for Christmas dinner, and she knows that she thinks I'm fussy. She doesn't understand it, but so I hope she's not listening. She asked me what I would eat, and she went through the hassle of cooking it. So I just said, look, just cook whatever you want. I'll eat whatever's on my plate. And I ate some vegetables. I know, shoot me. So that was the last time I can actively remember sort of deviating to that degree. That said, I have consumed, a few cups of coffee recently. Coffee is something that I've actively removed. I do feel a lot better for it. We went into the science in regards to why, a little bit earlier on in the day. The acrylamide being one compound in there that causes inflammation and lots of other issues in the body. But I do feel better restricting coffee. But it is one of those vices that I do occasionally dip into. I think coffee's probably the most common vice. But beyond that, I think I'd regard myself as being relatively strict. I take pride, if I go out somewhere. I'll make a point of not consuming certain foods, to prove a point. And I'll ask them to make sure that it's not cooked in vegetable oils. And, I'll tell them I'm allergic to vegetable oils, and can they cook either in its own juices or cook in butter or tallow, lard or ghee. I'll make a point of telling them don't bother putting, the veg and the salad on because it's going to be wasted. I'll order, extra sides of eggs or king prawns. Or chicken breast, whatever it may be, to come along. But I like to showcase that in public and show that I am living the lifestyle because it's something I believe in. It's changed my life as it has for many other people that are listening. And I'll continue to live that lifestyle. But, does that mean I'm never going to eat something that isn't strict carnivore again? Probably not. I'm sure I'll deviate at some point. Am I happy to tell people? Yeah, of course I am. I'd be happy to tell everyone if I deviate. I've got no issue with that at all. I don't owe an explanation to anybody. I don't own an answer to anybody. Mm-hmm. We're all on our own journey, and I practice what I preach. But I'm happy to explain if I deviate, and I'll explain why. The difference is I understand the repercussions of the foods that I'm consuming, and that's the difference. Every day I make an active choice. Now, coming back to a point earlier, and I know I'm deviating slightly, but people look at carnivore as being restrictive. I don't find it that way, and what I throw back to people who say that is, well, what do you eat on a Monday? And they'll run through a list of foods that they'll eat on a Monday, and then, well, what do you eat on a Tuesday? And then they list the same foods, because we're creatures of habit. We eat roughly the same things every day. Every time we go shopping, we go to the same aisles. We pick up the same foods. Carnivore in that respect is not restrictive. I get to eat steak every day. Do you know what I mean? How is that restricted? I get to eat steak and crispy chicken skin and fried eggs and king prawns cooked in butter. I do not find this lifestyle restrictive. I find it indulgent. I love the food that I eat, and I don't miss the foods that that others would be craving. It's not restrictive. It's highly nutrient dense. It's a thriving lifestyle, and I'll scream that from the rooftop.
Yeah, and it's tasty. Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's tasty. And also, I think some of the foods that maybe would have tempted me 10 years ago would make me feel like crap, for want of a better word. So I just avoid them because I know they're going to make me feel really bad. I've got a lovely question that's come in, which is really simple. So, Lily, how do you know when to increase fat or protein?
Well, based on my energy levels. So if, let's say, I am feeling like I'm super tired and groggy, or if I'm not eating enough, then I'll start losing my hair. Or, I mean, not that it's gotten to the point where like I've skipped a menstrual cycle, but I know that fat's just kind of like the easiest way to make sure that we're eating enough. So to me, the protein is really easy for me to get in. So I'm never really concerned about like needing more protein. I absolutely hit protein, like so too much protein. But with the fat, I do have to be more aware that I do eat enough fat, because like I said, I'll eat so much protein that if I am eating, let's say my protein's all the way up here, my fat's down here, now I'm going to feel more tired and groggy and low energy, because the fat is my energy source. So that's kind of like the best indicator. I don't really track my macros. I just don't have the time for it, and I don't really care. But I can just tell based on how my body feels. If I'm not feeling as energetic, the fat is my energy source. So I need to increase that fat intake.
Yeah, and I think that's shone through today, actually, in the last 15 hours. By the way, just in case you know, we've only got 9 hours left, Rich. No, we're out of double figures
now. You guys aren't sleeping?
No, it's 24 hours.
Genuinely. I thought you guys were going to like take turns. Who's going to take a break?
No, we've done 24 hours. Oh, well, 15 so far. But I feel quite buzzy still, actually. But anyway, yes, going back to the question, which is interesting there. What about things like, when you're training, do you have periods where you're very, really going for the training, so you up your protein, or are you just quite consistent in your intensity?
I am fairly consistent. Again, the protein for me is already way high. Like I can go up to like 200 grams in a day. So I'm only 5'2", like 110 pounds. So having the protein, I have to try to like pull back on the protein.
Yeah, that's cool. What about you, Rich? Do you have a way of working out whether you need to increase fat or protein?
Yeah, I do it intuitively, and I didn't realize until 2 minutes ago that I was muted because I was badgering on for about 30 seconds. And I realized you couldn't hear a word I was saying. Yeah, I do it intuitively. Again, I prioritize protein. I eat protein in complex. Everything that nature provides us comes with protein and fat. I don't feel, I don't get the cravings or the dips that I used to. My body will intuitively switch between dietary fat into body fat. But again, I mean, as Lily says, if you are feeling that way, increasing dietary fat is the way to go. But prioritize protein. I think if you're prioritizing protein from natural sources, from fatty cuts, your body's getting every vitamin and mineral it needs. Your body's absorbing those vitamins and minerals. You're not consuming the foods that are negating the absorption of those vitamins and minerals. Those vitamins and minerals have been absorbed through the fat salt have been absorbed because of the fat that we're consuming through bile production. The amino acids have been absorbed, and our brain is being fed ketones. The body's being fed ketones. My energy. We were just saying, how long are we now? 15 hours.
Yes.
I'm still buzzing. We've had a few highs and lows, haven't we, in between? But I'm still raring to go. And coming back to what I was saying and yelling down the screen that you couldn't hear, is that we're doing this for 24 hours. We finish at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. But I'm going straight to work. I'm in work, so I'll just be carrying on with my day. So I'll be working until the following probably 24 hours from now, I guess. So it's going to be a long shift for me, and I'm not concerned at all. Yes, I'll wane. But I know that my body can cope with it because this is what we're designed to do. We are, we're ketone burners or fat burners. Our bodies can do the things that we can't do when we're fueled by carbohydrate. Whether I'd still be saying this in 12 hours time is a different matter. But yeah, 15 hours in and we're still here. We're still bouncing.
How are you guys eating?
No, I don't know about you, Steve. I haven't eaten yet.
I had a bite of a sausage because I demonstrated a food that upset people. So this is what I did, Lily. I said,
any excuse.
I had one of these in what I eat in a day, and someone said that's processed food. You can't have that. And when I went off camera, I took a bite, but I didn't of that one, by the way. So, yeah, I just think a bite of a sausage, and I've had drinks. So that's just like a lime water. So yeah, so 15 hours, but it's been fun, hasn't it, so far?
Yeah.
You guys are machines. You're gonna forget what happened, 24 hours ago. You're gonna be like, "What did we talk about?" Meat.
Hey, dude, where's my brain? It's gonna be it's great. Right. See, somebody there is watching us. Carnival Revolution. So that's Serena. She's eating a hot dog now. A hot dog. See, now that's the thing. Now, everyone who is not carnivore will assume the hot dog that you see in the American movies with massive, great big bun and all that. But she's probably just eating the sausage bit.
I've made that mistake too, where I'm like, I ate 1,000 burgers this year, and people are like, that's not a burger, that's a burger patty. I'm like, oh right, well, to me it's a burger.
So this is a good name. Hang on a minute. So let's have a look at this. Dark Field Carnivore. Would be nice to hear her ratios. I think Lily did say she doesn't really do that, but let's ask you anyway. So what are your fat to protein ratios?
I guess my protein's probably 35%. And then I do have carbs, so that's probably 5%. So then my fat's probably 60. Yeah.
Cool.
That's pretty low fat. I mean, not low fat, but I know there's people who are doing like 80% fat, and like I'm doing maybe 60. I'd have to do the math. I'd have to do the math.
No, and that's fine. I mean, I think being intuitive is it. I mean, that's what we should be doing, being intuitive, because that's how we evolved up until about 50 years ago, when everyone started to write down their calories and all that rubbish. But anyway, right. Yes. Process. Carnivore Revolution has just put me right. Yeah. She's eating a hot dog, but it is processed. Yeah. That's the big problem there.
And it's not raw either, I bet you. If you're not eating your meat raw, you're not true carnivore.
Oh, that's a nice one. We haven't actually got this question, but I'll ask you this because you've got a great sense of humor.
Oh.
What is the thing that bugs you in the carnivore space?
Richard can go first.
It is the keto and carnivore police. That's what grips me. I mean, I'd regard myself as being one of the most strict people within the community. But I also understand that we're all only human. Everybody slips. We're all on our own journey. And what I hate is when somebody will post, I think we mentioned this earlier, somebody new to the community being keto carnivore, apologies, my mic, will post something. And it takes a lot of guts to join a community and to post something that they're excited about, and then somebody will jump on the bandwagon and shoot them down. We should be encouraging that person, basically saying that fantastic, this is brilliant, and educating them as we go, because as we know, it's a journey, it's an incremental journey, and everybody begins initially by cutting carbohydrates, isn't it? They don't understand about lectins, they don't understand about CDOs, they don't understand about phytoalexins, plant toxins, acrylamide, all these other things that we may be accustomed to, but they are new to it, and we don't want to jump down their throats and say that's not keto, this isn't carnivore, and for you all to know, when people say when they're carnivore that they're not ketogenic, being carnivore is a ketogenic state. If you're a carnivore, you're in the metabolic state of ketosis. It's just another arm to being ketogenic. You are ketogenic. It's one and the same. It's just a different subsection. But it's an education piece. And I think that we're all on our own journey. We need to decide where on this path that we want to reside. Some people are happy with dirty keto, and that's fine. You know, we shouldn't shout at them for that or eating that processed food or whatever. As long as they understand, and that's the key, is nurturing and education through a means that isn't detrimental to their journey. Because the second you jump on that person, they leave that group. And I see it every day in my group. People drop out every day because somebody's put a comment on that says, that's not ketogenic. Peanuts are not keto. Let me tell you something. Everything is keto because keto is a metabolic state. You can eat whatever you want and maintain a ketogenic state. So everything is ketogenic as long as your body is producing ketones. And that is fundamental. Everything is ketogenic. And let me tell you something else that you may not be aware of as well, is your tomatoes and your bell peppers are technically not ketogenic. These foods are high in lectins, phytic acid, phytoalexins, plant toxins that are not ketogenic. So if you were shouting at somebody for peanuts, or even for gluten for that matter, gluten is a carbohydrate binding protein. Wheat germ agglutinin is the same, phytohemagglutinin. They all cause this intestinal permeability. They're all in the foods that you may eat on a daily basis, yet you will shout at somebody for consuming gluten when you were consuming phytohemagglutinin from a pea or from a tomato or a bell pepper. So give people the respect that they deserve and appreciate that everyone's on their own journey. It's an education piece. Educate and help them, but don't criticize them for where they are on their journey, for whether they are consuming this, that, or the other. We're a small community and we should be sticking together and promoting, not slating each other and throwing people out of the community. That's my rant over.
Yeah, I was
Go
to say, I 100,000% agree with Richard. It's like music to my ears. We are all, so I'm going to try to add something different, but so I'm 100% with you. I guess another thing to add on to me, for me at least, is like you're saying, is we're trying to be leaders in this space and like show people like you can be healthy, but at the same time, like you were saying, two things. One is we don't all have to have the same goals. So my goal may be to live my longest, healthiest, best quality life. Whereas somebody else, like in my family, their goal is to be a foodie. They're like, I want to go to different countries and try different breweries and go to the trendy donut place and have all these experiences around food. And for me to say, you're wrong, you shouldn't do that because you need to do what I'm doing and I want to be healthy, so you need to want to be healthy. I think that people, when they're consuming Oreos or whatever, they're not like, Oreos, I'm like getting all my vitamins and minerals. Like I think anybody who's doing these things knows that it's not healthy. And yet people still all have the same choice on what they want to do. And certain people, they don't want to have that choice, or maybe have a different way of getting to the choice of health. So that's the one thing. The second thing is, I guess the other thing that bothers me within the carnivore space is just like the hate on vegans. Like, I don't know. Again, it just all goes back to love for me. And like, if we're being a good role model and a good example, then we would love anybody can come to sit at my table. If you're eating a salad, great. That means more meat for me. But I guess I just really don't like the negativity, because then it just turns into like, I don't really want to watch you because you're just going to be mean. And you don't have to prove your point of being healthy by putting other people down.
No, and that's brilliant. That's a brilliant point, and that's a sign of low self-esteem. Actually, you push somebody down to raise you up. And what you should do is take the moral high ground. And to be honest, the way I look at it is, if you're a vegan, you're actually thinking. All right, you are thinking about your health. Whether you've got the right decision or not is relevant. You've actually made a choice and you've thought about it, and it might be ethical. And see, the problem is it's difficult to be 100% magnanimous because you want to put the other point of view when you talk. That's my problem with me. All right, is like, yeah, that's good. You want to save animals, but you don't. I always want to add that isn't really the truth. But I do think that, I think actually it would be better if everybody got together and complained about big food and food processing and the food production, because I am sure that the processing of fruit and veg is despicable. The amount of pesticides and chemicals and those sort of things. I think the vegans need to admit that animals are dying needlessly with some horrific agricultural pesticides. Absolutely awful. I mean, I was sharing the Smithsonian. Oh, blimey! The zoological study that looked at
Smithsonian.
That's the word. 672 million birds died from agricultural pesticides last year. 672, just birds. So you think of all the bugs and all the voles and mice and so there's a lot of death and destruction in the vegan way of eating. I didn't want to get into a rant, but I did. So let's forget that. So anyway, yes. Right, let's get to the next question. Because
that was the politest rant I've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, right. Now, Lily made the classic mistake of in her answer saying, and I have some carbs. Someone immediately went, well, what carbs does she have? So what carbs do you have?
Liver, eggs, milk, yogurt, and I do have fruit.
Yeah. Nothing too bad there. So I'm only teasing.
Oh, and Oreos. Did I know?
So we got delighted to meet you, the lovely Jennifer, who's on later. Does Lily ever do any fasting?
Jen, you have asked me this twice. You must love this question with me and fasting. I don't. I did intermittent fasting for a long period of time, for several years, mainly just because when I woke up in the morning, I wasn't hungry for breakfast, nor did I have the time to do it. But I found that for myself, like, I don't know if I'm just like a small human with a tiny tummy. I don't know. But when I would sit down, I was doing 2 meals in a day. When I would eat that first meal, it was like a pound of meat in one sitting. I was so stuffed, where by the time I was eating a few hours later to make sure I was eating in my like 6-hour eating window, I was not even hungry to eat dinner. So I'm like sitting there force feeding myself to like eat more meat, because otherwise I was when I first started on this way of eating, I heard eat intuitively, eat until you're comfortably full. And in doing so, I actually very much tended to naturally undereat, just because the foods are very protein heavy and satiating and nutrient dense, that I was eating like, I was eating 1,200 measurements of heat. And when in doing so, I was waking up cold. I was losing my hair. My menstrual cycle hadn't like regulated at that point yet either, because I'd always had an off cycle until I ate more food with nutrients. But yeah, so initially when I started eating this way, I naturally underate, and I found that it was hard for me to keep adding in more food into my condensed eating window, because I just wasn't hungry. So I found that when I had smaller, more frequent meals, it's like, I don't know if my digestion just like works better with having like, I don't know, 1/4 pound of meat or a 1/2 pound of meat. I can digest it quickly, where then I can sit down and have another 1/2 pound of meat versus having 1 whole pound. It's like it took a long time for me to get hungry again. So that for me, I don't do any intermittent fasting, though. Since I'm reading Jen's message now, I want to also speak on behalf of binge eaters. So I'm not a binge eater, but I have heard from several binge eaters that they have found that certain ones, not everybody, certain binge eaters, they find that when they feel like they are restricting when they can eat, they're constantly thinking about food, that it ends up kind of putting them back into like more of a binge brain, because it's, again, more restriction around when they're eating. I hope I'm doing a good service to you, Jen, but I think that's the idea behind like, you're still thinking about food constantly because you're hungry.
Yeah, and I think that's great. If you've had an eating disorder, you have to be very mindful of what's going to make the carnivore diet work for you and what isn't. If it's going to cause you problems, then you've got to just do it slightly differently. And somebody in the chat there, I can't find the message straight away, said that they've called out people for being dogmatic in carnivore groups, and then they've been kicked out of that group because they dared to say, don't be so dogmatic. I'm definitely one of those that is not zero tolerance. And it actually just makes me laugh if someone comes in and says, I'm new to carnivore, is it all right to eat apples? And you're like, you are going to get so flamed by this one question. Probably, more of them, I think, are tongue-in-cheek now. I think people are asking to actually get 100 comments telling them, no, that's not carnivore, but maybe not as politely as that. So, Rich, have you got any views on fasting? Do you fast at all?
Yeah, I fast intuitively. I used to do it on purpose, but I mean, I haven't eaten yet. When did I eat? Last night at some point, which seems crazy because I barely slept, so it just seems like the same day. I eat when I'm hungry. If I'm not hungry, I don't eat. I don't actively aim to fast anymore. I used to for the benefits of autophagy, but as we've highlighted earlier, living a ketogenic carnivore type lifestyle will elicit many of the same responses in regards to autophagy, mitophagy, brown fat activation, lipolysis. So just being ketogenic will elicit a lot of these responses anyway. I do find that I function better when my stomach is less bloated. So I eat intuitively. If I'm hungry, I'll eat, and it's so easy just to throw a steak in the pan. 2 minutes. I like mine rare, so it doesn't take an awful long to cook a steak. I'm a big lover of eggs. Eggs work really well for me, so I've got food on tap on demand. It doesn't take an awful long time. Food choices and availability seem to be a big issue for most people, which I never understand, because you can literally cook a steak in 2 minutes. Cooking veg takes way longer than that. Walking to the shop and picking up a pack of chips, takes way longer than frying a steak. I had a conversation with a gentleman that I worked with, prior to getting into this full time. On a Friday, he used to have chips from the chippy. Fries, I guess you guys in the States would call it, but it'd be a bag of chips in the UK with a jumbo sausage is what he used to pick up. And I asked him, well, why does he do it? Well, I've worked all week. It's convenience. So I put it to him. I said, well, how long does it take you to drive to this chip shop? I don't know, it's about 10 minutes out of my way. How long have you got to wait? It's quite busy on a Friday, so I'm waiting about 10 minutes. How long does it take you to get home? About 10 minutes. Well, how long would it take you to drive home, chuck a steak in the pan, and eat that steak? Probably about 5 minutes. So this convenience thing was just an excuse. It takes a lot longer to go out of your way. It's so much easier to cook and eat highly nutrient dense foods in regards to steak and eggs. And I've probably gone off on a tangent again, haven't I? But I forgot. I've even forgotten the original question. Apologies.
Fasting.
Yeah, did you fast?
So that's So basically, I fast intuitively, but I don't do it on purpose. This is the short answer. I will throw in occasionally. So when I was cutted for competition, I'd actively throw in a 24, 48 a couple of times a year, a 72 once or twice a year. I did a fab podcast with Ben Azadi going back last year or the year prior in regards to fasting and reaching max autophagy. Reaching max autophagy would take about 5 days for someone who's new to the ketogenic carnivore type lifestyle. For someone who is adapted and be living the lifestyle, he said it typically take up to 72 hours. So I've never gone beyond 72 hours to reach max autophagy. I tried to throw this in once or twice a year actively, but beyond that, my fasting is intuitively. I eat when I'm hungry. If I'm not hungry, I don't eat. And as I say, I'm yet to eat today. I did not eat. The last meal I consumed was probably 8 o'clock yesterday night, if not maybe a little bit later. It's been well over 24 hours. I'm not hungry. I'll probably power through until we finish this at 8 in the morning. If I'm not hungry, then I won't eat. But, nutrients, again, if you suffer with eating disorders, then it's also very important to make sure that you do eat your food. And I would advise not fasting for someone who does suffer with that sort of condition. How was that for a short?
Yeah, that's good. Right, so Lily, if you want to stay for a bit longer, that's fine. We haven't got a guest now for the next half an hour, but you have done well over your time. But if you want to stick around, that'd be great. It's up to you.
I maybe can help with this last question, and then I know I can hear the Bryce app making food, so I'm going to go and eat some meat.
Okay, cool. Right, here's the question. And while you're answering this question, the call of nature, I need to just go and see the facilities. So the question is, some like Maria Emmerich say to lose fat, have protein sparing fast, but others say to eat fat, even if you have fat to lose. I'm so confused. Totally.
No, yeah. So I think there's truth in everything. So Maria Emmerich's right, because you're just having less food. So I think when I think of weight loss, I think weight loss is a hormonal process. So if someone there's kind of two ways in my mind on how someone can lose weight. One is changing the quality of food someone's eating. So if I was eating, let's call them calories, 2,000 calories of donuts versus 2,000 calories of meat, same amount of calories, different outcomes on how we look. So therefore, that is the first step someone can do to lose weight, is changing the fuel that you're putting in your body, the nutrients. The second thing, though, is I do have people who they do that. They just start eating more nutrients. They start eating less of the processed foods, and they change the quality of their calories. However, certain people, that may not be enough, and they may have to have less calories. So like Maria Emmerich, you could try doing protein sparing modified fasting. That's not incorrect. It could help with weight loss, but I don't think it's necessary. I think that I would actually want to have fat in my diet to help me with the balancing of hormones. So I think that it kind of just turns into a metabolism spiral hole when people go from eating whatever amount of food they're normally eating to now we're going to have less. And then they may see weight loss because they're eating less. But then as their metabolic rate drops and their body adapts to that amount of fuel, they're going to hit a weight loss plateau. So in order to lose more weight, they're going to have even less. And then it just kind of keeps going down and down and down until the point where I have people coming to me who are in their 70s and they're like, Lily, I eat like 2 eggs in a whole day and I'm not losing any weight. So I have different videos on my channel too, where I talk more about like how to boost metabolism. I know Robert Sykes is also like totally really savvy with this as well. I think bodybuilders are really great at training their metabolisms over the years, where there'll be times where they're eating a surplus of food, less food, they're having their maintenance amount of food, and in doing so, they're training their metabolism in their body to adapt to different amounts of fuel. Whereas for most of us, we just eat the same thing at the same time, the same amount of food over decades of our life, and eventually then our metabolism slows down a bit. People are gaining weight now off of the food that they were already eating. So the answer is yes, it can be confusing because the body is super complicated, but yeah, like I said, there's a couple of videos more recently that I put on my channel too, where one more explains like how I would go about losing weight. And it gives the nuance of like, yes, fat, no fat. And you know, I try to give both sides to the story, which is why the confusing part hopefully can be less confusing.
That's brilliant, Lily. So I'm going to thank you and we're going to say goodbye to you. And it's nice to finish. Well, we're 11:30 in the evening here, so we've got half an hour till midnight, and then we've got Bart Kay coming on. So I just want to thank you. That was brilliant. Rich, what did you think of Lily? You've not met her before.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much for coming on. It's been incredible. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for joining us. This is awesome. You guys are rock stars. I can't even believe you're not sleeping. I seriously thought you guys were going to rotate who's taking turns napping.
No, we didn't think of that, did we? We could have done that.
Well,
no need.
Good luck with the rest of the time, but also, you know, congratulations for making this happen and getting everybody together. And I can't believe you even had questions this whole entire time, like firing away. So that's awesome. You guys rock.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Lily. Way too kind. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thanks,
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
And
then there were two.
Yes, absolutely. So it's been maybe time to take stock because we are at 15 and a half hours. So we've got 8.5 to go, and we've got some great guests. I just want to tell people. So we've got Professor Bart Kay in half an hour. Serena Music is from the Carnivore Revolution. And then we've got Delighted to Meet You. She was on earlier. Jessica Henrard, Dr. Philip Avadia, Natalie E. West, and Sean Sekanowski. Yeah, so it's pretty good. He's an endurance cyclist. So those people that are interested in carbs and training and all that. Now, we got a surprise. We've got a surprise guest. Are you ready? Hey!
There he is.
They're still going. Amazing. Amazing. You guys are amazing. Thank you for doing this.
That's okay.
Thank you. Thank you for coming on.
Let's have a look at what you're wearing and tell us what you're up to.
Okay, so this is important in life. You can't focus on just one thing, but I'm in my pottery studio. And I've been doing pottery for about 50 years. And it's something that takes me away from my daily work. But I can listen to the amazing live stream that you gentlemen are doing and bringing on such amazing guests. So thank you.
Well, it was just so nice to see you coming in and popping some nice comments on. And I thought, let's get him back. Let's get Robert back. So if you were not expecting Dr. Kiltz and you want to ask him a question, feel free to do that. But yeah, so pots. How come you got into pots then?
Well, in high school, I couldn't get into a Spanish class. It was filled and I had to take something. But the blessing, I got into a ceramics class because I never did artwork. And by doing art, it taught me a lot of things about what I thought I couldn't do, that I simply experienced them. And it helped me in so many ways. I actually learned pottery and jewelry. I also do painting. But it's just like anything else in life. We're afraid to do something, and by doing it, and my specialty is cups. And go to Kilt's Cups, and I do cups because they're all unique and different, like all of us. So this is sort of the drying cups that I do, and I don't do them with the handle because it's quick and easy without a handle. And I like to put my hand around the entire cup. And this is generally what they look like. But I've done big pots, small pots, hand building. I've done everything. But I think one of the important things, we talk so much about food, but we don't talk about other important activities to help sort of center us and ground us in life. And in some way, clay is one of the most ancient artistic endeavors of humanity, which has not only it is important for sort of our culture and our lives. It has not only artistic but intrinsic value in our food and production and our day-to-day lives. So that's kind of how I stick to it. And I was doing it in medical school and residency, and I've got my own studio because I need a space to do something that's away from, although I'm not away from carnivore today, as you can see. But when I'm doing my pottery, I'm usually listening to something inspiring that other people have experienced, so I can listen and learn. Lily and Sir Zaldivar, so many people you've had on already, and I've caught most of them. I'm in and out a little bit. I went out to my feast with my partner for lunch, and maybe my last meal until next Friday, because we're doing a 5-day fast challenge. And I noticed you're talking to Lily about fasting, and again, it's not a necessity, but it is something that I think builds some food freedom, our ability to say, you know what, I'm going to go a couple of days without food, because then you're better discerning and saying, you know what, I'm going to eat that. I'm not going to eat that. And that it builds our minds. And fasting, again, is a very another ancient experience of humanity that was very spiritual. Our ability to just live with what's in here rather than constantly, again, here and here and here. We got to slow it down.
Yeah, and I think we've got a message there from Bill, who's sort of echoing what you've just said there. Someone told me decades ago that if you want to not eat to obesity, get a hobby where your hands get too dirty to easily clean, so you won't be tempted to stop and eat. I mean, that is brilliant. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I think that's a great comment, because we're hanging around in the kitchen, in the living room, and we're just always around food. And so, of course, you want to eat more because the brain says food's here right now. It may not be here tomorrow. You better eat it to get fat so you survive the famine. But ultimately, instinctually, we did not have, or historically, we did not have exposure of food always. So we were always figuring out ways to hunt it and prepare it that will last so that we don't starve. But one of the things, yes, go in the gym, go for a bike ride, a walk, go to church, connect with people at a spiritual experience, or go to your art studio. Again, I think painting, pottery, poetry, music, sit at the piano. These are all things that we must have a full life, because even though we're carnivores or ketovores or whatever your lifestyle is, it doesn't matter. You can heal without changing your diet by changing your lifestyle. And that's the part that I think is important, whether you choose to be a vegan, vegetarian, Mediterranean, or carnivorian. Lifestyle is so critical. Eat less frequently, eat less food, go out and connect and do something that will change your amazing life.
Yeah, that's brilliant, Rob. And I think one of the things that I'm regretting about this 24-hour thing is not having enough time, some downtime for a little bit of banter. And, you know, it's very much like get in, people have put some questions on, which is great. And I feel very beholden to them that they've taken the time to put a question, they've submitted it. I should present that question. And I think that's the thing that's good, but it's also bad because I felt like I've got people in and then half an hour later they're booted out of the room and we haven't had a chance to say, how's your day going? You know, what's happened to your dog or whatever. We haven't had that chance. And I think a couple of people have said, is this going to be an annual thing? And I'm thinking right now, no. Possibly, but better planned with maybe less guests or more time, a little bit of space to breathe. And, you know,
we pass the baton. You know, do it as a relay race. A relay would be really great because, you know, you guys are sacrificing a lot and that's really commendable. It can be done. Staying awake 24 hours is one of the hardest things humans can do. I was, as a physician for years, that was my practice, and it was daunting and not smart for any of us because we couldn't practice good medicine by staying up 24 hours a day. So sleep and rest are really important things to do.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm feeling not as sharp as when I started. Absolutely. But I also know I can do it. I know that. I don't think I could have done it as a high carb person, even when I was allegedly fitter, you know, when I was doing my semi-professional soccer and stuff like that. But I mean, Rich, for instance, if we take Rich, we've been doing a few live streams every Sunday, and I couldn't tell you whether he's married, single, got pets, whatever. No, seriously. And I think I've learned a lesson tonight from you, Robert, that we do need to get away from carnivore sometimes to just switch off. I haven't, because this has been a big deal to organize, and it's just been, although it's not talking about food or carnivore, it's been just constant making sure the guests are happy and everyone's going to get equal billing and all that sort of stuff and advertising it. But I think, you know, that is what I've learned. I actually quite like the connection of the people, and I've not had a chance to talk to them really as people, more as sort of like, hey, here's the next expert, here's the questions. Like, off you go.
Well, this is really the community to me, whether it's keto or carnivore, or whether you're a vegan, vegetarian, whatever it is, the connections that we build through social media, I call social medicine. It is really a game changer. Again, Richard, I'd never met, but now I know Richard, and I'm excited for us to do something and share these words. I've already sent the message to Jake. Oh my God, we got to connect with all these people that Stephen and Richard have put together, because we want to share the amazing messages. But we're a family. Bella Ma from Steak and Butter Gang has been away for months now, and she's back. And, you know, we feel like family together. And again, this isn't, I like when you talk about, is it a restrictive way of living? It's not. Lily does some fruit, and even Saladino does some fruit and honey, but we're all part of the journey. Okay, I do some fries sometimes and my ice cream sometimes, but those are truth and reality, that we do things that are dangerous, and eating a carbohydrate from time to time, it's not the killer, right? It's not. And so, but we are human beings that like to know the connection. I know Lisa Wiedemann mentioned that I'm going to be going down to visit her in a couple of weeks. And because we've just all connected in amazing, amazing ways. And I've been to London, and Richard, I think you're in England also. I don't know exactly where, but wow, I don't have to travel. But here you are in Kiltz's pottery studio, and I'm with you in your great studios at home. And we love your dog. You know, the things that we see in people's personal lives, it is really important. So that's why, again, this connection is, and knowing more about each other is good.
Yeah.
Well, Rich, now go and tell him where you're from. Where you are right now.
Just outside England. I'm from Wales, a little town called Neath, just outside Swansea in South Wales. So a few hours away from Stephen. but yeah, we met in person recently, didn't we, in the PHC conference, where again, that was another rushed day, wasn't it? It was a fantastic event, but we barely had time to meet and meet other people that have been on today also. So yeah, it is. I think we do need to take stock sometimes and take a step back. And so some of the things that I've, my mind works overtime constantly. I didn't sleep.
We like
yeah, but it's not always a good thing. I didn't sleep until 4 a.m. this morning because I was looking forward to this. Not concerned, but things were running through my head. Obviously, I knew it was coming up. You're conscious that you need to sleep, and then because of that, I couldn't sleep. So I've come into this on 3 hours. And it's that disconnect, isn't it? We need to be able to do something to disconnect. I don't watch TV. I don't watch. I say I don't watch TV. I don't watch standard television. When I do watch something, it's usually a documentary or something educational in regards. Maybe it could be something on YouTube that I'm learning, or as sad as it sounds, I'll be studying a clinical trial or research paper. Rock and roll, hey? But do you know what I found recently? There's two things that I found that have helped me disconnect incredibly. One of these, and these are two separate things, but they come into the same thing. It's running and cycling. I've come away from the bodybuilding. I've began running and cycling. And do you know what I found when I run in a competition or cycle in a competition? I'm fighting for my life. And I have no thought in my mind other than staying alive to finish that run. Every other thought leaves my mind. And only in that time am I not thinking about work, or I'm not thinking about something that I have to be doing, or an email I need to reply to, or I get hundreds and hundreds of messages and emails every day. And apologies to people who message and I'm delayed in responding. I don't do it on purpose. It is just because I am flat out back against the wall, and I do not do it intentionally. I try to respond to every email and every message, but finding the time amongst all that noise is incredibly difficult. And the only time that I'm away, not thinking about those messages, not thinking about something I need to do, a bill I need to pay, or somebody I need to go back to, is when I'm running and fighting for my life in a half marathon or a 10K run. And the other thing that I find interesting and find that has helped is when I was younger, I had an air rifle. So nothing in regards to the extent that you guys may have there in the States, but I had an air rifle when I was younger. And it was something that I enjoyed doing, shooting. So I bought an air rifle recently. And do you know, when I'm looking down the sight of my gun, there is not another thought in my mind, because I am focusing so intensely on the target that I'm looking at. Everything else leaves my brain. And those are the two things that have been helping me sort of disconnect from this high intense world. And it's a world that I love. I love what I do. I hope that I'm part of this world for many, many years to come, but we do need that downtime. And as you rightly say, Steve, we've barely had a conversation outside keto or carnivore since we've met.
I know.
Yeah, these lives we do every Sunday. I was away competing last week. I came literally from just finishing a half marathon, walked back probably about 5 miles back to the camper van that I was staying into the campsite, to jump on my mobile phone in order to jump on the live. And then very little conversation after. It was, it's a Sunday evening. I had to leave to go and pick my little girl up. Stephen had things to do, but we're in this world, aren't we, that is just intense, and I think we do need to take stock sometimes, take a step back and consolidate. So the pottery, I get it, yeah, fantastic. For me at the moment, it's they start running and cycling and shooting. Unfortunately, it has to hurt for me to get to that point.
Which I used to do a lot more. I'm 67, almost 68. And
Wow.
I do less of it. I do enjoy it. I ride my bike. I used to swim and do lot more races, but I find that I do them in order to keep the muscles moving, keep the limb stretching and things like that. Someone brought up the comment about faith. And that's another thing that I think spirituality and faith is something we need to focus on. And I practice a lot more of that now. But I think slowing it down, and maybe at some point, again, some people, their spirituality is built in their motion, which I think is really fantastic. Or you're learning to shoot a bow and arrow or a rifle, and you're doing it because it focuses and it improves your life at doing something that we humans practice to get better at. And I think the carnivore world is beautiful because I see so many people out there going and buying land to do a regenerative farm, or doing it in their small plot within wherever they live. And you can do these things within the cities also. And these are things that I think are wonderful for all of us. Not just, hey, what do I eat? But how do I grow it? How do I hunt it? How do I make it? Maybe I'm preparing, I make cups and plates, and how do I make the utensils that I'm going to consume the beautiful food that God and nature have provided for us? So I think that's really an important thing.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic comment as well there. The more steps we take back, the bigger the picture comes to view. Yeah, 100%. Love that.
Yeah. And I think it's really nice what you've done, Rob, is listen to other people. You know, you did your stint and you listened in and you messaged, you know, which is very supportive. And that's not critical of anyone that hasn't done that, because quite a few have actually been in the chat, and I've seen that. And I think that was something I wasn't expecting as well, because you've already given half an hour or an hour of your time, and it's expensive. So I really do appreciate it. And I think everybody that's been on, you know, that they've given their time. I can't get over that, to be honest. I'm quite touched that they've done it, and there was no sort of oh, maybe or any sort of back and forth. It was yeah, I'm going to do that. You know, I use Kevin Stock as the example because Kevin was just so fast. It was like, oh, you know, his email was just brilliant idea. I've booked. You know, 10 minutes. The message went out. 10 minutes later, he's booked. And I think that's something that the positivity made this much easier to do. It was hard. I'm not after sympathy because I chose to do this. It was actually, you know, an idea, and I thought it was great. And I wanted Rich on board because, you know, if you want to fill 24 hours, mate, you get Rich. He can do that on his own. And it was just brilliant, the reaction that I got. I mean, Chafee, Dr. Chafee, it was just amazing, wasn't it? Because we had no guests, and he just said, I'll kick it off. I'll do 3 hours. I'll do 3 hours, you know, straight off. And then we had the problem of, right, okay, so now we've got to, we can't do an hour because I suddenly got more people wanting to do it than I was expecting. So there's only 24 hours, so you can only have 21 guests. So we had to do everyone at half an hour. So it's been really good. But I am looking forward to time out. You know, tomorrow I will not be thinking the live stream. I will not be thinking about carnivore. I'm going to just enjoy the garden, walk the dog, talk to my wife, have some nice food. And I think, you know, it's really been a fantastic journey for me to meet some new people as well that I've never spoken to before. Hear different views and take those on board and see some great messages, because, you know, there's no point in doing this if people aren't watching and asking questions and giving us feedback. So the whole thing, I'm just really glad that Rich said yes, because although he's been really magnanimous and saying I've worked hard and all this, if he'd not said yes, I don't think I could have finished it. I don't think I could have done it.
Well, I vote for another year. I'll tell you why, because anything you do with hard and has problems, doing it again is always going to build the next level, the next level, the next level. And I've seen so many amazing people in this one spot that it's radically important to continue to do. Again, I have a feeling if you get some help in sort of even the transition at the top, where you guys sort of switch it off, get a few hours, whatever it is, but it's like the Jerry Lewis telethon that he used to do. I don't know, I think he did 24 hours, but I think these events with Judy Cho's event and others have doing it, the more of these things we do, because the message is global. It's picked up in Australia. You guys picked it up in UK. Here we are in the US. You got me. Sunday's my little weird day because I tend to just do one live at like 10:30. And I'm kind of working a little bit differently because it's my fireside fertility chat, and making Sunday more of my sort of rest day. And so coming back and saying yes to everything, sometimes it's like, well, I said I wouldn't do that, but for this cause, I think it's one of the most important things to do.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, and I'll definitely do it
appreciate
next year. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think yeah, if you're on board, Steve, then yeah. I mean, we haven't finished this one yet, but I'm sure.
Keep going.
Let's book it now. Yeah, for sure.
So I know we're not talking carnivore or keto, but we have a question. If either of you want to have a little dive into it, could the ketogenic diet help with leaky gut or SIBO?
While you guys bat this one back and forth, I'm going to run to the loo really quickly before we kick the next one off. So I will see you in 2 minutes.
So yes. May I answer this, Stephen? So leaky gut is caused by damage to the GI tracts, glucose or sugar layer, the glycocalyx. So when the glycocalyx is damaged, the mucopolysaccharide protective layer is lost. So the Teflon shield, if you want to say, or the Enterprises shields up, basically allows the microbes to grab onto the epithelial cells and break it down. Keto is a high fat diet. Paleo is a high fat diet, and technically carnivore is a high fat diet. So what you're generally losing is the significant carbohydrates, which are the sugars that damage the protective layer of the GI tract, the glycocalyx. So absolutely, the bacterial overgrowth, which causes leaky gut, and in my opinion, microbes in the gut, including the gums, the teeth, if you listen to Kevin Stock, is not good for us. So absolutely, keto diet, carnivore diet, fasting, and fat, I think, are all contributing factors to reduce the sugar load. Even the amino acids and excessive proteins fuel the microbes that damage the glycocalyx, which create a leaky gut, which now allow things to go in and out willy-nilly, and especially the microbes. So keto is a kick-ass starter. Carnivore is the finisher.
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the great things. We've already got people saying, well, I did it and I fixed my leaky gut. And this is the great thing, because we're not just saying these things, we have proof because people do it. And that's one of the great things about the coaching is you get that feedback, and then you can be confident the next time you speak.
And what's interesting about social medicine and what you are doing and Richard's doing is that medicine is taken into the hands of the individual. So doctors are superfluous. They're unnecessary as you're learning. Now, not completely. We still need some Western medicine. So I'm not going to say take that away because I still practice it. But what we're learning is that the sharing the individual stories, and coaches like yourself and Richard are critical in helping people manage the process of keto, carnivore, fasting, and whatever you're doing. And remember, as a vegan, vegetarian, and Mediterranean, you can do keto.
Yeah, Rich, did you want to add, as you're back, did you want to say something about leaky gut and SIBO? Or let's unmute you.
There we are. How's that?
That's good.
Nobody wants to listen to me. Yeah, well, repairing the gut is job number one in regards to improving health and well-being. Unfortunately, the foods that we consume on a daily basis, the foods that we're told to consume to be fit and healthy, are predominantly grain-based. Grains are high in lectins in the form of wheat germ agglutinin. Wheat germ agglutinin is a type of lectin. We're all familiar with gluten, which is another lectin. But wheat germ agglutinin will bind to receptor sites on the enterocytes lining the gut. It'll cause the release of a molecule called zonulin. And zonulin release will cause a gap in the tight junction between the epithelial cells lining the gut. which is leaky gut. The issue with this is these undigested protein molecules will travel into the bloodstream where they shouldn't be. The body will see them as a foreign invader and create antibodies to fight them. And then through a process called molecular mimicry, the body starts attacking other parts of the body that look the same. And this is autoimmune disease. Anyone you know who suffers with an autoimmune issue comes from leaky gut, and it's predominantly comes from the lectins in the food that we eat. Now, there are other contributing factors, like casein in milks and whey proteins and things, but lectins, in the form of bread, pasta, rice, they're in absolutely everything. We wake up in the morning, we'll have a bowl of muesli or some toast, and then it's a cake or a croissant, and then it's some form of bread with our main meal. Every meal that we consume contains these damaging lectins. So taking these out is job number one, I believe. And I think that when I teach people in the store on the high street, because we do a lot of free public speaking events and we do things online, carbohydrate is not the first thing that I teach them. It's how damaging the lectins are. So that is number one. And the other thing that lectins do is they block a hormone called leptin, which blocks satiety signaling. Leptin is a satiety hormone. The lectins will block leptin, and they also bind to insulin receptors, which will cause the body to store 5 times more fat than insulin does itself. So these lectins have got a lot to answer for. So if you can remove lectins from your diet without even counting a carbohydrate, or not even having to understand what a carbohydrate is, you are going to potentially heal most of the damaging effects of these lectins that have caused damage to the gut, and you're going to reap the benefits tenfold. So that is job number one. Following that, then I teach about vegetable oils and seed oils, which are high in the oxidized omega-6 linoleic acid, which leads to insulin resistance around 6% higher than carbohydrates do. So the first 2 things that I teach people is nothing to do with being ketogenic. It's nothing to do with being carnivore. It's nothing to do with counting carbohydrate. It's to do with the damages that these lectins cause and these vegetable and seed oils. And if there's 2 things that you can take away, it would be those. But this is the basis for me in regards to a ketogenic diet, and this is why it'll help with healing leaky gut. Sorry, go on, Rod. Jump in there.
Well, you're absolutely right. Those are so important that people don't realize the poisons in the healthy food that we're eating. And one of the things I always remind everyone that a carbohydrate comes from all plants. So if it's a fruit, a vegetable, a seed, a nut, it's a carbohydrate. I don't care if it's potato, pasta, bread, or if it's kale, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, or a carrot, or onions and garlic. They break down to sugar, and your body doesn't know the difference between these sugars. And sugars break down the glycocalyx, which is the sugar layer that protects the epithelial cells, and that is the simplicity of the story.
Yeah.
The masters in the house. Bart Gay.
Hey, how are we doing?
Hey.
Are we doing the what?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a bit of an echo.
Okay, you've got an echo, have you?
Bart,
No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's me, I think.
All right.
So Richard, introduce Rob.
Yeah, is it still there?
Yeah.
There's still an echo there, isn't it?
Is there an echo on my channel?
Nobody wants to hear me twice.
Okay.
Better.
I'm just testing. I think it's Bart was doing it. Are we? Should we try again, Bart?
Let me just check.
Better?
Let me check my settings and make sure everything is what it should be.
Bart. Something's coming back.
Yeah, something pinging.
Okay.
Is there anything? What's happening?
It's possibly an OBS issue here, although it shouldn't be because I'm not using OBS because OBS wouldn't let me in. So it may be something else strange going on. Let me see if I can find it. Talk amongst yourselves, gentlemen.
What if Bart mutes himself when he's not speaking? That might solve the problem. Simply speak and then stop and let Bart talk.
Okay, let's test Testing, 1, 2.
Yes, we could do it like that.
There we
That
are.
works.
Problem solved.
Excellent.
Love it.
So we'll have to go Roger, over, Roger, and all that rubbish. So, Dr. Robert Kiltz, thank you for coming back. That was really nice.
I have one invitation to Bart that you and I need to do a live together. Please.
Yes, absolutely.
I've always
Yes.
admired all your work, so thank you.
No, thank you. We'll do.
All
Very
right, thanks,
keen.
everyone.
Fantastic.
So,
Brilliant
Robert,
stuff.
thank you.
Rob, been a pleasure. Yeah,
All
absolute
right.
gentleman. Thank you
Love
very
you
much.
guys.
Look forward to chatting soon. Yeah, you too, man. Take care.
Bye. God bless everyone.
Absolute gentleman.
So, we'll work this out. Don't worry, Bart. And thank you for joining us, Professor Bart Kay. What we're going to do, I think, Richard, is we're mute when Bart talks. Is that what we're going to do? So just for those that don't know you, Bart, if you could just introduce yourself, what your speciality is, and just why we think you're such a great bloke.
Yes, all right. Thank you, Stephen. Very much a privilege, very much a pleasure to be here. Sorry about the technical difficulties. I suggest that it's probably a mix minus channel on my soundboard that isn't doing what it should do. And as such, you guys are getting your own voices back through my microphone feed. So, yeah, the mute thing will work. That's fine. Who am I? Okay, yes, I used to be an academic in the field of human nutrition, the physiology of rest and exercise, cardiovascular pathophysiology for about 25 years until I thought much, much better of that and decided to be a social media influencer instead. And it's good because it gives me now the ability to say what I really think. And I'm not beholden to any curriculum document that tells me what I can and can't say. And so I can present the science now as I see it in a much more balanced way. It's also much more fun to look in the mirror at the boss than it is to have to answer to somebody else. So in a nutshell, that's it for the short version. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good. Oh, hang on, you've got a mute. No, that's brilliant. Yes. So somebody said, "Is it Red Ted?" Ted. What was the remark? Is Ted fondling the red button or something? Anyway, yeah, Ted has been fondling the red knob again. That's what he said. Right. We can dive straight into questions if that's okay with you, Bart. Give us a thumbs up if that's okay. And Rich, do you know Rich, by the way? Have you met Rich before? Richard Smith? Right. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, I haven't met you. Now I have.
Hey there, Bart.
Right.
Yeah, great to meet you. Great to meet you.
Well, let's dive straight into a question because this is a great question for Professor Bart Kay because he knows all this sort of stuff, and Richard does as well, and I just pretend to do. So, Beef and Fat, that's a good name. Got heart palpitations and tachycardia this morning. Fix the tachycardia with potassium, but still have palpitations. Could it be a histamine problem as I ate aged steak yesterday?
Yes, it is possible. There are, however, innumerable different things that might be associated with a tachycardia situation, either causally or even coincidentally. Potassium, I presume you mean you fixed tachycardia this morning with potassium rather than ongoing. It's hard to tell from the question there. Probably the first port of call for me would be to have a look at some of the histamine promoting foods, and if we were going to have consultancy, I'd probably get you to get some testing done to have a look at what's going on in that regard. That might well be my first guess, depending on what the history is. I mean, when we start consulting myself and any random person, the first thing I'm going to do is spend 15-20 minutes at least with that person getting a history, which is going to give me a steer as to what the likely situation is. So I guess in short, the answer is, yeah, that's possible. But then many things are possible in the world, including technology doing what it should do sometimes. I remember dropping actually the use of the StreamYard platform myself some months back because it was not happy with my computer system, audio system. And now I remember why. They don't play nicely. So there's the answer to the question anyway, beef and fat. Yes, possible.
Rich, do you want to answer?
Yeah, I mean, look, again, without context, it's a bit difficult to say. I mean, there's lots of things that could be contributing to that. It could be, as you say, an electrolyte imbalance, histamine problem. I think we covered this. Did we go through something in regards to aged meat in one of the talks that we did recently, in the way that it's cooked and the histamine? But what else is being consumed as well? I mean, lots of foods will increase histamine, particularly lectins binding to the mast cells in the gut and thing. But it's I think more context required with that one, isn't it? But what are they saying? Fixed tachycardia with potassium, but still have palpitations. Could it be? Yeah, it could very well be. It's a case of trying to find the source, I guess, of that histamine problem. If it is indeed histamine, are you consuming any foods that are high in lectins? And again, aged meat, as we discussed recently, could be a problem. More context required, I think, on that one, isn't there?
Yeah, and I think, as I've said a few times, this isn't a patient doctor relationship. It's just for entertainment and information purposes, and you can do your own research. So, but thank you for that. Beef and fat, that's very good. We'll hide that comment. I have a question that's come in pre-submitted, and I don't think it's really a question. I think it's sort of just a statement, and I think this person wants us to give him some motivation to keep going. All right, so Professor Barkay, this is, but I think, Rich, you could answer as well. I have multiple sclerosis since 2011 and have been carnivore since 2021. Although the lesions on my CNS are healing, I get massively fatigued whenever I eat and I'm having difficulty maintaining and building weight. 193 centimeters tall and 70.3 kilograms. And so I'm guessing this person is asking just for some encouragement that this is the right way, and there could be some resolution in that fatigue, even though they've got MS and they're having those lesions healed.
Right. Yes. Interesting one. These kind of neurological disorders, such as MS, that the medical profession will tell you are intractable, meaning there's not much we can actually do to solve this situation. And as such, the typical approach there is going to be the management of symptomology rather than doing anything about the situation. One of the interesting things that you probably will need to be aware of, if you're not already, is that anyone telling you to avoid cholesterol in your diet or trying to push a statin medication on you for any reason is not doing you a favor, because the myelin sheathing that's so very important to nerve transduction is actually made directly from cholesterol, from molecular cholesterol. So it's very, very important that you have sufficient of that available for use. While your body can produce cholesterol itself from non-cholesterol precursors, so much the better if you feed the body what it needs in terms of its cholesterol, so that it doesn't need to do that and spend effort, I guess, in achieving that goal. So that's the first thing. The second thing that I would suggest to a person with MS, or really any other form of either inflammatory or autoimmune dysfunction, really, is that person, what they ought to be doing to manage their situation to the best end is to live the most anti-inflammatory lifestyle possible. And there are kind of a list of 4 or 5 things that I'm always banging on about with my clients and my people as 5 things that are relatively straightforward, relatively easy for a person to achieve, should they be of a mind to achieve these things, all of which seem to lead people to vastly reduced inflammation and thus the best chance of the best likelihood of the best health outcomes for the longest period of time. And number 1 on the list is eat a 100% carnivorous diet, or as close to that as you can possibly achieve in your lifestyle. Make sure that you're fairly blameless in terms of your diet. The carnivore diet is the most anti-inflammatory diet known to man. So that's, for me, is absolutely number 1. Number 2 is the consumption of a range of nutraceutical products involved in the release and trafficking of adult stem cells and anti-inflammatory effect. For details on that, that's not why we're here today, but for details on that, you can contact me after the show. My email address is fairly easy to find. It's on the About tab on my YouTube channel, that YouTube channel being at Bart-KAY. So I'd be getting into that. Number 3 is to ground yourself electrically as much of the time as is possible in your lifestyle. Number 4 is to block blue and artificial wavelengths from your eyes after dark. Sounds like crystal waving woo-woo, I know, but it isn't. There's actual science there. And the 5th thing that I'm always saying to people is the right amount of the right exercise at the right intensity on the right schedule, the right number of times a week. And you do all those 5 things week in and week out. And for my money, that puts you in the best position. I'm sure Richard's got some ideas, though.
No, I mean, I think you've covered pretty much everything there, isn't it? I mean, MS is an inflammatory condition. Inflammation is when the body is under attack, when it attacks itself, isn't it? So living a diet or lifestyle which is combating this, and again, carnivore, I think, is, in my opinion, the most anti-inflammatory diet that we can live. Even within the carnivore community, there are certain foods that can cause inflammation. So you may be living a carnivore lifestyle. Eggs could be causing inflammation. Fish can cause inflammation. Certain dairy products, cheese, and milks. So I would even gravitate maybe towards an all beef and salt type diet, the lion diet. I think that'll probably be the best protocol, unless you are perfectly fine with those other foods. But and again, cholesterol, eating foods as nature intended. We need these saturated fats. We need cholesterol. The myelin sheath is made of cholesterol. It's imperative. Cholesterol is imperative for life in general, isn't it? It's imperative for cell formation, cell communication, nutrient absorption, nutrient transportation. It's essential for the immune system, and it's essential for healing. So certainly do not fear cholesterol. And statins, perfect example. Statins block something called the mevalonate pathway, which is how we produce cholesterol. But the mevalonate pathway also helps us produce DNA. So when we're consuming statins, we're preventing the body from being able to produce DNA. So that can, in my opinion, can never be a good thing at any level. But yeah, I mean, the carnivore lifestyle is the most anti-inflammatory lifestyle that we can live. The pure production of or even just being ketogenic, and the production of beta hydroxybutyrate is going to block NLRP3 inflammasome and reduce inflammation within the body. But in my experience, there are still lots of foods within the carnivore lifestyle, and I'm obviously gravitated into this predominantly from a carnivore context, keto context, but now I'm carnivore. So you need to find what works for you. But the more you gravitate into that carnivore lifestyle, the more chance that you've got for beating that inflammation. I've worked with clients and customers who have tried just being ketogenic and seen massive improvements, but the further that they delve into the carnivore lifestyle, the cleaner they eat, and the more restricted they become in regards to red meat only, the more benefit that they see. But be careful with eggs. Dairy products can cause problems. Fish for some people. Yeah, and that's about it for me. How was that?
Excellent. Hey, it seems like I've sorted out the audio issue by having Ted flick one of the knobs on the desk here to pass control back to live stream, whatever it's called, StreamYard. So there you go. That seems to have been the answer.
Good. Right. Yeah, that's great. Bart, I'm pleased about that. because that
Steve?
delay we had one earlier, didn't we? It was like we were talking on a satellite.
Right.
Right, Ali D, I think that is. The question is there anything I can do to help with waking up in the middle of the night, both thirsty and having to pee? I've been carnivore for 5 months, 1 year keto prior, 41-year-old male.
Right. Number one, I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark and imagine that you probably changed your diet to carnivore overnight. You hammered over when I'm going carnivore tomorrow and you just did that. I don't suggest that that's a good idea. I don't think that people should do that. You should always change your diet from whatever it is to whatever you're going to change it into slowly, glacially over 6 to 8 weeks, ideally, not an overnight thing. That said, the first things I'd be looking for in this situation, Ellie, would be, I would like to know what your fasting glucose is doing, what your A1C is doing, how much protein you're taking in by way of a dietary recall as accurately as you possibly can for the last several weeks, or failing that, moving forward in the next couple of weeks to track it and see what's going on with that. Well, there would probably look at a few other things in terms of your electrolyte balances, your GFR particularly, perhaps. A few other bits and bobs that we might look at that might point us to what the answer is. But my first guess is going to be a blood glucose dysregulation issue born of a gut microbiome dysfunction, born of changing your diet too suddenly. And these things can rear their heads months and months after the fact. You don't immediately fall to bits necessarily. That's going to be my first guess.
Rich?
Yeah, love that. Nothing to add. Yeah, spot on. Could totally agree. Did I suffer with issues in the beginning? Do you know, I honestly can't remember. It's in my experience, it seems to be an electrolyte issue. But this was a question that popped up earlier as well, isn't it? And yeah, it was the same response that we had earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, if it's not a directly protein-related gluconeogenic issue, inflammatory issue around the microbiome, there are other axes that we might look at there as well, including the sex-binding globulin hormone, the free and otherwise testosterone levels, and I would probably look at transferritin as well as my secondary port of call if we can't sort it out immediately. If it's not apparent straight away, oops, too much protein, not enough fat, there's your problem, we need to sort that out, then that's the next route I would suggest. So there you go, there's 2. Jeremiah,
thank you.
Good to see you.
So now the sound is fixed. Have you two met before, Richard and Bart?
Not before today. Now we have.
No,
Richard,
I haven't. Yeah, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I think I did a podcast recently with a mutual friend of ours in Alan Reeves. Alan did a post on how it's all about the calories, and you commented on the post and ripped him apart, and rightfully so. And I messaged him soon after and said, look, we need to do a podcast, because we were recording a series of podcasts at the time. And we recorded that in regards to why, it's not the calories. And we went through that step by step, which was enlightening for Alan. People are still stuck in this whole caloric thing.
Yes.
And that's something that I'd like to touch base on before you shoot off as well. So I've got a few questions as well. But if we want to crack through these, but it'd be great to get you on. I'd love to thrash out a few things. I mean, some of the bits you put out there is incredible content, and it deserves to be shared. And I'd love to chat in more detail in regards to some of that with you. If you could spare some time in the future, that'd be absolutely fantastic.
Oh, look, you bet. It would be my privilege and my pleasure. Excuse me. I'm all about the cross-pollination. I have a memory that Mr. Reeves and I actually did have something booked a month or 2 back that he had to cancel for whatever reason, and it was going to be rescheduled, and that just hasn't happened yet. So maybe give him a rattle up, and we'll do a 3-way.
Perfect. Fantastic. Yeah. That'd be fantastic.
Cool.
Fantastic. Well appreciated. Thank you.
Cool. And the thing is, Rich, your story is also good because I know Bart does have people on with inspirational stories. You could have an inspirational story and then get very scientific as well, which would be fascinating because it might be the longest interview in the known world. I mean, Bart, you've let yourself in for a big problem there with getting Richard to keep within a couple of hours. Anyway, right, here we go. Question from Jeremiah. Charles, nice name. Someone asked me recently what would be the maximum daily carb intake recommended for a young, non-obese man who is moderately active but has a hard time cutting out all carbs. Wow, that's quite a vague set of parameters, but
yeah.
Go on.
Yeah.
What would you
Well,
think?
look, while we're all human beings, while we all share basically 99% of the same DNA, we have the same organ systems, we have the same requirements, and we can generalize along those lines. Quantifying and placing a number on something like how much carb should a young man intake is a near impossibility, because is that a young man who's 6 foot tall, or is that a young man who's 5 foot tall? For example, I would need to know what is meant by non-obese, because is that a BMI calculation or is that some other measurement of body composition? And also I would have an issue with the word moderately active. What exactly does that mean in terms of the balances of all of those things? Because all of those things, among a milieu of other degrees of freedom, can affect, let me choose my words carefully here, can affect how much carbohydrate an individual person can tolerate before they get negative side effects of those carbohydrates. There's no ideal amount of carbohydrate unless that amount is 0. However, individually, case by case, from person to person, and indeed between one time and another time, this can differ too, depending on circumstances, you will have a tolerance for how much carbohydrate you can get away with. Why push it? If you want the answer to what's the ideal amount of carbohydrate in the diet, Jeremiah, it's none. You do not require any, not 1 gram ever. Your body makes all the glucose and all the fructose, actually, that it needs. And it does that itself through the biological pathway from non-sugar substrates. So anyone telling you that any amount of intake of carbohydrate is required does not understand biochemistry. Good to see you, by the way, Jeremiah. Good to see you.
Yeah, 0 carbohydrate required. And again, I think, context is important. As you say, it's going to be highly individual. And the source of the carbohydrate, if we're looking at effects on eliciting an insulin response, then a carbohydrate source that are high in lectins is going to be needed to be considerably lower than carbohydrate from something that doesn't contain lectins. Unfortunately, most carbohydrates are high and contain lectins, but lectins will bind to insulin receptors and signal the body to store 5 times more fat than insulin does itself. But 0 carbohydrate, I mean, I'd come back to the question is why, why can't you restrict carbohydrate? I know we've covered several times that, food addiction is a real thing, the effect on the catecholaminergic neurotransmitter synthesis, and the way that the neurotransmitters are made in the brain, and the effect on dopamine and searching for these hits and things. But we can curb, sugar cravings through UVA, through the eyes, through the production of melanocyte stimulating hormone, MSH, through consuming omega-3s, will increase CCK, cholecystokinin. All of these can help curb hunger. Consuming glutamine supplements when you get sugar cravings. I try my best to avoid carbohydrate intake to a detriment. I wouldn't look at it as what level you can consume. As the guys have rightly said, the amount required is in fact 0. And the source of carbohydrate is equally as important. But context, I think, that is important.
Awesome. How are you traveling, by the way, boys? It must be after midnight.
Yeah, what are we on? 16 hours?
Yeah, we're on 16 hours 25 minutes, and James, who is Richard's tech guy, keeps messaging saying, Stephen, are you really going to stand for the entire 24 hours? I'm going to try, but there is a chair behind me which occasionally I might sit on because I'm beginning to wane, I will be honest. But if I'd have done this when I was high carb, well, firstly, before it, I would have been saying to Rich, "Oh, I've got to eat at 9, and I've got to eat at 1, and I've got to eat at 7, and all that bollocks, basically." So, anyway, right, I don't normally swear online, but there you go. Bart's here, and he's a bad influence. Here's another question. This is verbal. Pay attention.
You should see that.
Hi, Professor Bart K. First of all, thanks for all you do. Now, normally when someone starts with that, it's not going to end well, is it? When someone starts with thanks for all you do, but it's almost like that.
But, yeah.
Right. Here's my question. I think that you have mentioned, unless I got it wrong, and there is, unless I got it wrong, that there is no such thing as metabolic syndrome. Then what would you call the group of symptoms that people have, like large abdomen, high blood pressure, possibly pre-diabetes?
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, you have worded it more strongly than I would have done in my original offering. What I probably would have said, knowing me, the exact words that I tend to choose, I probably would have said the metabolic syndrome is a construct. It's an idea. It's an umbrella category. It's a bucket of no real actual existence. It's a category that we can put people into should they express X number of selected symptoms and signs from a list, which we will give you. Then we would say clinically that person is in the category of people who have this thing called metabolic syndrome. The problem being that every one of the symptoms listed as a metabolic syndrome symptom are things that can have multiple precipitants. What I guess I'm talking about there is the uncontrolled degrees of freedom, the assertions that people seem to be pathologically determined to make around cause and effect, such statements not being supportable with actual cause and effect empirical evidence, which for those that don't know, empirical evidence just means the numbers. The evidence is the numbers, by the way, not the words. Every time the numbers in the paper. So there's a hint for young players. You don't read a paper and take the conclusions of the authors of that paper as even an accurate description of what that paper actually does say in the numbers section, the results section. So when people say, look, so long as you can read reasonably well, you can follow the science, you can read the science. Well, yes, you can read the words in the paper, but you need specific skills to actually look at a paper critically and go, does this one do what it says it does? Can I expect what it says on the tin here? So that's what I would have said, I suspect, about metabolic syndrome.
Cool. Thank you, Bart. We've got a question from Debbie. Because that was directed, by the way, Rich, that was directed at Bart, so you didn't need to answer. But
I'm
you
glad.
could add. Debbie is asking, what special requirements exist regarding doing the ketogenic or carnivore diet without a gallbladder?
Yeah, nothing really hugely specific, except that we do need to keep an eye on the fat intakes, how it's taken in, how it's broken up, how it's timed during a day, perhaps. It really depends a little bit on how that person is traveling. How long has it been since they've had their gallbladder out, etc., etc., etc. Every client that I speak to or deal with or advise in any way is an individual case. And while the thematics of the ideas that I share with people are often similar, precisely because the underlying etiology, the cause of their problems are similar, it still behooves me to give each individual person individual advice. So to make a blanket statement, a person who has had their gallbladder removed must do these things X, Y, and Z, well, no, because while X and Z might work, Y might not be appropriate on a case-by-case basis. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah, 100%.
Rich?
Yeah, it's a question that I get asked occasionally. Can I live a carnivore lifestyle or ketogenic lifestyle if I've had my gallbladder removed? The liver will ultimately upregulate its production. I know the gallbladder is a means for storing this, but what the advice that I usually give is to increment things slowly, rather than jumping in both feet and consuming lots of fat. Maybe increment it slowly, or even supplement with bile acids to help with with that production. But you can certainly live a ketogenic and carnivore lifestyle if you've had the gallbladder removed. But as you rightly say, isn't it? It is in context, and everyone is an individual, and we need to be careful that we don't give out individual medical advice. This is for educational purposes only. But I've never met anyone that hasn't been able to adopt a ketogenic or carnivore type lifestyle and thrive. In fact, very few people that I can think of that I've worked with who have gravitated, who have maybe teetered out of being carnivore. Most of these people have come back once they've realized that this is the optimal way to live. It's we all live different degrees of strictness in regards to the lifestyle. But the clients that I've worked with, those who teeter out, seem to come back. The opposite isn't true, as somebody made earlier in regards to a vegan who becomes a carnivore. They tend not to go back to becoming vegan, which was a fab statement. But yeah, that's those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I've got a fantastic, simple statement here. There needs to be more on belly fat and insulin resistance. So I think what that is asking about is how do you get rid of stubborn belly fat, and what exactly is insulin resistance? So I think it's quite open. So I'm going to put you two side by side, and then you can chew the fat on it, because I think it'd be very interesting to see what you both come up with.
Yeah, that's a segue into the area that I've been interested in, among other areas, for a while now. What we need to understand is this thing, insulin resistance. Insulin resistance is another construct. It is an idea. It's a diagnostic set of criteria that's been given a label. It's not an actual physiological thing, at least not in the context that we're being led to believe that it is. The simplest way that I can kind of help somebody to understand this a bit, I think, is to say to the person concerned, would you like to go online this afternoon and see if you can find me a company that will supply you with an insulin resistance meter that you can buy, that you can go to your clients with, and you can do some tests on your clients with this insulin resistance meter and measure this physiological thing, insulin resistance, with this meter. You will be waiting a while. There is no such company that makes any such meter, because it's not a physiological thing that can be measured with a meter. The only way to get at insulin resistance is to construct it. And the way we do that is we use blood glucose and blood insulin parameters when we challenge the homeostasis, and we follow the insulin and the glucose over time, and we get a curve for both of those somewhat dependent but also somewhat independent factors. Now, you might say, well, this is a semantic argument a bit, or you might understand that this is actually important, because at the end of the day, the things that affect your insulin resistance result on your insulin resistance test are the amount of insulin being produced versus the amount exiting the bloodstream, combined with the amount of glucose entering and exiting the bloodstream, all of that under the influence of the inflammasome, the endocrine system, the hormonal system, that all plays into how all of that plays out. Let's not forget our old friend Randall with his bicycle. That plays into that as well. And at the end of the day, at any given time, at any given instant, any one cell, ergo any group of cells, tissues, organ, or even the whole body, can get into a state where it is not interested, for want of a better term, is not interested in insulin. It will not react to insulin. The glucose existing in the bloodstream at that time will be locked out of entering the cells. And when I say locked out, this is not a turnkey on-off situation. It's a fader. It's a sliding scale. But a person who is unable at that time to get blood glucose to exit the blood and enter the cells instead, that is happening for a reason. It's physiologically indicated. It occurs precisely because the DNA that survived at least 4,000 million years encodes directly for the enzymes that cause that set of interactions to occur. It's not a mistake, it's not a pathology, it's not a disease state, and it's not something that needs to be fixed. It occurs because it is supposed to occur. And the reason for 99-point-something% of all so-called insulin resistance, when it's evident, is the Randall cycle, which is doing what it is supposed to do precisely in order to protect the cells from damage. It's not a disease. It's not a pathology, and it's not a bad thing. Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, and it is. I think it can get incredibly technical as well, isn't it? And the Randall cycle is something that I wanted to go on to, because I know that it's something that you've versed in incredibly well, isn't it? But I mean, coming back to Sheena's point there, on a simplistic level, I mean, what she's saying there is, I think that being insulin resistant in the normal sense, what she's saying needs to be more on belly fat and insulin resistant. But I mean, it's when we look at insulin within the body, this increases over time, isn't it? So when we check for diabetes, anyone on the high street could be checked for diabetes and show a negative test, but it doesn't mean that their insulin levels in the blood aren't elevated. And typically somebody who is insulin resistant, this insulin resistance began 10 to 15 years prior to that, isn't it? Most of us on the high street are in the standard sense insulin resistant, but in terms of what, as you rightly say, insulin resistance in terms of what cell, and that is pertinent. But the Randall cycle is something that's had a lot of airtime recently. Can you explain to the listeners what the Randall cycle is and why it's been controversial recently? I mean, this is quite a complex topic, I think, isn't it? So I'd love to hear your scientific thing to it, and if you could break it down into layman's terms as well. Sure. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, look, before I mentioned it the first time, about maybe 4.5 years ago on social media, nobody was talking about the Randall cycle. It was a paper that everybody had forgotten about, it seemed. It was almost filed in the bottom of someone's filing cabinet, never to be seen again, gathering dust, I don't know. Basically what it is, well, first of all, it's not a cycle, so I don't know why it's called a cycle. That's right. Yeah. It's not a cycle, it's a series of interactions between various components, if you like, of the kit that we would call the metabolic pathway at large. It functions at a whole body level via its effects at a cellular level within cells. Basically what occurs is, if you have a lot of blood glucose and a lot of free fatty acid in the blood, for want of a better term, competing for access to the mitochondria to produce energy in a cell, the fat and carbohydrate tend to cross-inhibit one another. It's like, the analogy I often use is like two fat men trying to jam their way through a revolving door at the same time, thus preventing either one of them from effectively getting through. So I already said it before, but I'll say it again. The Randall cycle is not an on-off thing. You don't turn it on and turn it off. It's a sliding scale. It's on a fader, and it's per the cell. Each individual cell has its own functioning Randall cycle, which slides the fader up and down in terms of how much that cell will be amenable to the uptake of glucose from the blood to that cell. If a cell is replete with energy substrate and needs no further energy at that time, the Randall cycle will be fully faded on. The doors to glucose will be effectively locked in that cell, locked out completely, for want of a better term, and the glucose will not be able to enter that cell at that time. Makes sense, because too much glucose in a cell will damage that cell, glycation. So what do? We lock the door to the cell, the much more complex, much more important, much more difficult cells to replace, like heart cells, other muscle cells, etc. And we go, oh, well, the sacrificial lamb then is the red blood cells and the vascular epithelial cells, because they can be replaced much more rapidly. They're a much more simple cell. That's the natural design. Occasionally, we might have got a bolus of carbohydrate that led to a whole bunch of sugar entering our bloodstream. No big deal. Lock it out so we don't damage our important cells. The red cells cop it, but that's okay, because every couple of months we're going to replace those with new ones, under the biological assumption that our availability for carb was very low, which it was throughout most of our evolution. Now we live in a society where we're constantly pouring carbohydrates down our stupid necks 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times a day, some of us. Every single time, that's doing damage. There are no free rides on carbohydrates. So what is the Randall cycle? It's that protective mechanism that locks the cells out to the damage that would be caused were those cells allowed to accumulate sugar inside the cells, according to its concentration gradient in the blood. That's what it is. That's what it does, pretty much.
Love it. So, I mean, how would you... One of the comments that I've heard recently is long-term, ketosis, or being ketogenic or carnivore, for another matter, will create peripheral insulin resistance through the Randall cycle. So how can we apply what you've just said, to that? And is there anything to that? I mean, one of the concerns is that living the lifestyle for too long is going to lead to this peripheral insulin resistance. Go on, fire away.
Yeah. So number one, once again, the first thing that we need to do is adjust our attitude and stop thinking of so-called insulin resistance as a pathology in need of either avoidance or repair. How do we fix this insulin resistance? We don't. It's there for a reason. It's encoded for in the very genes. It's doing its job perfectly. If you have high blood glucose or high blood insulin, or both, there is something wrong with your diet. Your diet is pathological. That is what needs fixing, not your body's reaction to your pathological diet. Does that make sense?
Yeah, love that. Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong with the ketogenic diet long term, with the caveat that the goal of a ketogenic diet is not to be in ketosis, to have ketones. The more, the better. No. The purpler that stick, the better. No. Throw those sticks away, please, people. Don't ever test your urine for ketones again. It will not provide you with any information of any utility whatever. It's a gimmick. It's a have. It's a way of fleecing you of your hard-earned pounds, squid dollars, whatever. You don't need to do that. What you do need to do is to consume the majority, if not the entirety, of your daily bolus of protein in a single intake, or two at most, in my mind. The reason for that is because you need enough protein coming in one bolus to slightly kick the gluconeogenic pathway into action just a little bit. I'm not talking about a spike that you will get from eating carbohydrate. I'm talking about a little sleeping policeman. That is sufficient generally on a daily basis to maintain the integrity of your kidney tissue and its ability to filter electrolytes in and out, thus to maintain your electrolyte balance. It also prevents thyroid failures that you can get on long-term ketogenic diets, unless you happen to be an Inuit, in terms of your genetic background. Yeah, but we need to understand that the goal of the ketogenic diet is usually, for most people, one of or both of the reduction in adiposity, loss of body fat, and anti-inflammatory effect of the ketogenic lifestyle. The people that are running around saying the ketones in and of themselves are of some benefit, and indeed you should take exogenous ketones, no, it's rubbish. There's no science to back that. Anyway, that's my take on that one.
Fantastic.
But that's okay.
So what about, let's go on to calories. So a massive swear word for you. I mean, this has been the C word. This has been a reoccurring factor through the entire, what are we in, 16 odd hours. Now, my take, you can add to this or rip it apart, but I mean, it's not the calories that govern whether we gain or lose weight if people are looking at it from that context. The caloric model is highly flawed.
Yes.
It's a highly antiquated system. It doesn't account, in my opinion, for the effect of insulin, the thermic effect of food, ketogenesis, metabolic rate, and the effect of lectins on insulin. It's not the calories. Energy needs to be accounted for, and I use the term energy over calories because calories are not the best way to quantify this. I call it energy. I think you refer to it as heat, which is a fantastic term. Yeah, do you want to go into a little bit more detail in regards to that? I mean, the whole caloric model, and anyone who uses, that sort of that I can understand in regards to referencing when we're speaking to people who don't understand being ketogenic or carnivore. And trying to explain how we can consume X amount of energy throughout the day. So I can consume between 5,000 to 6,000 calories on a carnivore ketogenic lifestyle and maintain weight. On a high carb lifestyle, at 2,500 to 2,700, I will gain weight continuously week after week after week. Yet the caloric model, if taken from calories, is considerably higher when I'm on a ketogenic or carnivore lifestyle. So it clearly isn't the calories, it's the source of that energy, it's the source of the heat. And these are things that being ketogenic, can't account for. It's not the calories. Do you want to go into a little bit more detail?
Yeah, look, my pleasure. Yeah, my pleasure. I'm sure it's, I'm just rambling, so I'm not sure it's a pleasure to go through this. I'm going to say it's a pleasure. Why not? Here we go. All right. Energy is another one of these constructs. It's another thing that cannot be directly measured. It can't be held. It can't be looked at. It can't be contained, per se, actually. The only way that we can gauge or put a metric on so-called energy at all is to observe the effects that so-called energy, the construct energy, has on physical matter, stuff, a system of particles of some kind. Example, the calorie is a measurement specifically and explicitly of heat energy. You've probably all heard the colloquial version of the what's called the law of conservation of energy, which was originally asserted, I guess, among others, by the mathematician Emily Noether in the last century. And she mathematically established reason to assert that, in effect, energy cannot be created from nothing, neither can it be destroyed and made into nothing. It can only be changed from one form into another form. So the analogy, if you like, is currency. I cannot go into Sainsbury's local tomorrow in the UK. Number one, because I'm in New Zealand and that would be hard to get. Let's say I was in the UK. I can't go into Sainsbury's local tomorrow and put 10 New Zealand dollars on the counter and buy roughly £6 worth of goods using that New Zealand legal tender. It's money. Absolutely, it's money. In the same way that heat energy is one of the forms of energy. But if the form of energy that you require is kinetic, then another form of energy might not be any good to you. In the same way that the shopkeeper in the local Sainsbury's is not going to accept my $10 New Zealand as being equivalent to £6 sterling, give or take, whatever the exchange rate is today. These are different currencies, but they are all currencies. So energy, one form to another, heat, ionizing radiation, kinetic, potential, chemical, etc. All different forms of so-called energy, all with so-called equivalences, meaning that if we measure one form of energy, then we know how much energy the system is using, is balanced at, whatever. But that is the worst kind of reductionism possible, really. Because, number one, the experimental work done to establish what the equivalence between a calorie and a kilojoule is was dodgy at best. You need to look that thing up if you don't know how that was done, for example. It involved a researcher hundreds of years ago dropping fixed weights from a fixed height into containers of water and measuring the change in the temperature of the water bath under the influence of having this weight smack into it. Hello. Anyway, that's for another day. Heat energy, what is it? What is a calorie? A calorie is measured as the effect of rapidly combusting instantaneously a food sample inside a closed bomb calorimeter and seeing how much a bath of water surrounding that closed thermodynamic system heats up under the influence of burning that substance of food, that sample, whatever it is. Huge electrical current put through this bit of cheese, for example. It goes woof, combusts, releases out heat, which then propagates out, hits the walls of the bomb calorimeter, warms those up. The walls of the bomb calorimeter then pass that heat onto the water bath surrounding it. Hey presto, change in temperature of the water around the bomb calorimeter. Fantastic. Okay, so this heat that propagates out, what form does that take? Well, it's photons. It's set wavelength. It's infrared photons. That's what heat is. And the only way you can pass heat from one body to another is by the exchange of photons between those bodies at various energy levels to change the energy status such that the total energy is shared evenly between two bodies in contact over a period of time. Entropy increases, basically. Disorder increases, everything evens out in the universe. Fantastic. Okay, so when we burn rapidly a food sample inside a bomb calorimeter, we release photons. Do you know what the rest mass of a photon is, Richard?
I do not.
Zero.
Photons have no rest mass. They weigh nothing. They have no spatial extent. They do not literally exist. So, literally, they have no literal existence.
Oh, I'm going to be really, I'm going to have to cut in here because we have to stop in about 3 minutes.
Okay, so I get the last bit done quickly then.
Yeah, sorry,
No
mate.
worries.
I'm sorry. Because StreamYard can't do 24 hours in a row. So we have to
Right.
go over to another studio.
Okay, so the next time we do this, we probably need to have guests on for longer than, Anyway, that's for another day. Right, so photons weigh nothing. Nothing at all. That being said, the loss or gain of photons by a body, how does that affect your weight? Given that your weight is the mass exerted by you on a weighing scale under the influence of gravity because of the physical mass of the molecules in your body. So take any number you like at all, 70 kilos, add any number of photons to that mass, all of which weigh nothing. The change in your mass is nothing. Lose any amount of photons and your weight is similarly unchanged. The only way to change your weight is to expire carbon dioxide gas, which has a weight, a mass, or to produce water, which you then urinate out, sweat out, comes out in your tears, your saliva, and other insensible losses like vapor at the lungs. It's not calories in, calories out, it's mass in, mass out. Mass is the only acceptable terminology to use, the only acceptable model for body composition claims, not energy. Energy and mass have an equivalence, but it's one of those exchange rate things on different currencies. So that's the take home, that's the skinny, that's the quickly truncated, abbreviated version of the calories argument. Calories don't weigh anything, they can't affect your weight. Only mass can, it's a mass in, mass out exercise. That's an unassailable argument.
I'm sorry, but if I just explain, StreamYard can give me 50 hours of recording, but they can't do 24 hours in a row. So we have to have 3 separate studios. Right. So just for people, if you want to catch up, I put the link into the chat for the 3rd part of this on YouTube. We have to leave this studio. I'm going to a different studio. So we're going to say goodbye to Bart, and I'm really sorry, mate. I really am sorry.
No, my pleasure.
Yeah, I'll reach out. I'd love to get you on. I'd love to get into the weeds into this. This is fantastic stuff. I'm gutted that we can't continue with this one, but yeah, I'll reach out if you don't mind, and we'll get something booked in. That'd be fantastic.
Please do.
Awesome. Look forward to that, gentlemen.
Thanks,
absolute pleasure. Thank you, Bart. Thank you, man.
Thanks for the time, Richard. Your link is in your message in your Instagram. All right, so I'll see you in the studio.
Brilliant. Awesome. Thank you both. Speak to you soon.
Thank you. So everyone, follow us over on YouTube.